Good evening. Welcome to the regularly scheduled meeting of the Mayor and City Council of the City of College Park. I'm Mayor Bianca Motley Broom. We have a full quorum present with council members McKenzie, Karn, Arnold, and Gay, and so I will call the meeting to order at 7:45 p.m., subject to my continuing objections to the omnibus bill that this council passed on January 2nd and ordinance 2024-01. Our first item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance.
Mayor, before we do the point of allegiance, as a point of order, I have a statement to read. Excuse me, visitors. The City of College Park and the members of the governing body object to Mayor Bianca Broom's continuous violation of Ordinance 2004-1, which prohibits the mayor from participating in debate on legislative matters. This ordinance is lawful measure that is considered with both the city charter and the United States Constitution. Despite the mayor's legal challenge being completely rejected thus far by a federal judge, she has continued to purposely violate the ordinance at every meeting, creating considerable disruption. It is shameful and regrettable that the mayor, who is the chief executive of the city, charged with upholding the law, would be so brazenly violate a city ordinance in a public setting. It is clear that no one sits above the law. Like every other citizen, the mayor is expected to follow the law, even the ones she disagrees with. Therefore, if the mayor's unlawful course of conduct persists, this council intends to take decisive action.
And in regard to that, I want to make sure that we are clear that there has been no final ruling in regard to that particular litigation. I continue my objections subject to this council's passage of the omnibus and ordinance 2024-01. And Mayor Pro Tem spoke on behalf of the governing body, of which I am a member, and I would wholeheartedly disagree with that statement and reiterate my rights as an individual within this community to voice my opinions, and also ensure that all legal methods and all legal channels are exhausted as we are still in the midst of litigation. So I respect that this council they haven't voted on any sort of statement of that manner, and I don't know that the Mayor Pro Tem speaks on behalf of them or not, but certainly not the entire governing body. And so our first item on our agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Invocation today will be formed by Chaplain Walker.
Madam Mayor, City Council persons, ladies and gentlemen, may we shift our focus now to the Lord of Lords and His excellence in His own name and His nature of love to call us together. Let us pray. Why, O Lord? What, O Lord? How, O Lord? Why are we here? Why did we come here? What questions must be raised and answered for the common good? Inspire our minds and our hearts so that what we do and say may shine brightly on our city. Help us to reflect, O Lord, on why we're here, particularly in light of the tension of the city council and the members of the committee, or the members of College Park. Why is there so much suspicion of authoritarian invasion and or mistrust? May your loving heart remind us that what we're doing here, we do essentially arm in arm with our faith. That contact with you and the ultimate values of life are dearly important to us. What, O Lord, do we want from the City Council and from each other to deal with our concerns? We, O Lord, want to be able to respond to the questions before us, the work before us, to be more responsible citizens of College Park. What do we want from each other in order to heal the divisions, the doubt, the skepticism, and the estrangement in our community? How can things be seen, O Lord, in their clarity? How can we, as citizens of College Park and city council members and mayor, hear each other and see each other for who we are and what we're concerned about? To know that we do so because we want to be persons of dignity, persons caring for one another, and persons united in our desire to have a more faithful, insightful, and unified city, governed to overcome all estrangement by your guidance of love, honor, and dignity. How, O Lord, can all our transactions be seen in the light of your love and your concern for all people? How do we express or articulate our desires to be seen and heard as more faithful, insightful, and united city residents? Help us to create an atmosphere to overcome estrangement, to be with others, to cherish each other in spite of our differences. We ask that you send your angel of insight and correct thinking in our meeting for this evening. When we adjourn and go back to our homes and places of work and places of fellowship, may we look back and know that we have had testimony of order over chaos, order over tension, respect for each other as citizens of College Park. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Any additions, deletions, amendments, or changes to the agenda?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I have, I'm requesting for executive section after this meeting. I have some personnel matters that needs to be discussed.
Anything else? Hearing none, is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Councilmember McKenzie. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Arnold. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, that is unanimous amongst those present. Councilmember Carn has stepped down.
Approval of the agenda?
Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Thank you, Councilmember Arnold. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Gay. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll move forward to a vote. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Councilmember Gay, did you?
I approve.
All right, so all three members present voted in favor. That is unanimous.
Presentation of minutes, starting with workshop session dated May 22nd, 2024.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Councilmember Arnold. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember McKenzie. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll move forward to a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, that is unanimous amongst those present.
Regular session dated May 22nd, 2024.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Councilmember Arnold. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember McKenzie. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Councilmember Carn, what is your vote? All right, that is unanimous.
Proclamation, resolutions, plaques, announcements, National Night Out 2024 proclamation.
Is there a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Carn. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember McKenzie. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll move forward to a vote. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
All right, that is unanimous amongst those present.
Purple Heart City designation.
Is there a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Carn. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember McKenzie. Any discussion?
I just wanted to make a quick comment that we don't forget our partners in Clayton County when we decide whatever date that we're going to do this. Because I didn't see any backup, but I just wanted to make sure we don't forget to include them.
Right now, we're looking at August, but I know it's not going to be in July.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, thank you, that is unanimous.
Individual proclamation for 2 business owners.
So moved.
I haven't called for the vote yet. Who are the 2 business owners?
I'm not mentioning the names of the business owners in opposition to the, I mentioned this the last council meeting, that when we're giving proclamations to individuals in the community, I prefer to do that through consensus, because in trying to honor people, we don't want to do anything that dishonors them. And to me, anything but a unanimous vote on giving an individual proclamation could be seen as a disservice and a dishonor.
Are other members of the body aware who these 2 business owners are?
We can do it as a consensus. Like I'm saying, it's on the agenda because it was placed on the agenda, but it can be done through email or consensus. I just know that the last time that I tried to put an individual's name out through email to give them a proclamation, Mayor, you said to me that it had to be done on the second meeting of the month. So I put it here on the agenda for the second meeting of the month, but I am in objection to giving the names of those individuals for a vote. So I will submit it, now that it is on the agenda, I will submit this after this meeting for a consensus from the body.
Councilmember Carn?
I'm not aware, but, it's the council member's prerogative. Any resident that should be recognized, I'm fine with that.
All right, is there a motion?
I moved.
Thank you, Councilmember Gay. Is there a second?
Second.
Oh, I'm sorry, you did move.
I did move
I
already.
did, I apologize, Councilmember McKenzie. Councilmember McKenzie made the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Carn. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll move towards a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Councilmember Gay, your vote was in favor?
Yes.
All right, that is unanimous. We're now on to remarks of citizens.
I have a point of order, Mayor, before
Councilmember
we get
McKenzie?
started with public comments. Earlier this afternoon, a citizen approached me, and I know they went to the city manager regarding the public comment sign-in sheet for tonight, and I want to clarify that the citizen approached me because they were very upset because they wanted to sign in to make, this was at 1:45 this afternoon, and they wanted to sign up for public comment, but someone had written the names of 18 names, and not all of those names had last names to them. 18 names with no addresses and no topic. And the citizen was enraged because they felt like this was not fair, that all of the names were written with the same handwriting. And they felt this was not fair, and they were very, very upset. And as much as I think that we should allow every person that wants to speak within the time frame that we have for public comment, we must, as a community, if you're demanding transparency from your council and integrity, we must do that as well. And the public comments page specifically requests, it says for the person to sign in, and it also requests that you put an address and a topic. Now, I'm not going to fight what was done earlier, but for the sake of our citizens, especially those who send in email comments, we need to do better with our sign-in sheet. I also have one person who said they did not give permission. Well, I had a couple of people. I had people that said they did not give permission for their names to be written in that list of 18. I see one of them here tonight. She told me that she did not want her name on the list, and she said she had 50,000 other things to do than to be on this list. And I do have that in a text message. I also have people that are on that list that are not even in this room right now because I know them personally. So I believe that we, city manager and city attorney, I'm requesting that we revise and amend the public comment resolution of 2016 to be very, very clear about how public comments should be signed up for. I think it's a disservice. I think it's unfair to the community for one individual to come in and sign everyone's names without the information requested. And I also believe that we need to be fair and walk in integrity. And I'm going to say that again. In fact, I hope our police officers are doing their job today as well. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Chief. So basically, as a community, if we're demanding integrity, transparency from those persons that are sitting up here, we must do it ourselves. If we don't, the only word for that is hypocrisy. Whatever you want from us, we are only elected officials that came from you, and we represent you. So I am asking again that we set the policy so that it makes it fair for everyone.
Mayor, I have a point of order.
Wait, that wasn't a point of order. Like, we're at citizen comments. If y'all want to talk about this, that's one thing, but these aren't points of order.
It was a point of order.
It was a
Mayor.
point of order.
It is not a point of order because it's not a point of order.
And-
So
okay,
we are going to move
point-
forward.
Mayor, point of
This
order.
is,
City
what
Manager,
is the point
I
of
do
order?
have one
The point of
suggestion.
order is that the form that we are looking at tonight for citizens' comments has 18 names that were placed on it that the people did not sign in themselves. They may have since, and I do have, they sent me screenshots. I don't know what is being turned in now, but at 1:45 this afternoon, there were 18 names written on the front and the back, and people who wanted to sign in, who came all the way from their homes to sign in on this form, will not be able to make comment because there's 18 3-minute comment notes. And again, some of those people that signed in or were signed in for have said that they did not give permission and they are not in this room. So that is a point of order. for what we are about to do, that even though we may proceed with this list or whatever it is that has been, I don't know if it's been changed, if it's been altered, but I do have a copy of the originals. I am making a point of order that this is not how we should do business in the city of College Park.
Okay, so
Well,
that's, now this is a
ci-
point of order.
city
Like,
manager.
per Robert's rules, this is not a
Okay,
point of
thi-
order.
this is
It's a point of order.
City
And
manager?
it's actually not,
Well,
so
this-
We
let's,
don't follow Robert's rules.
This is a
okay,
point.
we
this
don't
is a-
follow Robert's rules
okay.
then, so then,
Th-
go
this-
right ahead.
Mayor, this is a point of order, and this is important. Now, Councilman, I've seen this before in one of my other cities in Fulton County. Now, we want to hear from all residents. That goes without saying. I think everybody across this board does. But in fairness, folks, and we're not going to stack the deck for public comments now. We're not going to do that. Now, what I've seen with the other situations was they had to back up to a new rule and adjust some things where I think they had the city clerk or their assistant. If you had public comments, you came, the city clerk would come early or their assistant would be here, and you would sign in with them as being someone in here, and you would have a sign-in time period. If it's 5 o'clock, or if it's 5:30 or 4:30, or whatever it is, you come up with a time and you come in here and you sign in. So we want to do things in fairness, and let's come up with something that makes sense. This isn't the first city it's happened like this before, so.
Okay, now, so since you.
Hold on,
since you two-
are you finished, Councilmember Carn?
Yes.
All right.
Councilmember Gay?
So here's what I would like to say, and speaking of point of order, I'm talking to the colleagues. I don't think that we need to dialogue with the citizens tonight. We were here for 5 hours at our last public hearing. Since I've been on this council, this is the first time where colleagues talk back to the public. This is their time to express their opinion. And they can talk to 4 day in the morning, but the point that y'all start talking back to them, in my personal opinion, that's what's causing the chaos. So I'm asking that nobody on this body, mayor and council, have anything to say to people who's giving a public comment. The second thing I want to say is, there are other people on our agenda who have business for the city. City manager, it's my belief, and you don't got to do it, that this public hearing should have been put at the end of the agenda, because it's not fair for these people to wait here to get their action items considered while we spend hours listening to the public. That make sense?
So
All right.
City
So-
attorney, I was gonna ask, what kind of time frame should we, for, allot for the public hearing?
I believe Councilman Gay mentioned shifting the agenda to put the public hearing near the end of the agenda. And so then the appropriate course, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, would be to make a motion to amend the agenda in that regard.
We've already approved the agenda, but go ahead. We don't follow Robert's rules anyway.
I mean, I want to hear all the citizens, but at the same time, there are a lot of people that got items on here that they shouldn't have to stay here all night. I can stay here, but, so is there consensus that we put the public comment towards the end of the agenda?
Yes, I requested this last week because of the fact that we did have persons that were doing business with the city of College Park that had to sit through 6 hours. And I'm in total agreement with allowing people to speak. And I'm not against people speaking in the public comment tonight. I just want us to do the right thing.
Okay, so I'm going to make a motion, Mayor, that we move the public comment to the,
Sorry, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, are you talking the comments or the
Public
public hearing on
hearing.
the budget?
thank you for the clarification. I'm making a motion that the public hearing be moved to item L. No, I'm sorry. Item R, after Q. At the item R. And we will get through the other ones pretty quick. And then we can sit here and listen to public comment all night. So is that, can I get a second?
Wait, hold on, we can't approve the budget without the public hearing.
Okay. I didn't say we wasn't gonna, you said we can't approve the budget without the public hearing, so then why don't we do the budget after the public hearing? Move that item as well.
So that would be 7A and 8A.
Yes, ma'am. Good call.
I've just got one question and one suggestion. Well, for one, I'm not in favor of moving the public hearing or the public comments to the end of the meeting. That's
Not the
just me.
comments, just a public hearing.
Well, either one, I'm not in favor of that, but that's just me. I guess my question is, can we get a feel for, I guess, from the residents, I guess, how many folks who want to speak at public comments want to speak about
Council
the
member,
budget?
There's a motion.
Well, I guess-
Wait,
I guess that's
wait, hold on
that's
a
a logical
second. No,
question. It's a
no,
motion.
but I don't, but people have the ability to talk about whatever they want to talk about during the public comment, during the public hearing, whatever they want to talk about.
Mayor-
Councilmember Gay has made a motion
It's a motion.
to move 7A and 8A to the end of the hearing. Is there end of the agenda? Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Councilmember McKenzie. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Opposed.
Councilmember Arnold, what is your vote?
I'm abstaining from this.
All right, so that means that the motion passes. So with Councilmembers Gay and McKenzie in favor and Councilmember Carn opposed.
Thank you.
So we're on to citizen remarks.
With regard to citizen remarks and what Councilwoman McKenzie stated, there were two lists at the advice of the city attorney. We will go down the original list and then go to the amended list. Each week, we actually take photos of the list every hour, on the hour, in case something is lost or in case someone is skipped. So we do have both versions, and the city attorney advised that we go down the list and it would be at the council's pleasure how they'd like to proceed with who they hear. So we will start with the original list because it did have a couple of people on there who signed in naturally. They weren't part of the group. And then we also had a list that we posted after we noticed that the first list had been moved or tampered with and took photos. So we will start with Ron Smith.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilman. My name is Ron Smith, and I come here representing Marquise Grissom Baseball. Marquise could not be here. He and his wife could not be here. They're out of town, so I'm here representing the organization, talking about potentially saving Bill Evans Field. And I just, want to spend a little time just talking about the history there. As you guys know, Marquise is a fixture in the community of College Park. Went to Lakeshore High School back in the day, and when he finished his 17-year baseball career, he wanted to give back to the youth in the community, and what a better place in College Park to do that. And he started that back in 2006, by bringing together a youth baseball organization over at Bill Evans Field. And it's been a long-standing relationship there with College Park and Marquise Grissom Baseball. And you think about the history there. We call it our Field of Dreams. If you guys are into baseball, the story of Field of Dreams and the corn patches and Babe Ruth and Lou Gehrig coming through the corn patches and everything. We don't have any Babe Ruths and Lou Gehrig's. We don't have any corn patches, but we do have a lot of opportunities there. And we've had quite a number of kids come through the program as a result of being able to play at Bill Evans Field. Lawrence Butler playing in the big leagues right now with the Oakland A's. Taj Bradley with the Tampa Rays, and then of course Michael Harris playing center field with the Atlanta Braves. Had an opportunity to play there. But it's bigger than that. It's bigger than just baseball, right? The fact that we had an opportunity to use Bill Evans Field to play baseball, there's so many more lessons that are learned through life that we're giving kids outside of baseball. So we have a lot of doctors and airline pilots and lawyers and things like that. So just being around those kids and having that opportunity helped us a lot in having that field. The other thing I'll say is, as you guys we have Zup Park in College Park that has a couple fields that goes up to age 12. However, after that, there is no place for them to play in College Park. And we are now running the rec ball program here in College Park as well as in South Fulton at Welcome All Park. And we're looking to continue to grow the program. We have 112 kids right now at Zup Park. And after that, we want a place for them to play right here so they don't have to go anywhere else. I'll tell one quick story. I don't know if I'm up on my time, but I'll tell one quick story. I'm also the assistant coach with Antonio Grissom, Marquise's brother, at Morehouse College. Clark, Atlanta uses Bill Evans Field and we played them over there. And we had a young man, we have to go get all the foul balls and everything, and we had a young man go get a foul ball on our team. Met a young kid just in the park just watching our kids play or whatever, and so he started to play catch with this little kid. That little kid's dad tracked down Marquise to get to us, and now they have a relationship. So it's those things like that. Our kids in this community have an opportunity to see college kids play and be mentors to them, and want to aspire to be on that field and potentially go to college. So thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
Next is Julie McGorrick.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. First of all, I was that person that came in and signed in 18 people today, and there's a reason why I did. Some of those people couldn't make it here on their own, and they wanted to be here. What I'd like to know is, where did that list disappear to? I am completely appalled that that list disappeared this afternoon.
The list is in my hand. It never disappeared.
Well, I was here with the city manager and Althea, and we were in search of it for a good 30, 35 minutes. It was not at the podium. So here we are, and now all of a sudden, some people that I had signed up on the list received phone calls and text messages from their councilwoman today trying to intimidate them. So more's going to be heard about that, trust me. Now on to Bill Evans. You've repeatedly said that you are here for your constituents, here for the kids. Then please explain it to them, the ones that were able to make it tonight, who you just sold the field to for almost nothing, and along with it, their dreams and opportunities. I want to remind you what the field is used for, what you've taken away from the citizens of College Park. The Recreation Department uses the field for football practices, April through November. Up to 4 teams are in the outfield practicing 4 days a week moving forward. Our flag football teams will need that space to spread out, play, practice, just as our tackle football teams did. Our baseball program is conducted with Marquise Grissom. We won't talk about that. Mr. Smith just did that. Clark Atlanta has had a home there since 1996. There was a 20-year contract for them to be there, which ended in 2016, and now they are on a year-to-year contract. The back football field, which you guys are also taking away, the backfield is also the main practice site for our teams. It's also where the teams prepare for the next game to be played on the main field during the football season. Kids also play games on the field when needed. Our day camp uses the field to play kickball on during the summer season, which the kids were just out there last week. The track team uses this area for field events and training drills. The entire field is used most every single day of the year. The backfield hurts just as much as the baseball field, if not more. Please reconsider the decision and return Bill Evans Field to the kids of College Park. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Pamela Gooden. Pamela Gooden. It looks like it says it. We'll move on to Brandy Hurd. I can't read this very well. It looks like Montrez King. Yolanda Smith. Kiana Jelly. Leanna Sim. Pam Ross. Gwendolyn McLaren. Althea Morris.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor and Council. It's been one of those days. I initially came to City Hall to remove my name from for tonight. When I got here, Julie was here as well, and the list was missing. We spoke with the city manager at length. We spoke with Ms. Queenie, and nobody could find the list. Nobody knew where the list was. It was not my intention to speak on the public hearing, on the public comments. I changed my mind, so I came up here to strike my name. But what's amazing is that I received a call from Councilwoman McKenzie saying that she had seen that a lot of residents from College View Hills was actually on the list to speak. And she wanted to know if there was anything going on. I said, I don't know, because I'm at a doctor's appointment, which I was. So later, after the doctor's appointment, I did chat with her via text, and I am the one that told her that I did not want my name on the list, to just strike my name from the list, because I had 50,000 things to do and being on the list wasn't one of them. I text that was me. But if I was anybody else, a councilwoman reaching out to me to find out or to make a statement as to which residents was on the list and what was going on could be looked at as intimidation. A lot of people don't know Jamel like I know Jamel, so they felt some kind of way. I didn't feel some kind of way. But we have got to do better. We have got to do better in terms of putting a spin on something that can be viewed from different perspectives depending on where you're standing. Now, for me, her reaching out to people once she found out their name was on the list should never have happened, whether she knew them well or not. That should never have happened. The list disappeared. None of the city staff knew where the list was. She didn't know where the list was. He didn't know where the list was. But the list was on the podium before. So now we're here and we're faced with people we need an amended list.
Thank you, ma'am.
Pam yielded her time to
Okay.
me. So now we're talking about amending something that should not have been amended. I don't think that there was any type of, I don't think that anyone tried to seem unethical when writing names down. People were trying to get together transport for people, trying to make sure that people were going to have a way. So there was nothing underhanded about it. There was nothing diabolical about one person signing in. Now, if there is somebody whose name appeared on the list who is not here today, then that behooves me. Because anybody whose name was on that list would have had to give consent for Julie to sign the list. So while we're sitting here and pointing fingers at each other about this list, we need to think about what our actions look like to other people. And again, I say, and I said to the city manager, this is horrific that the list disappeared and could not be found. So, but yet I have a councilwoman who is calling me, who obviously has the list or have seen the list, because she's telling me that College View Hill residence is on the list. How would she know if she had not seen it? But yet the list was missing. So before we start saying that Julia did something that was illegal or unethical or should not have been done, just the mere fact that she signed people up to speak, I don't think was wrong. But what I do think needs to be looked at is that a councilwoman reached out and called people who was on the list. Now, any one of you that sit up there on this council tonight and agree with that, then we may need to rethink your sitting there. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next is Elizabeth Lester.
While she's coming down, if I could ask everyone to silence their phones. There's been things going off on people's phones. Thank you.
I wish I could say that it was a pleasure to come and speak to you all, but I'm really disappointed in everybody's behavior. Well, I guess I should say the elected council. Because the reality is you all show such disrespect and disdain for your fellow elected official, the mayor. And that's not okay. You talk about wanting people to get up here and be polite. You talk about people wanting to be transparent, but yet you condemn her for things that are entirely within her rights. You try to give away her position by saying, no, she's not the chief executive officer, as Councilman Carn did during the workshop, trying to say, no, the city manager is the chief executive officer. I don't know what you all are trying to do. You all ask us questions. You all say, you're a hate group, United College Park, Speak Up College Park. But the reality is we're concerned why you all are making the decisions you're making. You won't tell us. So we only have our Freedom of Information request, which, by the way, are incredibly late. I've been waiting for some of these for over a month. That is unacceptable. And I am certainly looking at legal action because apparently this city can't do it. That's not okay. I'm so frustrated. I pay taxes to the city. Everybody else here does too, in some form or another, whether it's a sales tax or something else. You all should be embarrassed. And ultimately, I expect that at some point the state or the federal government is gonna come in and is gonna take this stuff apart because it's ridiculous. Specifically tonight, I'd also like to point out, we are once again extending the contract for Rose Stewart. I don't know what on earth she's doing, but we keep extending her contract, and she may be very qualified. But there's no explanation as to why additional extensions are needed or what she's even doing. Why are we giving away our money? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, this name was kind of clouded on the paper, but it looks like the last name is Ranaku, if that is incorrect. Dr. Sisula? I'm sorry. I could only see one part of your name. I apologize.
I didn't sign my name on there, so I did. But thank you.
Mayor, council members, city manager, city attorney. Thank you for allowing me to be present here to talk with you for a brief moment. I was encouraged and supported to talk with you about love. I know you're way away from that, but I do see a solution. And so part of that solution is getting you to see it. And then if you can see it, then we have a possibility together. Last time I was here, I said the giving of love is an education in itself. The giving of love is an education in itself. I had to learn about love because somebody brought it to my attention. I was failing. Not only in loving myself, but I was failing in loving others. So it is an education in itself. I know I have a great capacity to love now. And I want others to have that same capacity.
as a social scientist that studies on human development, particularly in social relationships, I'm aware that we're capable. We have enormous capacity. And so let me not preach, thank you. I want to just share this again about love, and then I'll be out your way. And of course, I'm praying, and I'm working on this, so I know the ability to manifest what you desire. So love is a demonstration of unconditional support for one's well-being, personal growth, and development as a human. So that's the love I'm talking about. Love is a demonstration by unconditional support for one's well-being, personal growth, and development as a human being. And I know it starts with me. And I want you to know, I know it starts with you. Love can enrich your life, and it has so much. It makes you happy. I'm happy. And it builds trust among people. It can also create great memories, provide comfort, and reduce the pain of so much horror, horrific things that are happening all around us. It is love. It is the bond of love and receiving love and giving love. Love allows us to build trust, respect, understanding with those around us.
Thank you, sir.
Love allows us to build trust.
Sir, your 3 minutes are up. Thank you.
And
Thank you.
understanding with
Thank
those
you.
around us.
Motion to continue.
Okay,
for
all right,
11 minutes.
she's yielded her time. Alicia
Thank you
Rylander.
very much. Thank you. Love, thank you. That's love. Love. Unconditional support. That's what we can do for each other. Love is allowing us to build trust, respect, and understanding with those around us. And it is the basis for a genuine connection. Thank you. I love you.
Thank you, sir.
Hey, thank you. Thank you.
Next is John Ross.
Hey, let me ask you something. Do you think this city can be known for its love for all its people? That's all part of what we can do.
Greetings, Mayor and Council, City Manager, City Attorney, and City Clerk. It is a pleasure to come down and share with you. Business owner, 3707 Main Street, College Park, Georgia. The question was asked, what was this council thinking when they approved the Next Era Clean Energy Project? So I did my research, and based on my research, it changed my mind in terms of what the council was proving. My research convinced me that this council was thinking about a sustainable future with clean energy, no negative environmental impact, more living wage jobs for residents, but more importantly, you were thinking about resident safety. A clean, more sustainable future for a global city with the ability and the capacity to store electrical power until needed. Is a powerhouse of a city that many other cities wish that they had, wish that they could do. In fact, continued electrical power during a storm or an emergency outage is a nightmare. Right now, this city does not have the power to store it. But now with the battery, with the Next Era Clean Energy battery storage, it gives you the power and the ability to store energy, especially if there's an outage and the hospital goes to a nightmare trying to figure out how to get energy, how to get back on the grid. So thanks to community engagement, those who come here and criticize and giving you feedback and holding this council accountable, Next Era Clean Energy has taken and adopted the highest standard of safety, the highest standards of protection for College Park. They've gone back and they've redone literally all their plans thanks to the ones who criticized and held this council accountable. They reduced the amount of flammable material in battery. They replaced the alkaline lithium battery with the rechargeable, reusable battery, lithium battery. That reduces leaks and fires. It cut emissions to zero. It lowered the nighttime noise to less than 50 decibel, which is required by city ordinance. It had 24 hours on-site, off-site monitoring. It has added a high-level cooling system to reduce overheating. It also have closer coordination with first responders so they can make sure they understand the new technology that comes to College Park to create a safer environment for your citizens. This city council was thinking about saving lives during a power outage. This city council would think about a more sustainable, clean future for a global city like College Park. Think about the future of our children having sustainable, clean energy. This city council was thinking about having the safest battery storage station in the South here in College Park. Thank you all for thinking about us.
Thank you.
Next, we have Brad D. Betsy Goodman. Tom Coleman. James Walker.
Mayor, Council, City Attorney, I come again disappointed. I wasn't going to speak about the list, but since that was brought up, I'm going to spend a little bit of my time talking about the list because it seems hypocritical, Councilman McKenzie, when you did the same thing when you were running for council. You would call me and ask me to sign up and sign people up when you knew that they didn't have any ill will. So I want to be clear when we throw stones at our citizens and your houses of glass. Secondly, I want to talk a little bit about the Bill Evans Field. Baseball is near and dear to my heart. And the developer, I do know him. And did not know that this was a project of his until recently. Became aware of it. But if you have a little bit of common fiscal sense, you will know that I believe Councilman Gay alluded that we were going to rebuild a baseball field somewhere in Ward 4. However, the average baseball field is between $3.6 and $4.7 million. Last time I looked, the sale was 1.5. So where's the $3 million coming from to build the field that you claim you're going to build? And where's the timeline on that field? Have there been any feasibility studies done? Do we know what the demolition costs are? No, we're just basically selling our soul for cheap in College Park. I believe the math was done and it came up to 96 cents a square foot. Well, I'm not mad at Creed or H.J. Russell because they found a sucker in College Park. They found somebody who they could get over for, I don't know, whatever campaign contributions they may have given. But at the end of the day, that is not a good deal for our citizens and our cities. These children need somewhere to go to play and somewhere to become the next Michael Harris, Marquise Grissom. And furthermore, when you look at Morehouse, that's going to give us $2 million to renovate, not purchase, but to renovate that facility. And you don't even consider that on the agenda. As a matter of fact, the lady who was going to bring it on the agenda, I think she got fired the next day, Michelle Alexander, I believe. So I'm not sure what that's about either. But we have to stop this in College Park. I don't know what you call it. We are not pieces on a chessboard. We're citizens who have real lives, who pay real taxes, who you work for. And you continuously, week after week after week, disregard our wishes. You serve us cow manure with sugar on it and call it cream of wheat. We are not going to stand for this anymore. And to put something past us that is so blatantly wrong and easily attainable with the statistics that you have, I just don't understand. Do you think we're just stupid? Do you think we don't read? Do you think we don't do our research? One of the main reasons why we're so frustrated is because we're doing your job. We're supplying the citizens they need to make informed decisions. You don't do that. You tell us what you're going to do, you call it transparency, and then you close the door. And then you get mad when we call you to the carpet on. You get mad when we call you out. And to call citizens who are on a list and intimidate them about coming to speak at a public hearing, I mean, that's mind-blowing to me. People are here who have told me before we came in here, Councilman McKenzie, that they felt intimidated by your phone call. Why would you do such a thing? Did you call me? I'm on the list. Did you call Julie? She's on the list too. No, because we live on Rugby Avenue. We don't live in Capitol View. We have our own way of doing things that you don't seem to like anymore. But when you were running for councilwoman, it was okay to come sign people on that list. It's okay for you to call me and say, James, you want me to sign you up so they won't talk. It was okay then, but now it's not. And that's hypocritical. And so when we try to buy into what you guys are telling us and what you guys are feeding us and expect us to believe, be real and be transparent yourselves. Do not sit up here and think that nobody is going to take what you give us and feed on it like we're begging, we're starving. No, we're starving for justice, we're starving for transparency, and we're starving for things that just make good common sense, fiscal sense, moral sense, and ethical sense here in College Park. Now, I want to spend Mondays coming down here, meeting with people, going over information, going over statistics, reading quotes that don't make sense, talking to people that says, well, yeah, I'm trying to do this, finding out every turn that you look, everything we look for at every turn, it's a problem. It's a problem. And you know, in that seat, you should hold yourselves to the highest ethical standards.
Thank you, sir. Okay, all right.
The highest ethical standards, meaning that whatever you do, you have to turn and look in the mirror at night and go to bed, and you have to answer to somebody. It's much higher than anybody here. So at some point, at some juncture, we hope that you all will do what's right. Now, I don't know about the baseball field and what you've done and what all the statistics are. I don't know. I was told that it encompasses up to 20 to 50 yards of the football field. So when you get rid of that, is there a legal description? Has there been a survey done? I can't find one. I tried. There's no deed filed on record. When you transfer the property over to BIDA, where's the legal description in the security deed, in the quitclaim deed? Where is that? So we can check it out. These are things that you could do so that we won't have to do what we do. We don't get paid for this. We don't represent, you know, the best interests all times of all people. You do. So maybe you should come forth with documentation, come forth with explanations that make sense so that we can go to being citizens instead of being somebody's overseer of fiscal and transparent governance. Dr. Jasulu talked about love. I get it. I want that. But there's a lot of things that come before that. We have to be honest and truthful with ourselves before we can actually get to the part where we can actually trust one another. Trust is earned. And I don't think you all have earned a lick of trust since day one. The baseball field needs to be explained. I know that's gone to BIDA now, but it's not sold. And I'm telling you, believe you me, we're going to do our research on every square inch of that property. We're going to make sure that every stone is unturned and every deal that's done in the back, in the booth, in the corner, in the dark, is brought to life. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next, we have Mari, no last name. Tessa, no last name. Was there Mari? Okay. Is there Mari or Tessa?
She said she yielded to the kids.
The kids, are there? Next. All right, Jesse Phillips.
evening, Mayor,
Good evening.
Council, City Manager, City Attorney. It's good to be here. I'm Jesse Phillips. I live at 4124 Williamsburg Drive, College Park. I own and live at this address. I have been a resident of the city of College Park for 52 years this year. I have worked, served in many capacities, and on different committees. I'm a community and local activist. I love the city of College Park. Over the years, I've seen a lot, heard a lot. However, this year, I can't believe the chaos in our city. Are you listening to what citizens and outsiders are saying about our city? Or do you care? You speak of transparency. However, we the citizens are waiting for it. I think it begins with you. I just recently heard of the discussion of possibly selling the Evans baseball field, possibly relocating the baseball field to the 18 acres in Ward 4 next to Phillips Park. Someone asked why Ward 4 is not saying anything. I guess it doesn't matter to them. I'm here to voice my opinion and also to speak for some other Ward 4 residents. Yes, we care, and certainly it does matter to us. However, it's pretty hard to be for or against anything if there's no communication, if there's no information given to us. Silence is not consent if we have not been given any information. There's no information shared or distributed. How are we to know? Citizens should not have to learn about things happening in the city or in our ward after the facts. Ward 4 is predominantly a senior community. I am for progress, but not when it's senior.
Ken Jenkins.
But not when seniors are forgotten or put on the back burner. Our councilman is very energetic. He's hardworking. He brings a lot to Ward 4, but nothing that I know of that's available for seniors to take advantage of or enjoy. We don't need or want a baseball field or anything else that brings more noise and more traffic to our community. We have not been given a choice or asked what we thought. There's so much going on in this city that we don't know about until after the fact. It makes us wonder, do you have your own agenda and don't care what goes on in other wards? Does anyone care about the city? Does anyone care about the citizens and what we want? We come before you with our concerns. You stare at us, never respond, and don't tell us how we can get answers. You say call, make an appointment. I not only called and got no answer, but came to City Hall this morning. There was no one available that I wanted to talk with out of 3 different people. What are citizens to do if you can't be reached by phone or visiting City Hall? Are we that short-staffed? You tell us how we can communicate with you and the city staff and get some answers. I would like some answers on what's really going on with the intended sale of the baseball field. Is it a done deal? What is it being sold for? I don't like hearsay. I wanted to hear from you, the people making the decisions. If you're selling the baseball field, what's next? The track field? Is the baseball field being relocated to the 18 acres adjacent to Phillips Park? On communication, I have a computer, and that's how I join in on the council meetings. However, there are seniors who don't own computers. They don't know how to use a computer, don't know how to text or get the meeting on their phone, but they're still citizens and need to be informed of what's going on in the city, that they continue to pay taxes. We should not be left out. I'm not against anyone. I just want better communication for all citizens and not have the feeling that things are done behind closed doors and leaked out to the citizens after the fact. We want to be involved, have some say about what goes on in our ward and in our city. And about the signing in, I have a difficult time getting here. I asked for my name to be put on the list. I don't see anything wrong with that. I'm a citizen, and I have a right to be heard too. I sincerely thank you for your time and for listening. Hopefully, some answers will be coming forth. Thank you, and have a great evening.
Thank you.
That concludes public comment.
Okay. So we're, so we have, what, 6 minutes for emails?
We do, but the person that emailed me is not a resident of the city nor the state. So.
Is that a
Attorney
requirement that we
Winston,
have?
Do I read that comment? I mean, yes, your discretion.
Oh. I think,
1 second. This comment is from Sharon Costello of Allen, Texas. Dear Council, at the last public hearing and City Council meeting on June 7, 2024, I watched and listened as your numerous constituents in your community stood before you and overwhelmingly begged for you to not cut spending or freeze hiring for public safety staff. Almost everyone who spoke on the issue expressed grave concerns about the crime rate and other safety concerns in College Park and the negative impact it is having on themselves, their families, and their neighbors. Not a single council member offered a rationale for these budget cuts or offered to address the concerns. You sat silently most of the time and took other speaking opportunities to pat yourselves on the back about how excited you are to have $3.8 million earmarked for pet projects that your constituents in your ward were supposedly specifically requesting. When given the opportunity to speak about community engagement opportunities aside from cookbooks and birthday cards, Mr. Karn discussed the importance of having a self-defense course for community members. Should this be interpreted as you better learn some self-defense because you're on your own? I certainly hope not, but why fight for money to offer self-defense courses in the budget when you are not fighting to ensure the overall public safety of everyone in College Park, whether they work, live, or simply passing through the city? Self-defense courses are a smart idea, but the bigger issue of the general public safety must be first addressed. When I think of public safety, I think not only of the police, fire, or paramedics, but I also think of code enforcement. A woman stood before you and spoke about the deplorable living conditions she and other residents are experiencing in their own apartment complex. Beefing up code enforcement and ensuring that there are plenty of law enforcement and fire safety officials in the community is paramount. Every city in America is having a tough time recruiting public safety officers, especially law enforcement right now. A city should never freeze spending and recruitment efforts for any public safety positions. Doing so essentially invites trouble to your own community. You regularly talk about how your city has the smallest resident population, but swells over 100,000 people during the day, and how are you the home of the world's busiest airport? While you may have a small resident population, you are part of a large metropolitan area. The public safety concerns are enormous, and College Park needs to be over-prepared rather than underserved and undertrained. You don't want to find yourself in the middle of a mass casualty incident or an active shooter situation, or fighting a fire at the battery facility and have the first responders be unprepared or simply not adequate in numbers to respond appropriately. There's no time to stop and hire more people in the middle of a crisis response, and there's no guarantee that neighboring cities will have the ability to help you when critically needed. Some discussions was had that the public safety budget cuts were a result of the heads of those departments not raising their voices during the budget planning meeting. Simply stated, that is absurd. There was money on the budget during the planning meetings. Why did they have to affirmably speak up to keep it there? That's like me saying bread was on the shopping list, and that's it.
All right, thank you.
Budget is skipped. So we're gonna moving to 8B, consideration of an action on request to approve partner match financial commitment by the City of College Park in amount of $15,000 for the planning and development of the Flint River Gateway Trails Master Plan. This serves all wards. This is sponsored by Shannon James and Emmanuel Adedarian, Interim Manager.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Councilmember McKenzie. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Arnold. Any discussion?
Basically, we, I do.
Councilmember McKenzie?
Yeah, basically, for those of you, so we want to try to explain to people who were not here during the workshop session, this is what ARC is requesting of us in the Aerotropolis in order for us to move forward with the Flint, not the Flint River project, but with attaching the belt line onto the City of College Park. And so we're going to be doing a study and before the actual project begins, and there is over $1 million needed for this study. So they have asked the City of College Park to give us $15,000. East Point will be giving $15,000, Hateville $15,000, Clayton County will be giving $200,000, and Aerotropolis will be giving $5,000. So this is just a piece of our putting into as a seed, I would say, so that we can be a part of this amazing project. When you think in terms of attaching the City of College Park to the belt line, and once this is completed, the belt line will actually run through several parts of our city. And those of you that are familiar in the metropolitan area with communities that are on the belt line or have the belt line running through them, it changes the whole trajectory for good for those communities. It brings a lot of business, but it also gives us more walking trails, and it's just a wonderful project. So that's what the $15,000 is for.
Any further discussion?
Yes.
Councilmember Carr?
City Manager, as I talked about during the workshop, I just want to make sure that our partner options are intact. Whereas it does say the project management team shall consist of representatives from each partner organization, like College Park, like Hateville, so on and so forth. And that person is appointed by an executive committee member from each organization. So we want to make sure that we have our options in terms of selecting our project management team as well as executive committee partners. So I second that.
It's already been seconded.
Oh, sorry.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
That is unanimous.
8C, consideration of an action on the request from the Arabi Communal Improvement Union to hold the Iguamian Cultural Exhibition / Picnic event on July 20th, 2024 from 8 a.m. until 6 p.m. at the Charles E. Phillips Park. This request is from me. This will be held in Ward 4.
Is there a motion?
Discussion. I believe at our last meeting, we said that we would hold discussion before we call a motion in a second. I do have a question on.
But we're following Robert's rules, though. Is there a motion?
Robert's rules, we're not following, we're following the City of College Park's rules.
Okay,
that
so
have been
we're
prescribed
we're
through
not
the
following
city.
ordinance 2024-01 then? Okay, all right,
We
go
are
ahead.
following what has been the, prior to that, and I am not sure what you're talking about, Mayor. So, but last week, anyway, we decided that we would have discussion before the second and the motion in the second.
Okay. let's discuss.
So was this particular company, did we hear from them today, this Agua Mang Cultural Exhibition? Did they come today?
Abarabi, no, they came at the last meeting.
Okay.
We were stuck on the 2 meetings, so we changed it to back-to-back.
Okay, that was all, I just had that question.
Okay, this wasn't one of the 2 on the workshop.
No, sir, this was the last one. Before, under the directive that I was giving, it was that they would come for a workshop, explain their event, come back again to get approval. But that kind of ties up the process, and some of these dates are time sensitive, so it's easier to just do workshop regular and just
Right,
cut it
well,
off
that's how we
regular.
normally did it, but that's a good way to confuse the situation. Is this group here, Etta
Ababi?
Beta?
No, sir, they're not. They're not.
They were here at the last.
No, that's a different one.
They were here at the last
They-
meeting.
Edify Beta did come today and speak to us.
Okay, they came today to speak to?
No, sir.
No, they were
We're
here,
on
they were
C.
here
We're
at the
on another
previous
one.
meeting.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh,
You're on the wrong
okay,
agenda
I'm
item.
all right. And how many people were this?
300.
were there
Yes, this group was running at 300.
At Phillips Park?
Yes, sir. They're
Uh,
having a cultural picnic there. They're also at the GICC, I believe.
Michelle, they're at the GICC as well?
Yes, they have like a whole,
Ms. Miller's shaking her head. I don't,
Mercedes,
they
can you,
didn't, they
come
didn't
on-
mention
come on
anything
down.
about the GICC. They didn't say anything about the GICC when they were here.
Councilman, they were, when they were here, they talked about 2 of them staying at the Mario.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
they were
this
the ones
last
talking about
meeting.
staying at the
I'm
Mario.
so tired.
Okay, Michelle, you familiar with this one?
If we're talking about the Tigray, is that the one that we're talking about?
No, ma'am. We're
The-
talking
on the-
about
on the agenda here.
Abiriba Communal Improvement Union. They came at our last meeting.
it's the one that we met that had their own security.
Is this the one at Phillips that they were just going to do the picnic in the park? Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. Yeah, we spoke with them and it did tell them that the soccer field was completely off limits. And they were absolutely okay with that. They just wanted to do a picnic in the park.
So, where are the 300 folks gonna go if they're not utilizing the soccer field exactly?
Not, that one, I don't remember it being that many.
So,
Go ahead.
so what, we devised the plan is that the basketball field, that area right there, and they're gonna utilize the parking lot as well. From what we discussed after we informed them that the soccer field wasn't available, they were gonna hire their own security to make sure that none of the people get on the soccer field, in injunction with a College Park police officer stationed at the field as well, because of crowd control.
Okay, what about additional crowd control from our police department?
That was something required, I
What about
believe.
cleanup? What about these type of services and additional things we're gonna have to cover? Have we-
Okay.
Have we discussed that? Have we come up with
So
a plan?
special permits are done through the city clerks. All our discussion was the soccer field, because we had put brand-new sod on there, so there's nobody to be on the field until August, even our soccer program. So that was the only input that I had for the special permit.
Got it. City clerk, do we have a plan for all of those things I just asked about?
Deputy, so yes,
Sorry,
they are
excuse me,
gonna pay for
deputy.
staff, to clean the park, so they're aware of the fees associated with it.
And how much are they paying? What's the estimate?
PD, is
We have a
65 an hour, and then, recreation is 35 hours for their staff to clean the park and the restrooms and that part.
No, we don't clean the
I
park.
mean, not the restroom,
Yeah,
but like-
recreation, that would be Public Works.
Okay, here's the thing. I'm hearing too much. Yes, it's covered. No, it's not covered. Yes, it's covered. No, it's not covered. City manager,
Yes, sir.
I don't know which direction it's, I'm hearing one thing from one department, and I'm hearing another from another department, with this one. And it sounds like to me, and this is just me, it sounds like we don't know have enough information here to make a competent decision on this one, as far as I can hear. Because I'm hearing one thing. Mercedes, you have the information?
I do. One of my staff members just sent me information. They have 200 rooms at the Marriott, and they did a buyout for dinner, and they have 900 people that's going to be at the GICC.
Okay, exhibit hall or back ballroom?
I think it's the ballroom and one of the exhibit halls.
Okay, can somebody tell me what the coverage is and the coverage amount is for the Phillips Park portion of what they want to do at Phillips Park, which is the only thing we're looking at approving?
Rephrase your question? I'm not understanding.
I can't hear you.
I said
Could you hear me?
I can hear you, I just didn't understand your question.
What's the full coverage amount for all of the things that they want to do at Phillips Park?
They
Do we
want-
have everything covered properly? Police, public safety, is everything going to be paid for? What is the total amount we're looking at so we can feel like we're covering our expenses and what we're going to be dealing with here?
The police officer they ask that the police officer be stationed there, they'll be paid per hour, so 65 per hour. And then, of course, the staff of the restrooms is 35 an hour.
Okay, I already heard all of that.
Correct.
Is there a total? What is the total this group is paying us for the usage of Phillips Park? That's what I'm asking. Now, if anybody doesn't have the answer to that question, I'm going to recommend we table it.
1 second.
City Manager, I recommend we table it. That's my motion.
Ms. Brown there's already a pending motion on the floor, and Ms. Brown is trying to get the information for you.
There isn't a motion.
Oh, I apologize, that's
I
right.
made a motion.
We don't need a motion. You said you want to table, you make it a motion to table.
My motion is to table.
Oh, okay.
Can we
Second,
get the proper information?
second on that motion.
Hold on. Okay, Councilmember Carnes made a motion to table. Councilmember McKenzie, you second? Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Any further discussion?
And it's not against the organization or have anything against the organization. But if staff doesn't have it together yet, then we're not going to just jump into something blind here and not know what the heck is going on.
It's unfortunate we didn't ask these questions of them when they were here, but is there any
Well, I
other?
assume we would have that today, and I would assume that they would have been here. I know I would have if I wanted my program approved. So,
Well, like I said, it's unfortunate we didn't
Yeah,
ask
I
those
agree.
questions when they were present. Any other further discussion?
I have some discussion.
Councilmember Gay?
Please, make sure that you go to the live Facebook and get your answers addressed. You can rewatch at any time. There will be a response to some of the comments. Councilmember Cohen, at Phillips Park, I was there today. I was there yesterday, I was there the day before yesterday, and the day after that, and the day before that, the day before that, the day before that, and then probably for the whole year. Every day. I can tell you what tree is leaning, I can tell you what litter was on the ground, I can tell you what fence is unlocked, I can tell you what light is unlocked. So what I want to say is the old people did come down here, they were standing right there, and y'all drilled the people. I think and I don't care, you can table it, but what I don't want is for us to be, they was here, we got our answers. I think this is more of an administrative thing, and she's bringing it back on the agenda because we didn't vote on it that day they were here. So,
You want to take the motion back?
That being the case, Councilmember Gay, Councilmember McKenzie,
Yeah, I'll take my second back.
I rescind that tabling now.
the only reason is, I don't want them people to say, to show up at our park, knowing full well that when they left, you were encouraging them. I think you were. And then I don't want them to show up, and then that's an issue. Which just brings me to another point. We need to come up with clear guidelines for this park, because it's very popular. And until we do that, we're gonna be faced with, so thank you for protecting the process, but with this particular group, they were here.
Okay, so we pretty much vetted them. All right, well, City Manager, I would
It was
just
a
say,
long night.
in terms of the confusion with this, when we got something on the workshop, I don't see any reason why we're not looking at it at the regular session, if we're gonna do that, where we're not mixed up. We had one park outfit that wanted to use the park last week. We did not have them on the regular session to vote. They're on this session. Then we had two more in workshop here that were similar. So I just wanna make sure they got all their ducks in a row. So Michelle, You feel competent that they got everything together here?
Okay.
All right, okay, I'm going by what you're saying, and,
Motion to approve.
Hold on, there's a pending motion. There's a motion to table. Any further discussion?
I was,
He
I,
took it back.
I was in that motion to table.
Okay, Councilmember Carn has rescinded his motion. Is there another motion?
Motion to approve that we make sure, Ms. Johnson, that we let them know that the soccer field is closed, and that you send staff out there, put some cones or something, please. And that's gonna be about 20 facts that I'm gonna be giving tonight about my darling seniors. It's gonna be 20 facts that I'm gonna be talking about that me and my family has spent since 2015 protecting our darling seniors. And please, those are listening, go to Facebook Live and you're gonna hear facts on what has been done for our darling seniors.
There's a motion on the floor to approve. Is there a second?
I'll second with,
Thank you,
with a
Councilmember
slight-
Carn.
With a slight friendly amendment, what Councilmember gave, it's okay. City Manager, I'm fine with the second, if that motion will include, any additional administrative safeguards that you feel necessary to make sure this thing goes as advertised. Does that make sense? Michelle, you understand what we're saying here? All right. Just double check and make sure we're covered. All right.
Councilmember Gay, what is your motion?
Motion to approve the, organization assuming that they, Ms. Johnson, ensure that all the safeguards are in place that we agree.
And Councilmember Carn, your second is to that?
With the safeguards, but at the end of the day, that the city manager deems proper. Along
Councilmember
with,
Gay's motion is for the administrative safeguards. Do you second that motion?
Joe, let me add what you said. Just say what you
I
said.
second that motion with what I added. Queenie,
But he's made a motion, so if you want to make some amendments, that's fine. But if somebody else just wants to second what he said, that's fine too. But he's got to either make the motion in the way that he sees fit, or
Madam Mayor,
Okay,
I second the motion with a friendly
Mayor,
amendment.
let's do this.
So I agree.
Let me reverse my motion. Let Councilman Cohen make the motion, and I'll second his motion.
you're going to rescind your motion?
Yes, ma'am.
Councilmember Carn, do you have a motion?
I do. Motion for approval, again, with city manager, making sure that any additional administrative safeguards are in place, along with staff.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Gay. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? That is unanimous. Thank you.
Consideration of action on a request from Ada Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated to host the Gloria Chapman Walkathon on July 23rd, 2024, from 12:30 p.m. until 2:30 p.m. at the Atlanta Airport Marriott Gateway Hotel. This is from me, Ward 2.
Is there a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Councilmember McKenzie. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Carn. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. That is unanimous.
Consideration of action on a request from Sip and Sit ATL to host Summer Soul Festival on July 27, 2024, from 12:30 until 8 p.m. at Charles E. Phillips Esquire Park. This request is from me, Ward 4.
Is there a motion? There is no motion. Move on to item F.
8F, consideration of an action on a request from the Tigray community in Atlanta to hold the 50th anniversary of the Union of Tigerians in North America from July 9th through 11th, 2024, and July 14th from 12 p.m. until 1:30 at Charles E. Senior Esquire Park. This request is from myself, Ward 4.
Is there a motion?
Discussion. Now, was this the one with the room nights and the exhibition halls, Mercedes?
Yes.
All right,
Is there a motion to approve?
motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Carn. Is there a second?
Second with discussion.
Thank you, Councilmember Gay.
That's what he was saying. You see how you added this on the same,
Makes it a little
agenda?
confusing, that's all.
I understand, I was given previous directives to do back to
Oh,
back.
no, I wasn't directing that to you. I'm directing it to
Oh, I
Con,
understand.
not you.
And Councilmember Gay, you know, we want the community outfits and activities to come in. City manager, I would also make the caveat that we make sure you implement any additional administrative safeguards on these two until we get some policy in place for these large gatherings. Does that make sense, y'all? Just wanna, which we need to do pretty forthwith. Summertime's here, y'all.
Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, that is unanimous.
8G, consideration of action on approved service/repair agreement from Stryker for 6 LifePak 15 automatic external defibrillators, cataract monitor at a cost of $13,224. This request is from Chief of Fire Wade Elmore. This is a budget item, so will service all wards.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Councilmember Arnold. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember McKenzie. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, that's unanimous.
H, consideration of an action on a request to approve the proposed residential electric rates to be effective July 1, 2024. This request is from Power Department Director Hugh Richardson. This will affect all wards.
Is there a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Carney. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember McKenzie. Any discussion?
Did you have something? You wanna just give a quick?
No, this is a year-round 6% residential rate decrease, including the senior rate.
All right.
Make sure that was heard by the residents. It's a decrease.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? That is unanimous.
AI, consideration of an action on a request to approve a service agreement renewal with Interactive Utility Communications Call Center. This is a request from Power Department Director Hugh Richardson. This is a budget item. This will affect all wards.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Councilmember McKenzie. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Carney. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll move forward to a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. That is unanimous.
8J, consideration of an action on a request for approval to extend contract to July 31st, 2024 for Rose Stewart and approve additional estimated expenses. This request is from the interim city manager, Emmanuel Darren. This is not a budget item.
So move. A motion to approve.
Thank you, Councilmember Gay. Is there a second?
Second, discussion.
Thank you, Councilmember Carn. Councilmember Carn, go ahead.
All right, so city manager, we got some more wrap-up to do over here, I guess. Yeah, I don't know if you remember, but in the last meeting, I think 2 meetings ago, I also asked for proficiency tests. I think that's very important going forward. We want to make sure applicants that are qualified on paper are qualified as advertised. So we want to come up with something that's going to cover us to make sure we're getting what we think we're getting when we hire. And I know that takes a little extra time, but I think it's well worth the stretch. You know, I've seen a lot of folks interview a lot of folks and department heads and so on and so forth, and you know, some folks give such a great interview and it's so convincing that you're ready to hire them on the spot and make them vice president of your organization. And then you may realize 6 months later that their best skill is giving great interviews, despite what the qualifications on the paper say. So a proficiency test is a good safeguard just to make sure that we're getting what we think we are getting and what they're claiming that these folks have these abilities to do. So I understand that takes a little more time, but in the long run, that's going to pay off and cover us so that we don't have a situation where we have turnaround from unqualified folks that we thought were proficient. So.
Councilmember McKenzie.
Ms. Stewart, one of the comments tonight was, why should we extend your contract? What are some of the things that you're doing right now and the reason why the contract needs to be extended?
Well, some of the things I've been doing since I arrived with the city, it has been dealing with personnel matters that I don't think should be discussed openly in this forum. But I'm also working with the executive search, with the executive search firm to go, to look at some of the positions that are vacant, some of the department head positions, so that we can get those filled.
Okay. Thank you very much.
In addition to what Councilman Carnes said, we are also looking at adjusting some of the processes we have for hiring as far as interview questions, and he had requested some information on testing.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Stewart, could you share that any information that you share with one of us needs to be shared with all of us?
Oh, definitely, definitely.
And Dr. Adediran, this is beyond the scope of Ms. Stewart's initial contract, is it not?
Her initial contract was to, the issue with HR, we had a report that was done, and it was never looked into. So to have a resolution involving HR, it involved IT, and I
Finance.
believe one more.
Finance.
Yeah, finance, yes. And that was the initial, and that was what she was working on. And since then, issues came up with the recruitment for the vacant positions, and so that's, the extent of her assignment.
So it's beyond the scope of her initial contract, is that?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Understood.
The initial was just HR to do the investigation. HR, IT, and finance. But since then, she helping with the recruitment. Go ahead.
Councilmember Carr?
City manager, I know most of our contracts, last time I recall, they also include, usually language that speaks to any additional task as required as well. So we try to keep some little bit of broadness in there. Recruitment and retention has been a big issue for all cities. And our HR department was really in need of some overhaul. No slight to HR that's here, but we had a different director then, and we definitely needed to make some changes, I thought. And it takes time to turn that around again. No city department works well if HR is not being able to do what they need to do to bring in the qualified folks to do the jobs for the residents. So it takes a bit of time, and I think we're getting close to getting this done here. So
I have a comment.
Councilmember Gay?
So thank you for continuing to serve. Two things I hope that you could consider if you have time to add them to your extended list. It's one of the council members talked about administrative policies across the city. Look at those in terms of duplication. I assume that's what they were saying, or how they can be improved, today's standards. But also, one thing I noticed is that a lot of our job descriptions are outdated. Some of the things that we need if we don't ask for, like, I don't want to get too into it, but we have some directors' positions that are back 7, 8, 9, 10 years ago. Then when you bring people to these new jobs, they are doing what you tell them, but it may not be what the organization needs today, like AI. I mean, you might need a director that understands AI. I don't know, but that's just an example. You might need directors that can work in different departments, but they can also write grants. There's nothing wrong with department directors bringing that skill set. You don't have to be the grants administrator, but they can know how to. We have an engineer across the street who actually has the ability to do procurement. He just taught that to me the other day. It's in his system. He literally can do it. So one thing I'm asking you to do is to bring us up to current 2024 standard.
Yes, sir. And that's one of the things Ms. Gilbert and I have been talking about, is looking at our job descriptions, and some of those that are outdated, we are discussing the idea of getting those up to date.
So all of this is beyond the scope, Dr. Adediran, of the initial contract?
No, that's.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, it's beyond the scope. And each month, that's why we come before the governing body, to explain, why we need to extend, and you'll get the report too anyway.
May I add
Councilmember
something? If you look at the contract again on that final page, it does spell out some of the things that,
Yes.
that I am doing and have been doing.
Yes, I'm just saying that the things that we're talking about now are beyond the scope of that.
Bottom line, does it still need to be done? We got,
Yes.
we gotta get it done. So if you gotta add a little addendum on it or whatever, you don't have to necessarily overhaul the whole contract, do you? All right, well, we add on whatever needs to get done, let's get it done. Okay. Let's quit messing around with it. Let's go.
Okay.
So is this contract scheduled to end July 31st now?
Yes, ma'am. July 31st, yes.
Do you foresee, and how many hours would you anticipate from now until July 31st?
No, I mean, how many hours you think?
I currently work approximately 25 to 30 hours a week. And so that just depends, you know, on what's going on.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, move to a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
That is unanimous.
8K, consideration of an action on the request to renew an annual contract with the Ferguson Group LLC, federal lobbyist for the city of College Park, an amount of $85,000. This item is requested by Airport and Governmental Affairs Director Rebecca Carter. This affects all wards.
Is there a motion?
Motion with discussion.
Thank you, Councilmember Carn. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Arnold. Councilmember Carn, go right ahead.
You with the Ferguson Group, right?
Hi, good afternoon. How are you?
So are you the new Kareem?
I am the Kai.
All right, I hear
Yeah,
you.
it's nice to see you, Councilman Karn. Mayor, how are you? I won't take up much of your time. I just wanted to come, and Charmaine and Jennifer wanted to be here. They've been a little wound up, but I made the trip to make sure that we showed face here today. Just a couple points I just want to make sure that we all understand about the progress of College Park. For the residents as well, that in FY '23, the College Park got $373,000 for public safety, $2.5 million for Southeast Sewer Wastewater Pump Station. In FY '24, you got $500,000 for finding the Flint, $959,752 for the City of College Park's water supply project, and in FY '25 this year, which I had the privilege of working with you on, we Senator Warnock sponsored $1.2 million for our Camp Truett project, $2.13 million for the lead galvanized project. Senator Ossoff also did not sponsor Camp Truett, but he did sponsor the lead galvanized project as well. Congressman Scott, the lead galvanized project as well, and Congresswoman Williams, the lead galvanized project as well. So we've made a lot of progress. We're excited about the future of College Park. I can tell you in DC, they know you very well. They're proud of your work. And so for the residents, as far as my place tonight, you guys have been doing a great job, and we're happy to have you as a. We do hope to continue our relationship. Other than that, I won't take up.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Carn?
Just a bit of discussion. They've done a great job. I was the one that hired the Ferguson Group and suggested that we have a federal lobbyist for reasons which are obvious.
Come on back.
City manager, I guess it's more for you. Now, I do understand that the Ferguson Group does offer additional services to municipalities. Now, one suggestion I would have, we usually about at the same amount annually for the contract. I would say maybe we approve this up to $100,000 for reasons which are obvious. As you know, we're in kind of a lurch here. You follow me? So if we do need some additional, we got it. If we so choose to go past your 85 and need some additional services.
Absolutely, and of course I'll be there. I'll be there. You know that.
Is that
What
going to
a-
be a budgeted item?
What additional services are we talking about? Is that because we don't have a Director of Airport Affairs after June 30th?
Well, amongst other things, yes. And we want to make sure we're, covered there in the event we do need additional services.
Is it budgeted?
I don't think it is, but that would be just a recommendation there to make sure we're covered. And we may not have to use it, but if we got it there, we're covered just in case we do.
If I hear you correctly, Councilman, it's 85,000 back. We have $15,000 extra if we need their services.
Just a contingency.
Contingency,
That's just my recommendation.
I want to thank you for coming today, and actually been working with Jennifer since my days of starting the chaplaincy program here back in 2017. So it's just been an honor, and we're just really happy that you guys have really been working for us. And so I just wanted to say thank you.
It's been our pleasure. Thank you all so much.
Councilmember Gay?
I have a couple comments. First off, is it pronounced Kai?
Kai, yes, sir.
Morehouse, right?
Yes, sir.
This is one of my son's classmates. He didn't realize who he was till I sent a picture of us up in Washington. And he said, "You with my classmate." But, you know, my situation is not as optimistic as my colleagues. You know, I don't have any problem with the lead. You know, that's a serious problem. I don't know where in our city we have lead pipes. I'm sure y'all gonna figure that out. But my concern is, I wish that the lobbyists, because that's what the lobbyists do, they lobby. I wish they'd lobby harder for initiatives like Camp Truett. And let me tell you why. You got 3 senators sponsoring lead projects. But did at any time anyone from our firm say, hey, you know, by the way, you know, we sent the same ask to the other federal legislators? Because what I don't see is that same passion with Camp Truett. And, you know, when we first moved to College Park in 1998, I seen all these children that didn't look like us, or didn't look like me. As soon as they left and Camp Truett fell under administrators that looked like me, nothing has never happened. To this day. And you take somebody like Hodefield, who said that had it not been for his mama dropping him to the wire on Bankhead, he may not have made it. So all I'm just trying to tell you is, please be passionate to our legislators about other projects. And one last thing I tell you, if you ever read Nakima Williams and Senator Ossoff's appropriations, man, they get millions of dollars for similar suited initiatives. They gave one nonprofit $2.5 million. So they may feel like, hey, lead, you know, because some things are trigger words, lead. But do we need that much money, and do we need a duplication of appropriation as? Do you understand what I'm saying?
I completely understand. If I may explain a couple things about Camp Truett, because that project was specifically me. I worked on that project, and we discussed that project in DC. There was a reason we did it the way we did it. And I would push back on the notion just a bit about the fact that we didn't necessarily push, because I will tell you, I personally spent hours speaking with Senator Warnock's office, Senator Ossoff's office, and Congressman Scott's office. The problem with the Camp Truett site is that it had to be a multi-pronged issue. It couldn't have been a one-stop shop appropriations request for it all at once. Number two, the Camp Truett project itself was not hammered out in a phase-like fashion that we could present in appropriations. In fact, Councilman, I will tell you, the plan for Camp Truett that I created myself is a multi-pronged appropriations process that will also take part in FY26 for Part 2. The $1.2 million granted this year, sponsored this year, if it makes it through, will be the first part that is required for the demolition of the hazardous sites that we have at Camp Truett. It's a revitalization of the campground so that we can build the garden spaces that we discussed. But it had to be a first step. We couldn't get all the money at once. That was explained to the senators, but the senators' offices, so you understand where we were, the senators' offices said to us that they had an issue with HUD and the extent of the project and what was allowed to be covered. So I had to phase it out. What I did in this project this year for Camp Truett specifically was 1.2 million, in excess of what we originally thought it was going to be, because I wanted to get the project started, because that was the best way to present it in DC at that time. Now that we have phased it out, we know what phase 2 and phase 3 are going to look like. So I want to, for your peace of mind, clearly say it's not a matter that we haven't advocated for it. In fact, we spent more time advocating for Camp Truett and the plan for the future to get it all done, more than we did for lead galvanized pipes. And so I hear you, but in fact, when you presented that project to us, we knew it was going to be a large project. The senators knew it too. We had a problem trying to figure out what needed to be done in the immediate. When we did that, we got the sponsorship for 1.2.
That's fair.
Next year, we have phase 2 ready to go as well.
That's fair. Just one clarification.
Yes, sir.
If we are fortunate to get the grant for phase 1, as you said, demolition, we also have the EPA abatement money already in-house.
Mhm.
Do we have the flexibility to tweak that to some other eligible use?
I'll
if
need
we
to,
are?
I don't want to give an actual answer at City Council right now because I do not particularly know. I need to look at the guidance.
fair
But
enough.
of course, I will get back to you on that before I leave for DC.
Thank you for your explanation. Have a safe travels back to Washington.
Thank you so much, Councilman.
All right, any further discussion?
Thank you all so much. God bless.
Councilmember Carn?
Right, so,
No, hold on.
Oh, okay. Yes, sir.
So, yeah, with the lead pipes, obviously, I think we had 3 sponsorships for that. We
Yes.
did about 1 for Camp Truett. Now, with 1 sponsorship, how likely, obviously, the 3 sponsorships is more likely to go.
Mhm.
But what are the chances of the 1.2? We would like to get it if we can. Is 1 senator enough?
1 senator is definitely enough to get it through, and the sponsorship of it is now it has been made. They are happy to do it. We've also told them thank you, which goes a long way in DC for this. They know that this is important. It is enough, but we also are now in the committee phase of Congress, which is out of their hands, and it's kind of out of our hands. Now, historically, Camp Truett, College Park has been very successful with their appropriations packages going through Congress. So I won't necessarily say it. I would say yes, they are enough. And 2, though we don't know what will happen, we're going to make it through. When I tell you, and I have no reason to not, when I tell you we've advocated for this project over and over, multiple meetings, they are very familiar with the Camp Truett Phase 1 project.
And I'm 100% for the Camp Truett revitalization. I've been pushing for that for some years. But now any revitalization project is likely not going to trump lead pipes. No pun intended. I mean to say trump. But did you kind of emphasize the buy-in from Fulton County? Because I think they're going to be willing to partner with us was that a factor in, and did you make sure that was emphasized?
It was a factor, and I will tell the city council that it became both, it's a factor that became both a hindrance and a help. And we had to work around that, because there was a period where we were pushing up against the deadline, and Fulton County was hemming and hawing a little bit about what our project priorities were in College Park, and if the green space that we were creating at Camp Truett would be a contrast to the botanical gardens in Atlanta. We had to have a meeting with their intergovernmental affairs to explain that, and that's how we got the support letter for them to present to Congress, which all members of Congress got because we gave it to them. So their buy-in was well known, but I will say I'm not sure what they said, but they did present a letter of support in support of
All
that.
right, I got it. Obviously, I think you guys have been doing a great job with us. City Manager, I would recommend the addition of a $15,000 contingency there just in case, but that's just my recommendation. Make sure we got everything we need here.
All right,
So, have we done a motion on this?
there's a motion on the floor.
Did that include the additional $15,000?
It did not.
That's the reason why we need discussion before.
Well, I would modify that motion, whoever made it, to include that additional contingency money that we may or may not have to use, but it'd be good if it's there, because we may very well need it.
Mayor, I just have a point of clarification.
Well, hold on a second. Councilmember Carn made the motion.
It's
So-
about the motion.
He's amending his motion to include 100,000, up to $100,000 instead of 85 for the Ferguson Group contract. Was it Councilmember McKenzie that made the second? Arnold, I apologize. Do you still maintain that second?
As long as we've identified where the additional funds are coming from.
That's my only question. Got a budget tonight. It's gotta be balanced to zero. So
That's right.
Right, so if we can find the funds, I'd like to, and it's not just to take it to 100,000, just to add $15,000 in contingency.
Okay.
I need clarification. Is the motion that we take $15,000 out of the general fund, that is a freeze on spending by all departments, or is it to take $15,000 and add it to the new budget, and then she changed the new budget to add $15,000?
Well, technically speaking, there is a contingency line of I saw one even in several contingency lines that we could probably pull that out of, right out there. And there's several others in some other departments as well. So I think we got some wiggle room there, right? Okay. Well,
What about if we just keep it at the 85,000, and if it comes to the point where something else is needed and we're in the new budget year, then we just revisit it? But I don't want to
Okay.
fool around with the budget right now.
all right, okay.
So I'm saying that just leave it at 85,000. I'm not making a motion, I'm just making a statement, and you can redo your motion.
I'll back up my motion to that. And in the event something comes up, we take another look at if we do need additional funds.
So you've withdrawn your motion. Has anyone made a motion to approve this contract? Has anybody been doing that?
I withdraw my motion and make a motion to approve the contract as is, and with the caveat that if we do need more funds, we'll take a look at it in the future. See if, all right.
So the motion is to approve the Ferguson Group contract for $85,000. Is there a second?
A second.
Thank you, Councilmember Arnold. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right. That is unanimous. Thank you.
Consideration of action on the request to approve payment to East Point Police Department for service rendered in amount of $13,380. This item is requested by Chief of Police Connie Rogers to serve all wards. This is budgeted.
Motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Carn. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Arnold. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Item M,
Wait,
consideration.
hold on. Was that everyone? Is Councilmember McKenzie?
I
were you
said
okay?
aye.
Okay, all right. That is unanimous.
M, consideration of an action on a request to approve the renewal invoice from Leads Online in the amount of $18,804. This item is requested by Chief of Police Connie Rogers to serve all wards. Budgeted item.
Is there a motion?
This is 8L, right?
8M, as in Mary. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Councilmember Arnold. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Carn. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. That is unanimous.
In consideration of an action on a request to renew the Yamaha lease agreement for 36 golf cart and 1 utility car for the historic College Park Golf Course in the amount of $38,858.40. This request is from GIC Gateway Arena and Historic College Golf Course. Executive Director Mercedes Miller. This is a service Ward 2. This is budgeted.
there a motion?
Discussion.
Is there a motion?
Discussion.
Discussion, Mayor, discussion.
I only have-
Councilmember Gay, go right ahead.
I just had one simple question. In this lease, will we be able to use the golf carts outside of the golf course for city-related events?
Yes, sir. As I explained last year, it's in there.
That was my only question.
Okay.
Parades and everything else.
That was my only question.
Is there a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Carn. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Arnold. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. That is unanimous.
Item O, consideration of action on the request for approval to utilize Sumter Local Government Consulting for Department Recruitment Services National Search and authorize city manager to negotiate an agreement with Sumter Local Government Consulting with substantially the same terms as the city form service agreement. This request is from interim city manager Emmanuel Adediran. This is budgeted.
Is there a motion?
Discussion?
All right, so that doesn't fall in line with Robert's rules, but, which is what was passed on
Discussion.
ordinance 2024-01, so we're also not following ordinance 2024-01. But go ahead, Councilmember Gay.
Is it possible that we can add the position for budget, for grants? I don't see the grants person in this recruitment firm. The grant director, person is over grants and special projects, I don't see them in this recruitment.
At the time that I did this recruitment, that position had not been discussed with me or mentioned to me, but we can certainly, of course, look at that, of course.
Is that,
Yeah,
I think we need to add it.
yeah, we do need to add it.
And, I had a
That's all I
question. I had a question.
Councilmember Carn?
All right, now, this is Warren's group, right? Rose Christian? Okay.
Yes, yes.
Now, I thought I saw somewhere in his agreements that when we started, oh, here he is. Hey, all right, come on up here. All right. How you doing? Happy Father's Day.
How you doing, Councilman?
And one of the things, ways you sold or something, sold me on it. You had that kind of I guess it wasn't a money-back guarantee, but if we went with one of your folks, if they stayed less than a year, that you'd do that recruitment free of charge. Is that my understanding?
Except for expenses, yes, sir.
Right. So in terms of city manager, he wasn't here a year. So so that one's on you, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So we're doing the city manager recruitment.
That's not on,
That's
That's not on this.
Well, my thought was, are we gonna throw that on here, or since it's not gonna be a cost for us with that one, right?
No, it's whenever y'all just direct me to start the search on
All right,
something.
and what I'm saying is, if we're gonna throw out a search for that eventually, this would be a free search. Are y'all following me?
I totally follow.
Well, I'm sure you follow, but I think it's something that we need to do regardless of whatever decision we come to. I think we put it out there, obviously, top position in the city. I think Dr. Emmanuel is doing an incredible job, goes without saying. But I think prudence demands that we put it out, obviously. We've got the guy here, we had a guarantee of less than a year, we get a free re-up. So it doesn't cost us anything, so it makes sense to me. Unless you all want to look at it in the future and pay somebody full freight for it again.
I'm okay with it. The other council members?
Is there a motion?
I still need discussion. I had a question.
All right, Councilmember.
I have
We
a
can do
couple-
discussion
I have
after.
a question for you, Miss, what's your name?
Stewart?
Okay. Ms. Stewart, I had a question for you. How'd you come out selecting, great firm, by the way, I think he does amazing, but how'd you come across selecting him? We could've just called him ourselves. How did you select him?
I had chosen I had looked at several companies, and so just a matter of doing some research. And so when I located the Sumter Group, and I had called them, and I went on the website, and I realized at that time when I went to the website that they had already conducted some searches for the city. And so I contacted them, and they did have some information regarding the positions that they had selected for us in the past. And so that's how I contacted them.
The only thing I would add, which may not be part of your business model, but we're about to attend the Georgia Municipal Association. And our mayor is one of the,
I'm the second vice president of GMA.
She's the second vice president of GMA. Congratulations. But what I will tell you is an awesome amount of talent down there. In fact, one year before we did your search, I myself was talking to the city manager for Savannah, who had just got hired. I was like, hey, man, is it too late for you to reconsider? So my point is, there is a city manager luncheon. Are you planning on coming down there, or are you putting out fillers for that?
Yes, I'll be at the conference.
Good,
And,
good.
yes.
Will you do the posts on the wall, the job posts, you know, when you go in and register, they got a wall? I mean, there are ways that you can,
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's a great conference, and there'll certainly be a lot of folks there that are in the market for jobs, and that's the reason I'm there, is to talk to folks and kind of do my job.
okay.
I'll be there.
So you're gonna add the grants director? He's gonna
If
add
y'all add
grants?
it, I'll certainly work on it.
Councilman Gay, you know, there've been lots of department heads that have found a new home there over the years. Believe me when I tell you, they do a lot of wheeling and dealing.
At GMA?
Yeah, it's like, almost like trading cards sometimes.
You know, I don't wanna,
I've seen it.
I don't wanna veer off because we're making good, but I will say that it looks concerning that there is turnover. But I wanna caution everyone on the federal level, it is so common that during the election, professionals start looking for other jobs. They start giving up their leases. They don't even know who's gonna be the president. But they do know that on most new leaderships, almost always, people change. That's just democracy, and that's just the business we're in. So it's not in no form, shape, or fashion to be looked at of any issues with this illustrious council. It's just how this business works. They even do it in sports. They cut more professionals in sports and give them $1 million to leave. So you gotta get it right. You gotta get that fit right to get that win. Okay?
Councilmember Arnold?
Yes, I just have one question. Will the amount for the added position, will it be the same flat fee? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be the same unit price for each of the positions. Is that what
Okay.
you're asking?
Well, we're adding this additional position,
Yes.
the
So-
grants administrator,
Yeah, it
manager.
would be the same unit price as the other ones.
Okay.
It would not be anything additional.
Okay, I
from
just
the
wanted to make
unit
sure.
price, so.
So that'll be adjusting the
Yeah, so
amount,
the total will go to.
85?
85.
yeah, okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, I go back to my question. Now, you know, if the consensus is not to put out for city manager, which I'd be okay with too, because I think we've got a good city manager, interim city manager right now. But if we're going to put it out at some point, let's put it out for free.
Gay consensus.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Okay, all right. Just want to make sure, if we're gonna do it, let's take the money back guarantee.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, Councilman Carn, that it's regardless of whether it's on this motion or this contract, it's something you all are obligated, I'm obligated to do and happy to do. So whenever y'all direct me to do it, you know, whether it's now, 6 months from now, whenever it is, I'm gonna honor that agreement.
Well, that free recruitment, that's gonna save us, what, $40,000, Rose? I think, I heard the runners-up were around there.
At least 25.
Well, the runners-up were what? They were, I saw 40, didn't I? Did I see 40 for the other?
Yes, you did.
So I would like
Councilmember Gay?
I would like to make a motion to approve Sumter Local Government Consultant for Department Recruitment Service National Search, and to add city manager search at no cost except expenses, and grants manager.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Arnold. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, that is unanimous.
Eight P, consideration of an action on approval of renewal contract with the collaborative firm for the planning services and an annualized cost of $218,400, which will roughly be $18,200 monthly, plus expenses for 2024, 2025. This item is requested by, City Manager Emmanuel Darren, service all awards budgeted.
Is there a motion? Is there a motion? Okay, hearing no motion.
AQ, consideration of an action on a request to discuss retreat dates for communication and strategic planning for mayor and council in August 2024. This request is on behalf of Councilwoman Jamel McKenzie.
Yeah, I sent an email to the governing body on last week regarding us having some type of a retreat. As many of the citizens have said, but we didn't even have to have the citizens to say it. We understand the governing body is in a crisis and dysfunctional at this point. And that goes without saying. And we have done several attempts. We've made several attempts since January to pull ourselves together, but we're not together. And it is a travesty because the city of College Park deserves better. The city of College Park deserves a governing body that communicates with each other, not just in these meetings, but behind closed doors. The city of College Park, our residents deserve to have a mayor and council that goes 100%, 110 to put our best foot forward. The city of College Park deserves a unified governing body, not a governing body that bickers with one another out here, that puts on a show, uses politics, theater, downs one another, finds ways to gather negative information so that one looks better than the other. You deserve better as our citizens. And so I reached out to my governing body through email last week, and I asked that we start to consider another retreat, because we've got to do better. Unfortunately, and I hope that maybe at this time, I didn't get the response that I felt would be what our citizens need. I don't care if we meet in the evening, 2 nights in a row, all day on a Saturday, a Sunday. I don't care when it is. We need to get our act together, because we do not look good. And it's not about looks. Like I said, it's not just about optics. It's not about perception. It's about what's best, what represents the city of College Park. And even tonight's meeting is back and forth, and I mean, it's a little bit better than some of our meetings, but we haven't gotten to the budget hearing again. So we still have a budget hearing to go. But I am asking, I'm begging, I'm pleading. I have tried to meet one-on-one with our mayor. She says she fears for her safety to meet with me. It's in writing. And I tried over and over again to pull us together so that we can have conversations behind closed doors. There's certain conversations that are beneficial behind closed doors. And there's others that need to be said right here in front of you. But there's some conversations that are not being held behind closed doors that are causing us to come out here like a hot, funky mess. Thank you. Marcia even agrees with me. All right? So I'm just saying, retreat, I don't care if we have workshop sessions in front of the whole city. I think it's a closed door effort. I mean, a closed door meaning we don't have to do it in a council meeting, because even our retreats are open to everybody that wants to come. You are invited to come and see us. And I actually suggest that on the next retreat you do. Maybe we will finally try to do what we need to do, which is right by you. Because a lot of stuff, and I keep saying, and people have a problem with it, but a lot of stuff that you all are hearing is not true. It's not. And you haven't heard the truth from the horse's mouth. So come to our retreat if we ever decide to have one, and hear what we have to say to each other. It's time out for all the other mess and foolishness. So my hope is that my colleagues will find it in their heart, all of us, all 5 of us, to find a date sometime in the next 8 weeks, because it's really time sensitive. How many more meetings do we want to have like the meetings we've been having? How many more articles do we need to write? How many more times do we need to be in the news? All because we don't communicate as a body. We don't communicate one-on-one. So yes, I am making my point for a retreat. So that is why this item is here. And again, I'm hoping that we can determine a date or at least a month that we can start working on a date to have a retreat. It doesn't have to cost the city a lot of money. That was one of the concerns that came up. Paying taxpayer dollars. Well, we are spending taxpayer dollars now to look a hot, like I said, funky mess. And I'm hoping that there's taxpayers sitting out here that wouldn't even mind us spending some money to get it right, for us to do whatever it takes to properly represent you. I apologize. I apologize to every single citizen in the city of College Park and my ward for any issues that you may have with me, or where you think I didn't represent you well, because I'm trying. I'm trying. And I'll be the first to admit I got a long way to go. But it really does. It's disappointing to sit here and know we're not getting along as a governing body. It's disappointing to have citizens come up and say things that are not true. But I can't change what you all have to say. But we can change what goes on up here. So that's all I have to say.
Mayor, I have comment.
Councilmember Gay?
All right. First off, let me make sure there's some clarity to what she just said. I hope that what I'm hearing the councilwoman say about a hot mess and dysfunctional, I hope she's talking about some other legislative body other than this body, because I talk to my colleagues every day.
Well, we do.
As a matter of fact, I hope that you're clarifying for the record, and I want to say this publicly. This is one of the most unified councils since this city was founded. I have never enjoyed working with a group of professionals as I have with this group of people. In fact, one incident that occurred, one person was so professional, I didn't even know we didn't have any words. That's professionalism. So please don't publicly speak for me about nobody being dysfunctional. I think we're one of the greatest council that has ever sat in this diocese. The second thing I want to say to you is, there was a guy that came up here and gave us an example of just how unified we are. We get the people business done twice a month. Now, as far as going on a retreat, I love retreats. Great food, great location. Last retreat we went on, if I can remember, we laughed, we played, we joked, we tried to break out of a jail, a little fake jail. we spent all day loving on each other. So please don't let these people think that we got some kind of problem, because we don't have no problem. My council member Corn, we just enjoyed the Korean people here, where he screamed over everybody. He got my wife upset. Mayor, get up here, take. So no, we not those people. College Park is by far one of the greatest small cities. Per capita, we the 5th richest city. If you got a problem, that's your right. Keep the problem. I keep it. Keep it coming. In the words of the great comedian, if you ain't got no haters, you ain't doing right. So keep your comments. Keep that passion. Stay mad. But we do the city business twice a month. And I, for one, speak highly of my record. I'm very proud of my record. Could you only imagine what College Park would be if it wasn't for me? As hard as we done work, you don't even know the half of what we have done up here. So thank you for your being apologetic, but not at the expense of publicly saying we dysfunction, because we in love and doing the city's work.
I didn't say the council. I said the governing body. The council is a very unified council. The council members do speak to each other. I'm talking about as a governing body, we are not communicating.
Well, Madam Mayor.
Meaning all 5 of us, Councilman Gay.
Madam Mayor, if anybody watch CNN or C-SPAN, how many times did the federal government try to get a speaker? They don't even want the one they got now. Great Britain can't keep a speaker. Speakers are hard because speakers are not the legislative body. How many times do you see the vice president coming from behind them 2 seats and go down there to Congress and start getting in their business? They don't do that. That's not what speakers do. Speakers preside. They're the face of the city. Matter of fact, someone said, I want to be the mayor. We mad, we ultimately want to be the mayor. No, got it wrong. What we want is for a leader to do stuff like go to Camp Truett and say, hey, billionaire. Hey, Mr. Billionaire. Instead of you giving $10 million to the Rose Bowl, come to your back door. You in Ward 4. Come to College Park. Put some crumbs in College Park. We just wanted the platform. That's all we want was the platform so we can go out and grind and work hard for this citizen. So that when we not up here no more, we leave College Park a lot better. You know what somebody told me? A kid said, Mama, I wish Councilman Gay was the councilman when we were growing up. He giving us stuff that we ain't never had. So, Madam Illustrious Honorwoman, Councilwoman, make sure you let these people know that we together up here. Okay.
Councilmember Carr?
I think that our first retreat was somewhat successful in that we all participated. We were able to open up somewhat. Of course, we were not aware of pending lawsuits, but nevertheless, me, myself, I'm looking for ways to serve residents with new, innovative, cost-saving initiatives. That's number one. Now, there is, one communications conundrum in particular that we need to resolve, but no council is perfect, no governing body is perfect. I do not believe that this is just a hot mess. I do not believe that at all. I think that there is some frustration in terms of the direction of our city. Some things that have taken place that are not great. There are a lot of folks making statements that are not based in the actual facts. That I believe that is very true. But here's the good news. We've been pushing for positive initiatives that have never before been initiated in this city's history ever. And that is a fact. We have been pushing for positive news in the press. This morning's paper, full half a page, by the way, positive press. I do believe that Councilwoman McKenzie in particular has been unjustly criticized. You know, Jackie Robinson was the first to break the color barrier over 70 years ago. And he had a tough road to hoe, being the first one. Councilwoman McKenzie, like that sports icon, has crossed a color barrier as a professional black woman, and that's just a matter of fact. Councilwoman Arnold has crossed the color barrier as a professional, sharp, and brilliant black woman. Mayor Broom.
Motley Broom.
Mayor Motley Broom, excuse me, apologies, is a brilliant woman, an attorney. And we're gonna have some issues, and transition sometimes can be rough. I do think we are making progress, but in terms of public policy, folks, I cannot wait until July 1st. You know why, City Manager? Because that new budget kicks in. And we are rolling out programs in this community that the residents have been asking for and requesting for years, decades. And we're gonna make it happen, and we're gonna do our best to make it happen. Is it going to happen perfectly? No. But these initiatives are gonna be like none ever before in this city. And overall, I do believe it's gonna benefit the vast majority of our residents and make their lives a bit better. But it's not gonna be perfect. It's gonna be some transition and some turmoil, but we're gonna get through it, and we're gonna work through it. I do believe this council has worked well and better than any other council that I've seen in terms of the public policy legislative portion of the body. Again, no city is perfect, but I think we're gonna get there. So going by that logic, we're 80% there, right? And 5 of us up here, and we're getting there. I think we're getting there. And it may take a little while to get to that 100%, but I do believe that we will get there. I do think we need that second retreat. It is desperately needed, and we did all commit to a second retreat. And I'm hoping that we're gonna honor that commitment and double our efforts at this retreat to try to reach out to each other and try to do the best that we can to, put the water under the bridge and move forward for the better good for this city. So I'm willing to do it. I think we need to do it. I think we need to give it a second try, and maybe we can get a breakthrough.
Well, I echo Councilmember McKenzie's sentiments about having a second retreat, and I think there were some concerns about timing and cost, and I think that we can overcome those things. And as I said about 6 times last week, I am willing to have a conversation with a neutral third party, because for my personal safety and well-being, I don't feel comfortable. And I would hope that we could be in a space to respect each other's viewpoints on that, but I'm absolutely willing, as I said multiple times last week, to have a conversation with a neutral third party and my council member, because I think it is important to start building those bridges, but I think that we need to do it in a constructive way that allows everyone to be heard and respected, and I think that we need that. And so from that perspective, I think that there's a path to move forward in that regard. We do have a lot of work to do as a governing body, and I hope that if we do a second retreat, that everyone will be consulted about their calendar, because that wasn't the case the first time. And I found out about the dates as we sat here. And so in terms of being able to work toward an opportunity where everyone can participate fully for the entire time, I'm here for it. Councilmember Arnold?
So I think that we did all agree to having a second retreat, a follow-up retreat. My concerns are the timeline. the next 8 weeks, my schedule, I have work commitments. And so it would have to be August and afterwards before I can look at doing a second retreat. That's just, me being as transparent as possible, but with what I have going on with council and with what I have going on with my regular job, I have other commitments to attend to. And in addition, my request would be that our retreat, our next retreat, when we have it, also focuses on structured processes and how we engage. Yes, I think that it's important that we build our relationships with one another. We definitely need to do that. But we also need to have some rules of engagement, which I don't think that we have those defined properly, or they're not well known between all of the parties. And I think that would also help with the way that we engage one another and the way that we do the city's business.
And-
Councilmember Gay?
Well, the only two things I would add to that is I concur that between budget meetings, council meeting, our own events for our ward, conferences, this is a part-time job. When my staff found out what we get paid, they was gassed. They had no clue. So we give a lot of our time. We really do. And all these are professionals. The hundreds of thousands the staff get, we got those same business acumen. We got those same degrees. So we do have to be cognizant of our time. So city manager, I'm talking September, at least for me. Second thing is, like when you go to counseling and you're going through a divorce, or even a business divorce, it don't have to be a marriage divorce, but it's the divorce of a contract. We have a lawsuit pending. And my only issue is if we're gonna have a retreat, be in good faith. I don't want to be like some of my marriages. I don't want to be in counseling and you ain't gonna move that divorce. 'Cause we just wasting money. So if we gonna be retreating and having fun and all that plan, that's fine. But if it's not, I think
Councilmember Carn?
If we could find one full day sometime in August, if that's at all humanly possible, I think I would really love us to try to. Are we saying July is impossible for everyone?
July is impossible for me.
Okay, got it,
August
got it,
is
got it.
pushing it for me. I'm looking for September.
He said September.
Okay,
The
well,
fall.
Is it one possible day in August, though? If we can, just look to find. If not, if we got to punt to
So I mean, the comment
September.
I made about the legality, I guess that just went over the dam.
No, I read you loud and clear.
So,
Well, as I noted in our emails about this, I mean, you've had multiple lawsuits against the city, and we've done retreats during then too. So, I mean,
well, the thing about it, my lawsuit, believe it or not, was because I was never appointed mayor pro tem in 8 years. It was only till this body came, and not this mayor or anybody from Ward 1 came down here and fought for me. So that was my lawsuit. And 2, the only other lawsuits is that we have a fair election. We filed 4 lawsuits to make sure that the elections were fair. Elections used to be conducted in-house. The clerk was the election superintendent, and as the former mayor told me, you can never win as long as I'm counting the votes. So those are my lawsuits, so if you're gonna say it right.
I'm just saying that we've done retreats
And the
with
other
lawsuits.
thing I would say
I'm
is
sorry,
that-
I was just talking, but that's okay.
And the other thing, I mean, if you're gonna put it out there, be prepared for the comeback, because it's gonna come back. So the other thing I wanna say to you is that, we also have had retreats where the city directors came. You got a clerk walking out of here, giving up a career because a sense of self-worth.
I don't think that was it.
I guess my point is, if we're gonna have a retreat, let the staff come too. And like we used to do. Let them sit down and talk about what.
Well, we've had staff before on a separate day, and, yeah, we've done that before.
I want to,
Councilmember Arnold, I think it looked like you were about to say something.
No, I was just gonna say, my schedule will not permit before August 16th.
okay. And I wanted to echo on piggyback on what Councilwoman Arnold was saying in terms of rules of engagement. I think that, there's different options. It's either we could have somebody, it doesn't have to be even a full day, but we do need to have some type of exercises or some professional person that can come and meet with us as a group. One of the unfortunate things that we have in terms of being a city government is that you can never meet together once you have a quorum. So whereas this whole body could benefit from being able to all be together at the same time, we can only have 2 council members unless the meeting is announced to discuss if we're dealing with city business. So it just, on one hand, you want to have that type of interaction, but you have to schedule it. So I would like to just see, even if it was a workshop that we have for a partial day, to be able to start working on, I think what you said, rules of engagement, I think that's like number 1, Councilwoman Arnold, if there was anything that I think is important. So I just wanted to echo that. So that being said, is August 17th or the, Councilman Gay, how is the 4th Saturday? August has 5 Saturdays. The 3rd is the 17th, if it's going to be a Saturday, or Saturday morning or something like that, or the 24th.
The 24th, I will be out of town from the 12th to the 17th, I know that.
Okay.
Can we actually, hammer down the dates tomorrow morning?
Well, I think let's get a ballpark.
Because we have a whole group of people who want to speak on our public hearing, and if we can just hammer down the dates, we're talking about seeing if we can find a Saturday in August. If we can't find a Saturday in August, then we'll move to a Saturday in September.
Okay, well, is there consensus that we are going to do this? I think that's the main thing, which we have not had.
And is the 24th just a possibility?
I don't know. I've got 3 calendars to check, and I can't check.
I would have to go back
I'm
and
checking 2 of mine.
There's consensus to have it in, there's consensus to consider it in August or September. Let's get consensus and let the
All right.
start. Let's just sit here waiting and talk.
Okay,
Yeah.
got it.
All right.
Can we have a break before the public come in?
That's right.
5 minutes break? It's 10:30. Well, I'm taking.
Okay, all right, so we can take a break till 10:30, all right? Good evening, and we are back. It is 10:40 p.m. We have a quorum present with council members McKenzie, Karn, and Arnold. I believe Council Member Gay will be joining us shortly. And so we are back to a public hearing to receive comments on the proposed fiscal year 2024-2025 budget. And this is the second of our public hearings. Ms. Fleur Bradley, do you have anything before the public hearing is opened?
Good evening. Other than the PowerPoint that was presented by Ed Wall, there has been no changes since that PowerPoint on June 7th. So unless you want me to go back through that PowerPoint again. Okay. All right. There are no changes to the budget.
All right. So at this time, I will declare the public hearing open, and those who wish to speak can do so.
Mayor, before we get started, I would just make one suggestion. The hour is getting late. We want to hear from the public. City Clerk, what is the max time on public comment at the beginning of the meeting?
It's unlimited.
A public hearing is unlimited.
I think it was 39 minutes, is that right?
39 minutes is for
came up with, I thought we came up with 30, somewhere around 39 minutes, 40 minutes, public comments.
That's public comments.
That's what I asked
Public comments and
about.
public hearing are two
And I
separate
said, what was the limit for public comments? That was my question.
36 minutes and
36
additional
minutes.
6 for emails if necessary.
Okay. So about 40 minutes. Well, I would recommend if we can put a cap on things to keep it commensurate with public comments, if that's possible. And we may not need that much time.
Public hearing's open. Go, please proceed.
Hi, I'm Brandy Hurd, a resident of College View Hills, apartments right down the street. And I just wanted to speak on the Bill Evans field and the Brady field. Like, if y'all take that or y'all sell that, what are y'all gonna do with the money to accommodate my children, like, and the other people of the community children? Where do we expect to take, y'all say y'all gonna move them to what, Ward 4? That's not, right now we can walk, so right here. We can't walk to Ward 4 to take our kids to get away from the bricks. Like, we need a peace of mind too, and there's sometimes our peace of mind is going to the Bill Evans field, walking the track with our children. My children are involved in track and field. They play baseball, basketball, like they're involved in, that's gonna affect my children and some of the other kids as well. So I just wanted to know, like, where would I get my answers for what would I do with my kids when y'all make y'all final decisions on those properties? What am I supposed to do? The crime rate already high. Like, that's what the kids are turning to when they don't have nothing to do. So what do we do now? Where do I get my help from?
I'm not sure.
I mean, but it's gonna get sold, so where do I get my answers? Who do I go to? Oh. Nobody? I mean, like, what am I
You
supposed
can
to?
respond during a public hearing, and I'll tell you this. Look, I did not support the sale of Bill Evans Field, because I think it's important that we retain our green spaces in the community.
Right. So will the kids be accommodated with something to do? I mean, like, and when would this be in discussion?
Great questions.
I'm going to discuss it tonight later
Yeah,
on in
we
our
are gonna
public
answer.
comments. I will address every question that you have, but we want this to be a one-way hearing. We want to hear from you, and I'm taking notes. I think some of us are
Me
taking
too.
notes.
Me too. So I will be
I have an
responding as
answer.
well.
Thank y'all.
We do have answers.
Thank y'all for listening to me.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm Brandy Hurd.
It's good to see you, Brent.
Hello, I'm Yolanda Sims Smith, and one of my concerns
Can you
is,
get closer to the microphone?
one of my concerns is, like, once you guys, if you decide to get rid of the field, then what will those proceeds be towards? Because I'm told that, you know, you guys may be doing other building, and if that's the case, when the new building is, that's gonna take the taxes up, everything like that, where we live, and, you know, that's just not a good look. And then on top of that, I heard, you know, that you're gonna build, it's gonna be bought, it's private property, and you guys are gonna build like condominiums and stuff, and they're gonna be, you know, way, you know, it's gonna be way out of what we have. We won't, our taxes will go up, the kids won't have anywhere to play, like Ms. Hurd stated, you know, it's just, it doesn't make sense to me. Like, and if they were gonna, take private property and buy it up, what are you gonna do with the proceeds that's gonna help us as far as the community? Because you're already taking away from the community when you take that field away. So what will you be bringing back to us? Because, you know, I don't see us getting anything out of it, or the kids. It's only taken away from them. And that hasn't even the Hawks field and all that. I don't know if it's gonna go that far, but that was only put there a couple of years ago, some of this stuff. Okay, well, that's all I basically have to say. I don't, you know, it doesn't make sense to me to take that away from the kids, and then you're not even implementing anything else that's gonna bring something back to them.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Yolanda, we'll be responding to you as well.
I'll comment if someone asks me a question.
Hi, Althea Morris again. Okay, I think I have a number of questions. The first being that Morehouse approached the city with a $2 million offer to overhaul the Conley Rec athletic field. And one of their prerequisites was that they be allowed to play their home games there. And they were dissuaded by some people. And so their time ran out. They came back to the city again and said, hey, we need an answer because we're looking at somewhere else. And they were told no, that field, part of that field had been allocated for sale. Now, if Morehouse came and was willing, Morehouse and the Braves, Marquise Grisham's and Antonio Grisham, they came and they wanted to pour money into our community where our kids play, where my granddaughter cheerleads. I don't know how that could not have been a win-win situation for the city. Additionally, 6 West has 311 acres of development that it will be developed. And Brady Gym backfield is up for sale as well. And in that backfield, they play kickball, they play touch football, they have numerous adult games, athletic games as well. Now, it is my understanding that, and this could not be true, but it is my understanding, so let it be known that I said my understanding, is that they were told that they would have to defer their athletic programs this year because that land was slated to be sold as a part of 6 West. Now, out of 311 acres, you mean to tell me that you still need that one little field that belonged to what everybody like to get up here and say, underprivileged and underserved children, latchkey kids, kids that need a place to go. This is about the budget. This is not even about the community right now. I am trying to figure out how, in this new governing body, that in Ward 1, 2 of the only 2 of the fields, Bill Evans and Brady, are both up for sale at the same time. Now, here's the math, and this is a budget thing, so if it takes $4.25 million to purchase a new field to replace what we already have, you're looking to sell it for $1.5 million, and Morehouse came, invest $2 million into it, then the math's not adding up to me. It's just not adding up. And I probably would be a little more calmer about it if it was just one of those fields, maybe, that you were looking to take away from the kids. I could probably say, oh, well, they still have Brady, or they still have the Bill Evans, but both of them at the same time? So what are the kids supposed to do? What are the kids supposed to do? And if these kids if you're constantly just taking away, just chipping away at the places that they go to play sports and to be a part of a community, then what is it that the city is getting out of this? If you're taking away from kids, you're selling the land away from families, What is it that you're hoping to get if you're only selling it for 1.5 million? And it's gonna cost you 4.25 to try to replace those fields somewhere else. So if this is budgeting, then perhaps we may need to go back to the drawing board in mathematics because the math doesn't work. This is about more than just selling pieces of land. This is about listening to your constituents and the people that you serve. This is about you guys being elected to serve your communities and your constituents, the citizens of the great city that we live in. So if we are saying, hey, no, the math doesn't work, it behooves me as to why Morehouse was dissuaded from investing their $2 million. And you turn around and attempt to sell it for 1.5. It behooves me. And another thing is I'm quite certain that there was not a feasibility study done. I am quite positive that I was not asked if I thought that this would be a great thing for our community. After all, the underprivileged and the underserved are going to be the ones that suffer the most. Or is it that we don't care in Ward 1 now? Because this is the 2 pieces of land that is up for sale is in Ward 1. Now, people can say what they want to say about Gay, but they know Gay will fight like a banshee when it comes to his ward. You're not going to come in there and say that you're going to sell bits and pieces of his land. You will not, and everybody know it. I don't know you, Ms. Owner, so I can't speak to you. Carnes, the kind and softer, gentler Joe, you will speak up for yours as well. Jamel, you are the newest, and I don't know if you're succumbing to pressure or if you just don't care about us. But you came down and you made campaign promises, and you said that you would look out for us, and you said that if we had our votes, that you would have our voices. You said that you would make sure that we were okay, and your ward is the one that's taking the land from the kids. And for peanuts, for nothing, you're making nothing on this deal. And I just want to speak to the entire governing body when I say, when you take away the green space that these kids have, and you build these shiny new luxury places, one, it's a safety issue for me. One, if you build apartment complexes right there in that area, when I'm walking on the track, I have a 360-degree panoramic view. I can see everything that's coming in every direction when I'm walking and when I'm out there. If you build those apartments the way that they say that you're looking to build them, then that is definitely going to obscure a person's view, and it's going to bring those apartments right up to the front door of the fields, the track and field. I mean, it's not going to be literally feet apart, but it's going to be so close. So budget-wise, here we go. So what happens if you build these luxury apartments right there? Well, the recreation center have games. They have to turn the LED lights on. There are fans and families supporting their loved ones out there screaming and hollering. That's noise. And if you build that close, do you not think that they're not going to complain that the lights are in their homes and that the noise is preventing them from getting a proper night rest or just enjoying their evening? And then what happens? Do we find ourselves back in front of you guys again? Because now we're going to do away with the recreation center. that might be next, because if these people in these high-end units, apartments, condominiums, start to complain, then of course you're going to answer, and that becomes another thing. Another issue I have is infrastructure. What about the infrastructure? What about all of the traffic that now will be on Princeton Ave, coming off of Main Street, coming off the interstates, causing slowed traffic? What about all of those things? What about the new demand on electricity? What about all of the other things that this new apartment condominium community will generate? So is it that budget-wise, and we're talking budget, do you see, as Ward 1, because we can't speak to them because it's not their ward, so do you see any benefits to us building apartment complexes that are not affordable to the average person, that's going to take the green space from the kids? Where do you see that being beneficial to your constituents? And Brady being another one where Brady has lost so much already, and so much has been taken from that recreation facility, that now that last field back there is also now being slated for 6 West. 311 acres. Governing body, you mean to tell me out of 311 acres, you can't carve out however many acres you need for this apartment community without it affecting the existing residents and your constituents? Hear us as I stand here before you. And I know you have a heart, Jamel. I know you do. I know you do. And I'm asking you to just think about it. Think about the kids. You're a mother. You're a mother. Look at these mothers and these kids who are still actively participating in these programs. And fight for us like you said you would. Fight for us. Keep this green space, no matter what the math says. Keep the green space, because guess what? No dollar amount will ever equal up to what these kids will get out of being able to have a good, safe green space. So I would ask each and every one of you to consider this when it comes to a vote, that we're asking you to stop the sale on Brady and cease and desist the sale on the Bill Evans Field. I mean, do the math.
Okay, Althea, I was going to, since this is not a budget, you're not talking about the budget, so I'm going to respond. I mean, I'm just saying, I was going to hold.
I think I did the math. Is that not the budget?
Well, but it's not a part of the budget for this upcoming year for the hearing, so I will respond because you said so much, and I can't even take enough notes, okay? And I'll try to respond to everybody.
Okay, well, hold on. Before you respond, let's do it this way. How much money is allocated to the restoration or improvement of the recreational centers? Would that be a budget matter? Because that definitely is something that we would need to be concerned with. So is there money in your budget that can improve the Conley Rec Center, the Bill Evans Field, and perhaps the Brady Field? Is there money in the budget for that?
Let me give you, I don't have all the numbers, and if somebody can pull it up. I put $200,000 into the Conley Rec. I put $200,000, I may be wrong, is it 2 or 100,000 to Brady? So all of my enhancements are going to recreation practice, the majority. I also put $100,000 into resurfacing the track for Badgett Stadium, which is, I think people are confused in terms of what exactly Bill Evans Field is. Bill Evans Field is not used by our, and I'm not making an excuse, but it's not the part of the field that we use right now. It's only been used by Morehouse 3 months of the year. And somebody else may speak on that. I just want to respond back to you. So I have put into this budget over $700,000 that is going back to recreation, parks, even the City Hall lawn for walking. So, and some other programs which you and I have discussed in terms of giving back to our folks. Now, I will say this much. I don't know who you have spoken to who's given you this information, but you're telling me some stuff that I'm hearing for the first time, okay? In terms of the Brady Field, if that's a parcel of 6 West, then it's been a parcel of 6 West. I mean, if it's for sale with 6 West, that's way before my time, okay? So you telling me something about Brady, meaning if it's in 6 West, all the land identified for 6 West has been identified for 20 years now, okay? So this Brady, I'm gonna investigate, because you're telling me something, okay?
Okay.
And I everybody was here, because obviously y'all are being given information that I don't know about, okay? And I will say that when it first came to us, and we didn't have a lot of information, this is an executive session, I couldn't talk about it because it was an executive session. It was just to deed the land over to Bida. That's the only time I voted on this issue, okay? And I've been very clear about that. I did not vote. I wasn't here on May 6th, okay? So, but it went to Bida, and I'm not trying to get out of anything, but I'm just saying to you, I never heard, when I voted, and I'm not trying to pillar back either, but I never heard from a resident. This is February 19th. February 19th, before the battery storage, before I not entertain anything without speaking to my public or giving my public a chance. So we're going all the way back to February 19th when Jamel voted to deed that land over to Bida. Everything that has happened since that time, Bida is the one that decided to sell this property. And I was telling people, there is still a process. And unfortunately, for many of us and anybody that understands executive session is only held for the purposes of litigation, personnel, and real estate. And we can't discuss any of that information. We can't discuss it before executive session. We can't discuss it after what went on in executive session. We just come out with a vote. So anyway, make a very long story short, I wish that we had had a chance to talk about this and you had shared with me. Obviously, other people were in your ear, but I would like the opportunity to get the information that you were given from you, and I will show you what I have, because now Biden's voted on it. Even the things that you're saying about this development, I'm hearing that for the first time. I didn't know these were going to be condominiums and high. From what the Bida meeting, that's not what was discussed in Bida in executive session. So I'm saying to you that the information you're giving me that was shared in executive session is not what we heard in executive session. So there's obviously some attempt here to have the folks that I know care about me and that I care about look at me disdainfully and think that I don't have your back.
Thank you for your response, Councilwoman McKenzie. So if we could save these 2 fields, do you think that you have it in your budget to be able to save them, to take them off of the selling block? Do you think that we could keep them and maintain them if you had it in your budget? Do you think that we could? Because that would be the question. Could we maintain them? We already have them, but could we just maintain them? We're not asking for anything extraordinary or extravagant, just to keep them. Can we just keep them?
I can't,
So-
that would be something Althea would have to respond to. I don't have
Okay.
that.
And also, she's not on Bida.
I'm not on Bida.
I'm on Bida.
Yeah, I don't
Okay.
vote. I don't have
I'm
a
on
vote.
Bida.
Okay.
May I say something about the
Please,
budget?
please do.
It's just some comments. I'm not trying to debate with you or anybody else.
No debate.
But what I will tell you is that I personally met with Marquise Grissom and his brother. I met him in the morning. First, we were gonna go to Waffle House. Call him on a Sunday. And we met over there at the field, and then we met over at where we had a coming home reunion, which is at the 18 acres. Now, everybody know that's where the coming home reunion is, but people need to also know that before we went to the 18 acres, we used to be over by College Park Elementary, coming home reunion. And then before that, I'm taking you way back. It used to be where the arena is now.
Okay,
Okay? Now, just give me some history.
okay.
So, why we went over there is because, now, I'm just telling you this. I'm not trying to give you all no explanation about the development. Here's what I want to tell you. First off, Brandon Field has been redone. They spent about $800,000 on Brandon Field. So if anybody goes to Brandon Field, which is used to
I
be
do know
our
where that
ladies,
is.
our
By
girls
Hawthorne
softball.
Division.
Okay. So when y'all talk about our kids, know that there is a brand new $800,000 field at Brandon, which was a softball field. It is open to the public, and Ms. Johnson has numerous programs free. So that's number one. Talking about the kids. Number two, what I propose to the Marquis, first of all, Morehouse College, this is make sure that we clear about what we're saying. Morehouse College Board of Directors, nor their president, nor their attorney has made any statements about a $2 million gift. That is what Marquise and his brother who coaches over there, and the gentleman, that's what their goal was. There is nothing in Morehouse that will tell they have approved by vote, a board, president to give, nah. So that's number one. So I said, Marquise, would you consider getting Morehouse to rebuild the field at the 18 acres where we had coming home reunion, which ain't even a half mile from Bill Evans? And he kept saying, no, because we used to play here in the Sentimental and all that. I said, come on, we spent like an hour negotiating. So he left, and he said, I'm going to go and do it at another city. I said, okay, but I hope y'all will come back. Now, Lance Terry, our recreational professional, he paid to have a rendering to improve Bill Edwards Field. I got a copy, I sent it to y'all. Ms. Johnson will tell you. So I took the rendering, I showed Marquise Grissom. So this is another fact that y'all keep saying that needs to be corrected. It is not $4 million to replace that field. You can spend $4 million, but to replace Bill Evans Field is approximately $1.7 million. That has already been given to us because the engineer who designed it, he designed it around, you'll get 6.5 acres of ball field, you'll get artificial turf, you'll get a dugout, and there's a conversation now of a developer donating all other lights. Another thing that you need to know for y'all is that before the purchase sale agreement could even take place, BIDA would have to negotiate that their development still has green space, by the way. What he's proposing has green space. That's a conversation about you would have to do something on that development that still provide that community some recreation. Now, let me just tell you something. I didn't realize this myself. Anybody been on Memorial Drive lately? Mm-hmm. Memorial Drive?
Yeah, last week.
Okay.
Yesterday, yeah.
Check this out. Now, I did not know this. These are not apartments like the old apartments, Gilper Place and all. No, that ain't what they do no more. They got recreational programs in apartments. They got pools on top of apartments. I was just telling the gentleman the other day, they got subsidies. They're talking about, he talked about there's subsidies to where you can come out of College View which you living in a complex from the 50s and the 60s, that when HUD had $1 trillion, your leaders, not here tonight, failed to improve their quality of life. College View housing, as we speak, are living in a condition from the 1950s or 60s. All over the country, even in Atlanta, Herndon Home, Capitol Hills, everybody, Mechanicsville, Techwood, and the crazy thing about it is, the people that's building them is the ones building over here where y'all stay. What you talking about? So this is what I'm trying to tell you. Now you talking about, and I ain't gonna get too long with it, but let me tell you something. You know why I thought children of color should go to Woodward? You know, no. You know this debate about giving vouchers to children to go to private schools?
I do.
You know why for that? I used to say, what's the fascination about going to Woodward? But you know what I learned? It's not the quality of education, because can't nobody teach better than Miss Smith over at that ain't even why. It's because those children get to network with their children. And these are the professionals, the doctors, the lawyers, the judges, right? They use all their discretionary money to put their children in Woodward because they don't want their children. So what happens is these children don't see that distinction. So my point in taking it back to Bill Evans Field and all that, another way to look at this development is that the good councilwoman may have a vision beyond what we may be talking about tonight. She may not know this, but what happens is 2/3 of these people from College View can move into this development because they're going to get tax credits. That's number one. Number two, that's a $150 million development. $150 million development. So what does that mean when we talk about urban planning? What does that really look like? See, this is what I'm gonna tell you something. They got this thing called a gathering spot. What happens is, when you get people like Mr. Russell, and you start attracting those types of people to College Park, right? Those people bring skill sets that we don't have. They bring ideas that we don't know. Hell, I just heard the other day that Tyler Perry don't even have to have a studio because AI is getting ready to replace studios. So what I'm just trying to say to you, ma'am, is everybody got a right to be passionate, okay? I used to live in Guilford Forest. I'm the second black that ever lived in Guilford Forest. And when they start moving next to me, man, we were mad, we were suing. We were like, no, go over there today. I just wasted my time. I just completely wasted my time fighting them people. Because you know who live over there now? Kasim, Keisha, Too Short, Dungeon Family, Crevlo. I can go on and on. Now, what if I had stopped that? Now, all them people came over there, and that's what's going to happen. Let me close by saying the 19 acres, and I'm going to say nothing else. I'll even leave if you want to. The 19 acres is like this. When me and my family first moved here in 1998, this is why I supported it. First of all, it's not Ward 4, it's Ward 2. It's Joe's ward. The 18 acres is Ward 2. It is not Ward 4. It is Ward 2. He promised he was going to put it in Ward 4, but he did. But it's Ward 2. But he did compromise. I will say that publicly. Me and him has compromised. The second thing I want to tell you is that the 18 acres is the most center place of the city. Attorney Walker gonna fact check this. He already told you all ain't just gonna be talking, cause we gonna be checking. So, and I appreciate that. I appreciate him saying that. But what I want to tell you is, if you look down on the map, the 18 acres is the most center part of the city. Now, Bill Evans Field ain't got no parking. They got a little bit of parking, right?
Correct.
When I go to Bill Evans Field, I think I'm in the country. I mean, it just look, I mean, really, to be perfectly honest with you, it's the country. If you played there as a kid, I get it. I never thought they would tear the Braves Stadium down. Where Hank Aaron broke Babe Ruth Red, they tore it down. But look what's there now. Housing for children to go to college. Kasim said, get mad, but you're going to see a development that you're going to love. Now go over there today. Publix and I'm built all around it. So it regenerates that area. Now listen, I'm going to close by saying this. You are right. It's not a lot around there. But could you only imagine what that area will look like with $150 million development, where a third of your community can live there? And last but not least, the 18 acres now has soccer field, which everybody come to, all Ward 1 children over there, all of them. All of them. Soccer field, I don't even play soccer. Number 2, she been over there. Number 2, it's got a basketball goal that is so crowded that it's the most crowded thing now. Got a basketball goal, got a splash pad, right? The popular James Phillips Park, aka Downtown Park. Now where I'm going with all this is that, like I told Marquise, I said, look, man, you can bring AAU basketball, baseball over here. Your buses can park. Your people can get out and relax. You got a dugout. So all I'm trying to tell you is the 18 acres could be a place that this city could be proud of. You know, we just had 3 people want to come there this weekend, close to total 3,000 people. These kids can come over there. That ain't that far. Me and my family drove to Walter Young Y growing up because they know Y in College Park. We ain't got no problem going to Peatmount Park. We ain't got no problem going to Mosley Park. We go to Peatmount Park to swim. We ain't tripping about it's a little bit far. We want the amenities. So what I'm just trying to say is keep on with your comments, but you can replace it for $1.7 million. You're getting an affordable housing for people who do live in College View, right? And Vital would not enter into any kind of agreement that doesn't give back to your community in some type of community program. And you need to be part of that conversation. You need to come and sit down and be part of that conversation.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Carn?
All right, since we're talking, I guess we're going to kind of discuss some of this. So the Bill Evans Field, I'm very familiar with it. It's a good asset to our community, you know, as all of our parks and rec facilities citywide. However, we have areas of town where residents do not have the benefit of parks and green space at all. So, you know, about fairness and equity here too. We got to keep that in mind. Even without Bill Evans Field, there's 7 acres of parks and green space available to our children in Ward 1, in addition to a second park blocks away down Rugby. So, again, we're talking about fairness and equity. As policymakers, you know, some of our primary directives are to allocate equitable distribution of the city funds and resources. And that goes to, as well as public facilities. So, you know, unfortunately, for too many years, previous council members did not choose equity. I mean, that's the only way I can put it. They did not choose equity, you know, for quality green space for everybody. Not everybody. Every neighborhood has a large 5, 6, 7, 9-acre park. Every neighborhood, just about within walking distance of where they live, if you don't have a car transportation, except for one area. Along the Godby Road, Old National Corridor, there are thousands of College Park children and residents and parents who have no access to parks and green space within a walkable distance. None. We're talking about equity and fairness here, and we have to be fair to everyone and cover everybody. Is everybody going to get what they need? No. There's never enough money around to cover everything that every single person needs. But we got to be fair and equitable to everybody. Now, let's just be frank here. The Bill Evans Field, and I'm talking about facts here, is by far the most underutilized green space by our city residents, period. According to Parks and Rec, virtually no residents have reserved that ball field for activities of any kind, virtually, over the past 15 years. So we're talking about taking land away from the kids? I drive to Evans Field every other day and up here to City Hall. Now, our kids are not using that field now. And I don't want anybody to mischaracterize that, because I've been here 20 plus years. Now, we want to cover as many people as possible. But the city, we have to consider the best and highest use for all city-owned properties, for all of the properties. As far as I'm concerned, we're not going to be eliminating any city parks or green space, not while I'm up here. Now, we may be considering relocating parks and green space to another corridor, possibly the Godby Road corridor, where it would service those in need of park facilities that have none, whereas other neighborhoods have some. We're just talking about fairness here. And also, you know, I have a significant number of residents in the Godby Road corridor, but Councilwoman Arnold has by far the vast majority of the residents. But considering, folks, and I'm talking facts here, that this particular corridor, the Godby Road Old National Corridor, is where 50% of all city-wide crime occurs. So what we're talking about here is fairness and equity. So if whatever we decide to do, this is going to be a public policy, and in all honesty, a public safety and welfare decision. It's a decision we got to make. But we got to make that decision based in equity. We got to make that decision based in equity, not in elimination. We're talking relocation for folks that are in need. Now, finally, on a personal note, it's my belief that Mr. Evans, who worked hard for these children and loved these children, I believe he would have wanted his legacy to increase in the service to thousands of residents who have for far too long been deprived by previous policymakers for over 30, 40, 50 years in College Park, deprived of a safe, clean park. And I'm talking about a real park like every other neighborhood has within walking distance. Safe, with a multi-purpose field for baseball, with a field for soccer, multi-purpose for kickball, also with playgrounds. They deserve those too. A dog park area, the family pavilions like all the other residents can walk to. My residents can walk to one. Nobody on Godby Road can, because it's not there. It is not there, but half of our crime is there, and that is a fact. We want to talk facts, let's talk facts. So we want to create a safe space for residents that don't have a safe space. Manager, are you hearing me? Now, you may not realize this, but studies have shown that living in a community affected by crime, or domestic violence, poor mental health, physical health, is associated with a lack of access to safe spaces for outdoor activity. You got to be able to clear your mind. I mean, come on. Green spaces reduce community violence. That is just a fact. No, you all want dialogue? We're giving you dialogue. I'm giving you facts. We listen to you. Y'all gonna hear me out too. Green spaces reduce community violence. Half of all of our city violence is in a corridor that never had an opportunity to breathe free, to get a chance to walk in the woods, down a trail, to take it easy, to relax. You know, we got to change that physical environment over there, but it takes changes, and we're trying to make the changes. And I want to change that physical environment from too much crime and fear to connecting my residents back to nature.
Thank you.
And parks and green space reduce it. All right, so this is a game changer. Now,
Thank you.
I want us to continue to grow and develop our city, and we will. But we have to do it responsibly. And we got to ensure that everybody is provided with the same level of services as the other neighbors enjoy. So I really hope you understand where we're coming from in here. What are we going to do with the money to accommodate our children? What, that money is going to go towards quality development, green space, and things we need. But we have to have equitable access. You know, if there's going to be a new residential project there, that's not going to raise our taxes. That's going to do what's called expanding the tax digest, which means overall your taxes will go down. Your taxes ultimately will go down. What's the city getting out of this? New residential customers to take the burden off of utilities and electricity rates so that we can lower them again. I don't know if you just heard our power director. We are 20% lower than Georgia Power for the same number of kilowatt hours in a month. 20% lower. And city manager, if we do, let me tell y'all something. If we do this Edison Road deal for this power outfit, we can lower those at least from 5 to 10%, I believe, across the board in addition to that. So are we trying to do the positive things? I want y'all to get an understanding of what we're trying to do here. Now, the other thing I heard, well, why are we giving it away? For so cheap? Well, here's the thing, y'all. We do get a lot of information coming in. And according to the ARC, the Atlanta Regional Commission, here's what's happening in Metro and in College Park. Over the next 10 years, the senior population is going to skyrocket in College Park and everywhere. There is not enough housing to cover our seniors. And I don't know about y'all, but I'm worried about it. You know why? Because I'll be 53 this year, and I'm headed towards senior. So I'm worried about it. And they cannot afford to live somewhere. Now, if you're dealing in real estate and economic development, there's some trade-offs. You want affordable housing for seniors? Well, you got to make the land affordable enough so they can build affordable housing. Now, I know this for a fact that our seniors, there's a waiting list a mile long for the 2 senior towers we have in the Housing Authority right now. There is not enough senior housing in this community. This young lady characterized it. I don't know if we have a fully realistic understanding of what it is we're trying to accomplish for the good of all of our residents here. So we are really trying to get it done here. High-end, expensive apartments and townhomes? I don't think so. We're talking about fairness and equity too. Now, there's gonna be green space there in that development as well, I understand. I understand that there's some adequate parking and other things or whatever have you. But I've just gotta tell you right now, we do have other baseball. Our kids, they play at the two fields in Zupp Park. We have Brandon Field, a multi-million-dollar field right around the corner that kids can play there baseball all day long, full-size baseball field. So we have to cover all the bases. Now, I'm just being real here now.
Thank you.
Now, if I got to pick between affordable housing for seniors and a baseball field, I'm telling you, the baseball field is going to lose out. I'm sorry, and you can recall me, but that's the way I am, and I make no apologies whatsoever. So we want to talk facts. Let's talk facts.
My final parting words are this. Transparency is.
And I'm not fussing at you.
She's talking. She's talking.
Okay, I just
She's
wanted to
talking.
let you-
She's talking.
All right.
She's back.
Transparency is a word that we all use a lot. And for different people, it means different things, but it's supposed to be the act of being transparent, which is clear. And perhaps Councilwoman McKenzie is being thrown under the bus because of less transparency. And so I think that that's a conversation for another time. I think each person has each council person has spoken eloquently and answered my questions. And I thank you. I thank you so much.
I need to
Ms.
say
Morris,
something.
hold on, wait, I do have some things to say.
Okay, and after you, I
because,
need to say a rebuttal.
I think,
Ma'am?
I think this is a,
After you, I need to make
yes,
a
sir,
comment.
I understand, I heard you. I think this is a false choice. This conversation about fairness and equity, we don't have to take something from one part of our community to give it to another. I truly believe that we're thinking of the pie as too small. That if we get, that one area's got to get a certain piece of the pie. I feel like we had this conversation with finding the Flint as well, that there's too many resources on the north side, so we need to do something on the south side. I could not agree more with Councilmember Karn that every single one of our residents deserves access to green space and areas to play, and we should be working for that in every single corner of our city. I do not believe that we have to take it away from one area in order to enhance another. This is not, in my mind, an either or, it is an and. Because we should be working collectively to ensure that every child in this community has access to amazing recreational opportunities. We should be expanding that pie instead of keeping it the same or even perhaps contracting it if we don't have a timeline or adequate funding in order to replace what may be gone. And I think that we have the opportunity with a field right there at Bill Evans to enhance opportunities on that field for our kids. And one of the things that troubled me earlier this year was the fact that I felt like we did not have a full conversation about that, and that opportunities were presented. And I understand that was the decision of our city manager or interim city manager to move forward with certain things and not others. But I think that serious consideration of all of our options is the way that we make the best decisions. And I don't think this is a choice between affordable housing for seniors and a baseball field. It down to something that is not entirely accurate, because our kids deserve opportunities just as much as our seniors do. We have talked about access for housing for seniors in multiple settings, because we recognize that You know, as Mrs. Phillips came up here tonight and said that Ward 4 is a primarily senior community, a lot of the people who live in Ward 4 raise their kids there, and they might have shrinking households now instead of growing households, but still want to maintain their foothold in this community because it is such a great community. I don't think that we have to make a trade-off in that area, that we can enrich our kids and we can support affordable housing for our seniors to maintain their quality of life as well. It's up to us to do the work on that, to do the due diligence, to make sure that the opportunities that we are presented encompass the full scope of our mission, our vision, and where we see this community going for the next 5, 10, 15 years. If you look at our comprehensive plan for that particular area, for Bill Evans Field, it's supposed to remain green space. And I haven't heard anything from our community that says that they want something different. And I am particularly concerned, especially with that back football field, the practice field, because it is used so heavily throughout the year, whether it is for kids playing soccer and kids playing football, fill in the blank. I don't think that we have a viable option for the children who are within walking distance of the community if that goes away. We still have an opportunity to reconsider. I mean, BIDA reconsidered another decision last week. And I think we should do our due diligence. I think we should entertain a proposal that, all the proposals, because that's what you've elected us to do. Councilmember Gay?
Yes, a couple of clarifications. When I proposed to splash pad with community development block grants, okay, it was voted by no by our mayor. That's on the record. She wanted to use the money to tear down Catherine Mitchell, saying it had some asbestos. So we argued academically. Today we have a splash pad that took 2 years that all these children come to. So you gotta be careful about words. Council Attorney, you do got a fact check up here. So that's number one. Number two, I don't know where y'all were going about Garvey Road, but let me say this about Garvey Road, okay? First off, Garvey Road have, in today's dollar, a $40 million community center. Next to Garvey Road, the city, when I was up here, allocated money, it's got a half acre on the side. Now, whether they chose to improve it, that's on them. But on the side, this council, this previous council, allocated that money, okay? So let's be clear. You got a 40, in today's dollar, you got a $40 million amazing recreation program. So I don't want to act like Garvey, we're not going to patronize Garvey Road. The third thing is, and since you want to be transparent, you know how I am, let's just be transparent for a while. The gym at McLaren was supposed to stay part of our program. Our mayor, Ambrose Clay, and Ken Allen, right? For no money, zero, took away our gym. So don't come up here trying to patronize these children. Don't come up here trying to patronize these children, talking about these children. No, you ain't gonna use these children.
Councilmember Gay.
Hold on. He's talking. He's talking.
No, yeah, you can
wait,
talk.
Hold on. Let him finish, and then
Thank you, Councilmember
hold on.
Gay.
Let him finish. Wait.
Just one thing I want to add to it. That gym that was used by our kids was taken away, and nobody had one issue with it at all, and none of our kids cannot use that gym, much less go in it. We own the building, and they won't even give us a key to it, so our kids can go in there after school. Nobody said one word.
Not one word.
Gym
Not
was
one
used
word.
Every
Gentlemen.
week.
And then,
wait, hold on. Wait. Hold on. If one of you is going to talk,
I still got the
can
floor.
talk.
I still got the floor.
Councilmember
The
Gay has the
point I was trying to say is, when we were trying to build a splash pad, it took me 2 years. And Terrence told me, Councilman Gay, nothing should take you 2 years to build a splash pad. But I don't need for people to come up here and sound so passionate when they voted that's why we got stenographers. That's why this lady doing that. No for a splash pad, want to use, and then when we took the picture, you and the councilwoman knocked me and my wife over trying to take the picture for the ribbon cut. We literally got knocked out the picture.
I did not knock you out.
You did, but the lady next to you did. And then the second thing I want to tell you is,
I was gonna buy them.
this, you jumped in the picture too. The second thing I want to tell you is I'm gonna make a point. You want to be transparent? They wouldn't have no vote for me or Celisa Jefferson or nobody else. The only reason why I even got involved with it is because I'm in the same boat y'all are. The only reason why I got involved with it because I said, if you ain't gonna replace it somewhere, you ain't get my vote. So this one over here, the reason why you even getting it put somewhere else. And why am I putting it at 18 acres? Listen, bless her heart, bless her heart. Ward 4 is 55% transit. These candidates will tell you that. People are gone on the glory. People gone. 3 out of 5 houses in Ward 4 is a renter. They don't know me. They don't know Walker. They don't know Joe. They don't know none of us. People are gone. So don't come with me about this senior. Oh, we seniors. I'm the senior now. You know, bunch of, talking about they can't use the field. Well, go over there and watch your grandchild play baseball. But let me just say this to you respectfully. I don't even watch baseball, man. I don't even play baseball. But here's what I will tell you. Councilman Rodriguez got enough sense to know that if you protect that space over there at the 18 acres, y'all gonna be so proud because all y'all gonna be over there, just like y'all are at Coming Home Reunion, just like y'all are doing the festival, just like y'all at the splash pad, just like y'all on the basketball goal, just like y'all on soccer field. Look, I'm just trying to say, I'm trying to make sure we get something out the deal. Because if it wasn't for me, you might not even got a green space. So the only reason why I voted for it is that you're going to replace it. And so why am I putting it at 18 acres? It's because that's where it belongs. It's a 7-acre parking lot. You can get to it by coming down 29. And don't say our citizens don't use it, ma'am, because they do. Because let me tell you something y'all may not realize. I'm going to just go ahead on and tell you something I shouldn't have told you. It ain't just supposed to be a baseball field. I'm eventually going to make it an area where we can have things like Wednesday wind down. Or large groups can come. Families can come. When y'all come from the Coming Home Reunion, you have a beautiful space to be on. So that's my vision. That's the only reason why I had to fight them to get it. So we clear?
Yes.
And it's in the words of my biochemist, as he's about to adjourn from the classroom, let's make sure we clear. It takes $1.7 million to build the field at the infrastructure is already there. The infrastructure is that's literally less than 12 inches of grading. Where can you find a parcel where your grading is less than 12 inches? Right? It's right up the street down 29. It don't disturb no neighborhoods. It attracts large groups, your community, my community, visitors. I may have voted against the splash pad. I may have voted against your gym that y'all can no longer use. That's on the record. Those are the facts.
Thank you.
Councilmember Carn?
And, you know, I agree with what you said. You know, I believe we have heard from our community. We've heard from that community in that area that they do want something new, in my opinion. Again, the kids do not use that field. Practically no kids use that field. So when I say I think I've heard from our community, folks, green space that has not been used by residents for the past 30 years, I think speaks pretty loudly. Now, this community has not been thinking about Bill Evans Field at all until a particular council member that, well, let me put it this way. If Councilmember Clay proposed a development project over there, you know what would happen at his community meetings? I'm gonna tell you exactly what would happen. Councilman Clay, that is a genius decision. That's smart development. Nobody was using that field at all. Nobody has used that, and that's a good transit-oriented development. That's some good, smart growth. And I'm gonna be honest with y'all. Here's what I think happened, if you wanna know the truth of the matter. And this is just my opinion, and I make no apologies for it. I do believe if Councilmember Clay proposed the same thing, this type of pushback would not be happening. The only difference and reason I think it's happening is, and I'm just guessing, but I think because there is a new council member who is perhaps the wrong size, or the wrong shape, or the wrong color, proposing a project. And additionally, I think some people are really fearful of who may be moving into a new development. That's what I think a big part of this is about, and I could be wrong. I've been wrong many times before. And I'm sure the mayor agrees. But that's my, but that, again, that's just my opinion on it. And, hey.
Respectfully speaking, we're not as small-minded as that. We're not as biased and discriminatory.
I don't think you are.
As, I'm not.
I believe it. I'm not talking about you.
As to think that small-minded, I think the person that is competent and capable and able to do the job is the best job for the position. So, yeah, it's not a racial, or I don't know what Councilman Clay would have done if he was here, or what type of reception he would have received. If he was sitting there and he wasn't making any sense, I would have said something to him as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, almost morning. Thank you. Tanya Austin.
Evening.
Parkview Circle. Council and mayor and council, I'm basically here to talk about integrity because it does matter. It matters to every one of us here. It matters to children. It matters to your families. It matters in your primary places of business. It matters in life. Integrity does matter. At the end of the day, think about your legacy. Every decision you make, everything you do, the transparency that you speak of and don't practice speaks a lot about your character. I'm asking you to deal with this budget and govern this city with integrity. That's all I'm asking. I'm asking you to make it make sense. Just make it make sense. I also encourage you to get on some device and look at how you conduct yourselves in these meetings. It is the most embarrassing thing I've ever seen in my whole life from a government. It is the most embarrassing thing I have ever seen in my life. I used to watch it from home. I don't do that anymore. I used to have to just mute the TV. But now I have to be here just to say this. It's embarrassing. Somebody might dispute it and say you're proud and y'all get along, y'all high five in the background. It's not a good look for us. We are not proud of the way you're behaving. I'm not proud of the way you disrespect my mayor. I'm not proud of the way a black woman can't be respectful to another black woman. I don't like that. Hey, please stop embarrassing us. Look at how you behave. Look at how you cut each other off. We can't even say the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag without you standing up bickering about what you're gonna file next. That's some BS. We deserve better. We deserve better. Tired of it. Tired of it. Tired of it. Yes, we're getting bad press. No, there's no transparency. Yeah, I like baseball. I like a track field here. All of us would be okay with just knowing what the plan is. Let us voice our opinion. Let us know something that's going on besides a sale has taken place. It's shady. Stevie Wonder could see that. It's shady. You know it, we know it. We know. We watch everything you do. You can't hide. You can't hide. Look at yourselves on this video. Go home tonight. Don't even, it's morning. Just don't watch the news. Look at how you act towards each other. Look at your facial expressions. I've taken pictures of how you look at the other persons when they speak. Heck no, I wouldn't go to no retreat. For what? You can't even treat each other with decency in a council meeting. Why would I spend my time off trying to retreat with somebody that can't even talk to me with respect? Why would I do that? Who do you think you're playing with? These are grown tax. Tired. I feel like I'm watching children. No, I'm talking. No, I said this. Oh, that's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. We deserve better. Please watch yourself. That's all I really want you to do. Just watch yourself. Govern with integrity. Everything you do. Children of the future watch. Seniors watch. We all matter. It doesn't matter what phase of life you're in. It does not matter. We're all humans. We're all children of God. But I am personally, I would not be standing up here at College Park City Hall at midnight if this was not important to me. I'm just tired of it. I've been here 27 years. And the woe is me, and I'm black, and they pointing at me, that's old. It's old. Get over that. It's old. Just govern. We all here, black, white, green, blue, whatever. That's old. I don't want to hear woe is me. They wouldn't do it if I wasn't this. No. Integrity, transparency. Let me give a definition right quick. Wikipedia says, integrity is the quality of being honest and showing a consistent and uncompromising adherence to strong moral and ethical principles and values. In ethics, integrity is regarded as the honesty and truthfulness or earnestness of one's actions. Integrity, this is the part I want you to get. Integrity can stand in opposition of hypocrisy. That's what it does. That's what it does. I know you talked about Omega, your 4 founders, integrity.
Oh, that's not one of our principles,
No, I'm
ma'am.
just saying, integrity.
But that's not one of our principles.
She's still talking.
Integrity.
Okay.
Integrity.
Not one of our
Integrity
principles.
in all that we do. All the side, I mean, y'all really take advantage and disrespect our time. Y'all sit up here and bicker about who is best, who got in the camera photo shot. That's so unnecessary. That's not what we're here for. Please conduct your business on behalf of the people that work here and live here. Please, please, just govern like adults. Make it make sense, people. We too grown for this. If you got this far, if you got out of kindergarten, then went to middle school or high school, wherever you went, you ought to be able to sit up there and act like adults and treat each other with respect. That's all I expect, like really. Before we even get to the business, that's just a basic common decency. That's all I want to see. One time, just let us get through one meeting where people act like respectable adults towards one another. One meeting. Can we do that? Is that too much? One meeting. It would be so nice. That would be so nice. Thank you for hearing my comments.
Mayor, I have a
I
comment.
really don't, I'm good. Thank you so much.
Mayor, Brother Muhammad,
I'm good.
I'm about to speak. First of all, Mayor, I'm sorry that we offended her mayor. That's number one. No, she said her mayor.
Hold on. on,
See,
hold on.
listen, the sec, first of all, I appreciate the young people being here, getting involved. But if anybody got coming down here, it's the speaker. The way she came down here, if anybody looked antagonistic, was her. And she said, and I quote, "I'm sorry how you treated my mayor." That's what she said. Those were her words. The third thing is, everybody keep talking about the budget. I think Brother Muhammad is next. Everybody keep talking about the budget. But let's also talk about the $10 million, since y'all care about money so much. Let's talk about the $10 million. And let me just say something. The reason why I'm going to start talking is because I've learned that nothing we going to say is going to change nobody's mind. Nothing. Not one word. So we just up here pontificating, really. Because ain't nothing we going to say going to change your mind. Right? So your mind was made up when you came. So you don't want to hear the truth. That ain't what you want to hear. And the truth of the matter is, we just told you, we broke our own rule and told you how much the field costs, how much it costs to replace it, blah, 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 blah. That don't help. Then the second thing I want to tell you is, if y'all just going to keep trying to make us out like we juvenile and we unprofessional, I'm going to say it again. I think this is one of the best city governments ever in the history of College Park. I do. We do the people business every 2 weeks for not a lot of money. And the last thing I want to say is, you want to criticize something, I just sent an email out. We took $10 million out of our general fund. Let me say that again. $10 million came out of our general fund to give to a contractor that don't look like us. When we sent out we sent the people that look like us, the engineers, we sent all them out the door. They went to Morehouse, they went to Georgia Tech. They all went out the door, vowed never to come to College Park again to ever do business. And then we gave them $10 million to pay down on a $45 million arena that is now being subsidized to approximately $2 million a year. So like my father, Dr. Stoner, say, listen to what people are arguing about now. Now that's water under the bridge, but I didn't see this kind of discord down here when we did that. I don't see you down here trying to help us figure out how to make that arena make money. I don't see y'all down here talking about, well, I got this great idea for y'all. All you want to keep saying is, we look like children. You disrespected my mayor. Can I have one meeting that, look, I grew up Pentecostal. I grew up so I'm not moved by this. I grew up watching people act out all night. So I'm not moved by this. This doesn't move me. Okay? Brother Muhammad, he was next, man.
Well,
Man, he was next. Come on, Brother Muhammad.
She's standing right there, so we're going to let her finish, and then we'll take Mr. Muhammad next.
Thank you. Good morning. I wanted to check the time. My name is Tessa Ellis Ocasio.
Can you make sure that your microphone is?
I live on Virginia Avenue, and I have no idea who Clay is. I just moved here a year ago. We bought our forever home in College Park. It was very intentional. When I purchased my home, I wanted to make sure that we were close to some amenities. I hope to have grandchildren one day. We bought our home because we wanted to be close by the amenities that are there, the whole athletic complex that's there. We had no idea that you would be selling it. I'm an educator. I'm all about the children. My whole career has been about children. So You don't have to pull from one ward to give to another ward. That's a fallacy. It's not too late to change your mind. It's not about you all changing our minds. It's about us trying to change your mind. BIDA still has an opportunity to break the contract. We know that because you've already broke a contract last meeting. I was there. I'm very disappointed. We bought a house right down the street, 2 blocks away from the Bill Evans, and I've spoken to, I am so disappointed. I don't know who these people are that you're talking about in the past. We just moved here in last year. I have no history. I'm not even from Georgia, I'm from Virginia. So I have no history about anything about College Park, except for I found the house that I wanted to make my forever home. I'm very disappointed. This history that you all keep bringing up and saying, if I live in Ward 1, this is not a race issue for me. I'm blacker than black. I'm all about being black. I support us. So when you keep bringing it up, I have no clue what you're talking about because I wasn't here. But I can tell you what's happening now. And I am begging you to talk to BIDA to figure out how we can break that contract. We do not have to steal from one group in order to have something for another group. I'm all for it. And if you want to call me up to go over there and do something with them, I've been the director of a Boys and Girls Club. I know all about this. This is my career. I'm happy to help. But I need you all to change your minds. This is not about you all changing our minds and trying to convince us. We're trying to convince you that you all did something that we didn't want you to do. And you all did not give us the opportunity to voice our opinion because we had no idea. It wasn't anywhere for us to see it. So we are finding out after the fact, and that's why we're here. Had we known before, we would have been there then. We were not given the opportunity to voice our opinion. I want you to do whatever we need to do for Godby. But we don't have to eliminate the Bill Evans field to do so. Are you saying that you didn't have the money? The only way we can do something on Godby Road is because we sold Bill Evans? Is that what you all are saying? That's a question.
Not saying that.
So it's not, one does not weigh with the other. They can be separate issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Muhammad.
Greetings, everyone.
Greetings.
I'm going to strive to be brief. I first want to say I appreciate this council, the mayor. I do, because I have watched you guys handle this pressure and quote-unquote kind of a chaotic discussion for various different reasons. I've watched you handle it in your own way, but I've also watched each and every one of you do your best to respect the decorum of City Hall. And one of the reasons, you know, I myself come to these meetings when I am available to come to these meetings. And let me just say, my family home is here in College Park. My family, my parents met here. I was raised here. We have a business here. I love this city. And one of the reasons that I find it so important to come, I'm not really into politics. I'm gonna be very honest. I see a lot of people here into politics. I personally am not. But what I am into is serving the underserved and speaking for the voiceless. I think that our people in particular, I'm not Caucasian, so I cannot speak for a race that I do not belong to. So I won't even try to do that. It's like me being, I'm not a mom and speaking, on behalf of mothers. I won't do that. I am a mom. So I can speak on behalf of mothers from my experience. But I'm just saying that to get the race issue in perspective. For me, I've heard a lot of things mentioned today about integrity from the public, and there were a lot of things that I agree with. And like I was saying, one of the reasons I come in dressed the way that I do is because I want to show through my demeanor, the way I look, that I have respect for you guys and what you come here to try to adjudicate. I want you to know that and as long as I'm dressed like this, that you're going to get me on my best behavior. And I'm going to do my best to be as respectful and as articulate and thoughtful about my words and intentional about what I'm going to say and the result I would like to see come from what I'm saying. Because these conversations are not useful if we cannot be productive. Now, we can argue opinions till we're blue in the face, and we could do it till tomorrow. But is that productive for the constituents of this city? Absolutely not. When it comes to the city, when it comes to the whole, ego should take a seat. Pride should take a seat. And even that coming from somebody like myself, my father, my mother, I'm not ignorant to the fact that everybody's not fans of theirs. That's okay. But that's not my personal problem, because as a person that represents truth, as a person that represents integrity, that represents God, I stand on the side of that. And what that means to me is that I have to make sure that I carry myself, whether I disagree or dislike someone, with respect. There's a quote that we have in the Holy Quran that says something like this. God says, even if you hate a person, don't allow that hate to cause you to act unjust. God is not unjust to the least of his creatures. So we have to be so mindful. And I'm saying this because this is a reminder to myself, but I'm also saying this, respectfully to the council, but also to the constituents, which I happen to be a part of, that you cannot fight fire with fire. You cannot say you represent integrity and respect, and then you're biased by fighting for the rights of our mayor, but then speaking and advocating against the rest of the council. I don't believe that that's just and equitable, nor do I believe it's just and equitable for us to mention certain council people and not mention the hard work that I believe our mayor is trying to display by, dealing with council people that don't agree. And I think that you are doing the best that you can with moderating under those circumstances. And I think everybody deserves that kind of, at least, grace to acknowledge those things. So I would say, for those of us who are here, we don't have to agree with our council people in every decision or each other. But what I think we should do, I think it really waters down our sentiment about integrity, our sentiment about transparency, our sentiment about doing what's right, and then we passively, aggressively undermine, right, what the next person said. So I just wanted to come and hopefully share a few words that could kind of give us some sort of reset as we come forward and give our public comments and we address matters that the other person may not agree with, our council or mayor may not agree with. But the respectful thing to do is be an example of the very thing that you say you want our council and our mayor to represent. And if that's respect, then you can't be passive aggressive. You can't mention one name and not the other. You have to speak specifically on the matter at hand, and, you know, accusations, things like that. We got to be very careful about these things. So I wanted to say that across the board, because I think that that's fair, and I think we have spent a lot of time allowing people to spew accusations and to spew things that are defaming people's character. And it's not becoming of someone that wants their voice to be heard. That's really what I wanted to say. So before, you know, we kind of have more people speak, just as a constituent, that really is to the council, but more so to my fellow constituents and people of the city, that when we come forward, let's have some decorum, let's have some respect for the environment that we're in, some professionalism. And mind you, you know, we can't fight fire with fire. So we're accusing our council people and our mayor of being emotional, unprofessional, but then we're coming and voicing our opinion in that same manner, and it's counterproductive, right? So I'm hoping that all this time we've been here, we can have some type of productive conversation, but that can only happen if pride, ego, emotion is kind of set aside. So we think about the people that are not here, you know. So that's what I wanted to say. Thank you all for your time. I really, really, really appreciate each and every one of you. Bye.
Thank you. Mr. Muhammad, I think, was next.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm so proud of her. You know, it's strong families that make a strong community. And I thank God for the council who is striving to strengthen our families with the $3.8 million community initiative enhancement. This is historical. And I'm speaking from my vantage point, who have always strived to champion, to uplift the poor and the downtrodden of this wonderful city. And I like the brilliance of how you, Councilman McKenzie and Councilman Carn and Councilman Roderick Gay, as the scripture says, you hurled truth with falsehood until you knocked out the brains of falsehood, and lo, falsehood will ever vanish. And I love our young sisters who came up, and Sister Miss Morris, I believe her name is, who came up. And I felt their innocence, but I believe that I really felt they were being manipulated. And this is something historical that happens to black people all the time. And they were not properly informed. And they were throwing out numbers and figures. Who told them that? Who's feeding them that information? And for what purpose? Did they see a document that Morehouse was trying to purchase Bill Evans? Did they see it black and white? No, they didn't see that. They didn't see that. But that was so magnificent, Councilman Gay, that you so crystal clear, and you, Sister Councilwoman McKenzie, crystal clear, and Brother Councilman Joe Carn, crystal clear, stated the facts. And I see the brilliance and intelligence of our council. I thank God for you, Councilwoman Arnold, too. And Councilwoman Arnold, I heard your brilliance, too, in the past. But I want to close, and I'm not going to be long because we stayed at 2 o'clock in the morning last time. And I got a busy schedule like everybody else who's trying to uplift this community. But this is important to me because our sister didn't even know about what Councilwoman McKenzie was doing to put $100,000 or $200,000 in the Brady. They didn't even know that. So whoever fed them the information about the Bill Evans Field, why didn't you tell them about the community initiative, how we are giving money back to the community and help our people? And I'm going to close with this because I want you all to keep voting in the last budget hearing. I heard them all come about safety. We're concerned about you freezing 6 officers' safety. But how many of you spoke to the chief? I spoke to the chief. And the chief said, currently, it's not going to affect safety. The quality of service that she's going to offer the citizens will not dwindle, not one iota. She said she has 12 officers that she can hire right now. This is facts. And she can correct me if I'm wrong. I stand to be corrected because I'm not going to be here being a liar or exaggerating the truth, because exaggeration is a lie. She has 12 officers. The wonderful city manager gave her that allotment, but 6 is frozen. She said to me that I can hire the 12, and it takes from the hiring period and the training period 6 months. She said, once I actually get those 12 hired, then I'm going to propose to the council to unfreeze those 6 officers, and she is very optimistic it will be granted. Making up things as though these 6 officers being frozen is going to cause your service of safety to dwindle. There's a lesson I want to close with, and I'm going to defend my sister, Councilwoman McKenzie, because they're talking about she's lacking transparency, but she had a Ward 1, a town hall meeting. I was there, and she publicized it, and the mayor was there, and she was very transparent about the community initiative. But now people are saying she's not transparent. And the Ward 1 meeting was a few blocks away from College View Hill community, walking distance. And she told the whole community about the wonderful community initiative of the $3.8 million. And she said it with joy. And when I hear Councilwoman McKenzie, because the Spirit of God has truth, and the lies and falsehood that truth. And when you are close to God, you can hear when you're up here speaking falsehood. And you can tell those who have the spirit of truth. When I heard Councilman Gay speak, I heard the spirit of truth. And Councilman Khan and Councilwoman McKenzie. But when you come up here and you beat up our brilliant black council, but then you leave the mayor out, as though that she's holy. She does good, but we all have faults and shortcomings. If I was up there, I would do something wrong. If you were up there, you would have faults and shortcomings. You're not perfect. But you come up here like you're holy. But they're doing something good for these young black children, girls. They had no idea of the 3.8 community initiative to help them. But let me tell you something. The white community is only 10%, if that, of this city. They contribute only 10% of this budget. So 90% or so is contributed by black people. So don't act like you coming up here adding 100% of your money. This is a black community. But you are behind the scenes, in the ear of Black People Award 1, and someone wants to be the proverbial frog. You know the proverbial frog, the dragon speaks through the frog? The frog is speaking, but it's not really the frog, it's the dragon speaking through the frog. May I hear you speaking? But what you're speaking is what your white constituents, not the black ones. I've heard you for many years. And I've watched you. And you saw me come up here and plead for the poor, but you never, ever, ever had a black agenda for your own people. You're a black mayor, so you say you are, but you lean towards the white side. And I love you now, but I'm speaking the truth. But when I come up here and talk about what's going on in the hood, you hear me, but you don't say, look, I think that's a good idea. I think that we should consider what Mr. Muhammad is saying. But now, you never said that. When Councilman Ambrose Clay was in that seat and Ken Allen was in that seat, you never said anything. But as soon as they said something about the Bill Evans Field, oh, I agree with you. We should keep it. Everything they say. But my sister, I spoke to your mother, beautiful black woman. And she has a history, she's black conscious.
Mr. Muhammad,
And
Mr. Muhammad, what does my mother have to do with the budget?
No, I said she's a beautiful black woman. She's
Okay.
black.
We
I
can-
spoke
we can-
to her.
we can
No,
leave my
I'm
mother-
going to
we
tell
can-
you why. I'm going to tell you
We can
why.
leave my mother out of the
Well,
conversation.
no.
She doesn't have
I'm
anything
not.
to do
I'm
with
not.
the
It's
budget.
not nothing negative. I'm saying she's a beautiful black woman, and she is black conscious.
I would ask you just refrain from talking about my mother.
Okay, I'll refrain saying your mother's a beautiful black woman.
What, good, bad, or indifferent, she
Okay,
has
well,
nothing to
I
do
would
with the
say
budget.
this. I would say this, Mayor, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful. And I'm going to close, and I'm going to say this. There is the plantation politics that's working alive and well. And on the plantation, you had those house Negroes, like Brother Larry said last week, fought on behalf of the South. They wanted to preserve slavery for the white slave master. But the field Negroes who got beat from sunup to sundown, who had to pick cotton, who had to eat the guts from the hog. See, this is our history. Remember the Holocaust, but forget about slavery. No, not here in College Park. We ain't gonna forget, and we never will forget what the white slave master done to our people and how the white slave master's children today are the beneficiaries of what they done to black people. And so the field Negro wanted the freedom. And we're going to celebrate Juneteenth here on Wednesday, but that field Negro was happy, but the house Negro was sad. You know why? Because their master was sad. When the master was sick, Master, we sick? When the master's house was on fire, Master, we's house on fire? But the field Negro who caught hell from the white slave master, when the house was on fire, they prayed for a wind to burn it down. When he was sick, they prayed for his death. Because we caught hell every day that we lived under the tyranny of the white slave master. But guess what? Right here in the South, our ancestors picked cotton for free for 310 years that made white people rich. And we was poor. Now you got the slave master children today that's in this audience or in this city. They're the beneficiaries of what their fathers have done. And we, the black ones who are the field Negroes, who want to see justice for our people. Don't tell me that we the same. Black people still suffer from police brutality because we black or racial profiling. We suffer what white people don't suffer today. Right now in prison, we overpopulate the prison right now in Georgia. 500,000 people in prison that's being privatized by Fortune 500 white companies. While our black people are in prison making 23 cents an hour. That's a new plantation. And you telling me you got black counsel who's trying to repair the damage that the white slave master have done, and the white slave master's children are benefiting from the rich wealth that their fathers have earned for them? And now you're going to condemn them for taking our black tax dollars that only white people contribute 10% of, but you want to give them 100% of your attention? That's not justice. And you manipulate our young sisters from College View, and I know why they're here. Someone manipulated them. Councilman McKenzie wasn't wrong. That lady, Miss Julie, who admitted that she signed those names, that's fraud and deceit. She had no right to sign people's name that was not here. I called Queenie Brown or emailed her. I said, can my email serve as me signing in? She said, no, you have to be present. Them people weren't present. But you're going to come up here and she saw fraud and deceit. She has a right to investigate that. You can't go to a doctor's office and sign someone else's name and fraudulently give the appearance that they're there and they're not there. That's deception. That's corruption. And you're a lawyer. That's fraud all day long, fraud upon the court. And it hurts me when we actually, because they're white, they're right. This woman came up here and admitted that she signed in 18 names and they were not present to monopolize and dominate the public comments. That's not justice and equity, like Brother Joe was saying. That's not fair to me. If I have to get dressed, and I always dress in a suit, because like my daughter said, I can't come to a court, and you are officer of the court, Miss Mayor. You are officer of the court, Mr. Denmark. Mr. Walker is an officer of the court. He don't come to the court with no jeans and T-shirt. That judge will throw you out. It's disrespectful to the court. But how do you come before these lawmakers, these wonderful lawmakers? They have the same respect that a judge should. You should come respectful when you come before your mayor and council. But we come in flip-flops and we come in all kind of attire, but you wouldn't do no white judge like that or a black judge, because there's rules. But we don't respect black leadership. See, we say about color is no issue. We know that's a lie. You read the newspaper, that's not true. So I want to say The Bible says the devil's a liar. And there's a lesson that the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad was asked by his teacher, Master Fard Muhammad. Why did Moses have a hard time to civilize the devil 2000 BC? And the answer was because he started making trouble among the righteous people, telling lies. They accuse the righteous people, causing them to fight and kill one another. See, when you see the fighting and the argument, there's a devil somewhere making false accusations and lies. That Bill Evans field wasn't even on the agenda for this agenda. It wasn't on the agenda. That's not the dealing with the budget. But I get interrupted all the time by you, Ms. Mayor, saying that my words were inflammatory, but a man just mentioned sucker to the council. You never stopped them. And there was a sister last time, she was standing right next to you and started personally attacking the council, one by one. And you never stopped them and said that was inflammatory. You can't personally attack somebody. You asked me to refrain from talking about how beautiful
Please leave my mother
how
out of
beautiful
this,
someone
sir.
is. I wasn't going to say.
it.
I wasn't going to say. I said beautiful someone is. I wasn't going to say that. And I did that out of respect for you. And so what I'm asking us, why don't we use that same spirit when you see your colleagues being attacked by these constituents, say that's not the proper environment. This is not the proper environment or proper decorum. So all I'm asking us, Sister Councilwoman McKenzie, she's been thrown under the bus, as Ms. Morris said, and she was right. She's thrown under the bus because false things are being said about her. But when Ambrose was in her position, I didn't hear all this outcry from nobody. Owen Ken Allen. And they didn't even do anything for the black community. Nothing for the black community. But it's all right because these people don't care about the suffering of black people. And remember, the House Negro does not speak for the masses of black people. The House Negro only speaks for the master. Remember that. So when the House Negroes come up here, they don't speak for me. I'm a field Negro. They don't speak for the field Negroes, who is the masses. They speak for the House Negroes and their slave master. And this is what's going on right now in College Park, plantation politics. And if you want to continue to say that you represent black people, and you don't even know what College View Hill is, because you call it capital something. Come on. Love yourself. These council is doing a beautiful job. Let's support them. And when you want to recall Councilwoman McKenzie, who you going to put in the place? Another Ambrose Clay who's going to take us back in time on the plantation? Because that's what he did. A Ken Allen who took us back in time, put us back on the plantation. They're trying to lift black people from their stand, and I'm with them 100%. So I thank you for enlightening me, Councilman Gay and Karn and McKenzie, about the Bill Evans. But let's have a dialogue. Let's get all the documents. Let's all come together then. Let's bring the documents. Let's have a showdown. But don't come up here and you ain't seen no document. You just heard what white people told you. And you like the proverbial frog, letting the dragon speak through you instead of looking at the actual facts. They got the actual facts. Arrange a meeting with them. Leave them alone. Stop assaulting their character. Stop being a hypocrite. And Miss Mayor, you got great potential, but you're leaning towards the white side. Be balanced and look out for all the constituents and the hidden agenda that is going on right now and feeding the information that's going on the inside to those on the outside. If you feed them right. Feed them the truth. Don't be a willing agent to keep this controversy going. They mean well. They're not perfect, neither am I, and neither are you, and neither are they. None of us are. So humble ourselves. And let's look at the $3.8 million. There's no safety issue going on here. And I spoke to the fire chief, by the way, as well. He said, things been like this for a long time. Ain't nothing changed. He's been struggling when Ambrose Clay was here, when Ken Allen was here with the same issue with adequate firefighters and whatnot. But y'all act like it just came up when this black council arrived. See what you're doing? You're scapegoating. And like Sister McKenzie said, the selling of 6 West was way before she was even in the office. And now she's being accused of what's going on behind Brady. Why didn't you say something, Miss Mayor said, no, that's not true now, in defense of her? Truth. Correct the constituents when they're not speaking facts. Don't be biased because you appear real biased. But you can change that and show love for all of the constituents. But you got to start with the least. Because if we really want to be like Jesus, Jesus first came to aid the poor. But if you want to be like the rich man who disrespected Lazarus, the rich man didn't care about the poor Lazarus. And when the rich man died, guess what he went? He went to hell. But Lazarus, the poor man, he went to paradise. But the dog licked the sores of Lazarus, had more respect for Lazarus than the rich man did. So be careful. You might be rich today, but see all these natural calamities? It might bring you into the poorhouse tomorrow. And you might be going to Ignite for some food. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
I speak for myself, and I wear what I want to wear because I can. And this is a free country, and it's respectful to wear what you want to wear. Because in church, you come as you are, and people meet you where you are. So that's first and foremost.
Ma'am, you gotta
Sorry.
address us.
I'm sorry. I felt very but I would like to say my name is Ashley Gant. I am a resident of College Park. I live on Virginia Avenue. I do not come to these meetings at all, but I want to advocate for my children that we walk to this park every day. We walk and we use the side field. I know that Bill Evans is not used for community purposes. My son is a part of MGBA. I love College Park, and I love the quaintness of College Park. And sometimes overdevelopment of a quaint city that we have is very unique to Atlanta. And that's one of the reasons that I live here, and I love it here. And we're taking away, Bill Evans is part of the sale, and that little football field area is part of that Bill Evans. So they're coupled together. And that is what is affecting us. Bill Evans might not affect us on a day-to-day basis, but my son's touch flag football is affected. You know, and then my concern is if we sell this little parcel, there's places that's chipping away. And just like Mayor said earlier, why can't it be a and instead of a or? Because that affects me. And everybody is advocating for themselves. Everybody has a bias. Everybody has an agenda. And personally, this affects me and my family because we use that park and that area on a daily basis. And that's all I want to say. And I thank you for your service. I know this is not an easy job. I work in healthcare. I work long hours. I got to be to work at 6 o'clock in the morning. And I thought that this was very important for me to sit here and advocate for my child that uses that park and uses that area every day. So I appreciate you all.
Thank you so much for being here.
Good morning. My name is Mose James IV. I am extremely tired and super hungry. I remember you had snacks last time. You still got snacks? I do. I think the gentleman that spoke before the lady that just spoke, well, actually the lady that spoke before the gentleman that spoke, that was awesome. I took in a whole lot of what you said, and I hope that when I deliver my words that they live up to many of the ideals that you spoke up as well. To the gentleman that spoke, I know there was a question of facts and what information that we had. Well, those that know me know that I like to deal in facts, and I invite everybody to go to unitedcollegepark.com. I'm going to sit it right here while I talk so that people can visit that website right there. Because when you visit that website, what you're going to find is a repository of documents, many documents that it seems as if the city manager, the city lawyer at times, and the council did not want us to see. But I was lucky enough to come into possession of them through Freedom of Information requests. And that's how we're able to piece together all these different things. My good friend James Walker spoke earlier today, and he spoke about how we are doing the job that we expect from the council. And we do feel like that at times. We're having to go in and connect all these dots. I would much rather have been at home watching the Celtics win tonight. I don't even know if y'all know that or not. Celtics won. I would have much rather been at home reading with my daughter. But instead, this is my every other Monday night. Mr. Gay said it many times before he disappeared. We're here doing the hard work every other Monday. I feel like him. Every other Monday, we out here doing the hard work. I got a great opportunity that I did not get back on February 19th, but I can take the opportunity now. On February 19th, I was actually sitting here, and that would have been my very first time speaking at a meeting. I didn't get to speak at the meeting because I agree with you all. The public comment stuff is whack. Many times, Joe Carn will extend time to whoever he sees fit, and I don't even get a chance to get up here and talk. So I was here February 19th, and I don't know if you remember, but we were here talking about renaming streets. We were about to spend a lot of money to rename streets, and I wrote something. I said, my name is Mose James IV. I'm a resident of Ward 1. Many people don't know this, but I am a lifetime resident of the city of College Park. I've been in College Park for 42 years, coming up on June the 25th. I've been here a long time. Now, many times people come up here and they say, where were you then? Where were you then? Well, you know what? I was probably playing t-ball over at Welcome All Park. Or I might have been playing, dribbling, and learning how to dribble a basketball right over here in the auditorium. So I might not have been as active because I was a little kid. But I've been here my entire life as well. Tri-Cities High School graduate, and I taught at Tri-Cities High School. And I own property throughout the city. Now, my business, thank you so much. My business happens to be in East Point. All right, back to my story. My name is Mose James IV. I'm a resident of Ward 1. Historically black colleges and universities should be honored and recognized for their impact on society. I challenge this council to come up with a better way to honor them. It is my hope that your recent proposal to name new streets within the 6 West development after HBCUs will fail. And I went to Tuskegee for a minute. In the mid-1900s, all across the U.S., towns' streets were named after prestigious universities to provoke a sense of sophistication and educational aspiration. The essence of our community is embedded in the names of our streets. They reflect a century of history and identity. Erasing them without a clear, community-backed plan disregards the very foundation on which we stand. This is the same ground where hundreds of black families were displaced, one of the most painful chapters of our city's history. The same streets where these families still visit to this day with memories of their childhood. After taking their homes 50 years ago, this plan will further erase them from our city's history. There does not appear to be a clear long-term vision behind this proposal. Additionally, the proposal is vague. It suggests that the new 6 West streets will be named after HBCUs. However, after reviewing the possible proposed map, the new streets are the same streets. If that is the case, this feels as if this is a cheap opportunity to change something that was done in the past. Let me just say that part again. The proposal is vague. It suggests that the new 6 West streets will be named after HBCUs. However, after reviewing the possible proposed map, the new streets are the same streets. If that is the case, this feels as if this was a cheap opportunity to change something that was done in the past. Oxford Avenue will turn into Xavier Crossing, Yale Avenue to Tuskegee Trail, John Wesley Avenue to FAM University Drive. The idea of renaming streets directly contradicts the essence of HBCUs. They were not established to overshadow or replace, but to coexist, embodying a tradition of nurturing community and a steadfast dedication to Black excellence. A better way to honor HBCUs would be to give opportunity to students currently at those schools. A better way to honor HBCUs would be to give opportunity to students currently at those schools. I urge this council to revisit their decision to pull out of Finding a Flint contract. This was before you actually revisited that decision to pull out the Finding a Flint contract. Florida A&M University. There we go. Tuskegee University. There we go. And Alabama A&M University are HBCUs recognized for their programs, focusing on natural resources, conservation, and environmental sciences. The institution's other various degrees in environmental science, natural resource management, and sustainable agriculture, highlighting their commitment to ecological balance and stewardship. Finding Flint is a program that would give these students a place to put their studies in action. College Park could give residents to the world's next leading environmental steward or conservation innovator. Finding a Flint was researched by the community, funds were secured by the community, heavily supported by the community, and equally disappointed when the council ripped the rug from beneath this project. Let's give opportunity to the next environmental superstar. We can name a street after him or her. Again, these words were prepared for the February 19th meeting. To my dismay, I actually come to that meeting, and while we're thinking of giving names to streets about HBCUs, at the same meeting, we decided to rip an opportunity from Clark Atlanta University and rip an opportunity from Morehouse, somewhere where we could come closer and actually provide opportunity to these HBCUs. And those are just the colleges, but all of the kids that work in this neighborhood, imagine what Morehouse could have brought to my child when they bring the Braves here. I was a kid at Welcome All Park playing baseball, and I played side by side with Antonio Grissom Jr., Marquise's nephew. And the joy that we got when Marquise would come to our practices and hit balls into the air, because we were there playing with a Major League Baseball player. This is something that he wanted to do for all the kids of College Park just across the street from where we are right now. But instead, it appears low-cost senior towers might be coming instead. And I could be wrong. That's why I think the gentleman that spoke before the lady that spoke before me, you know what? Maybe he's right. Maybe we got bad information. But I do urge you to go to unitedcollegepark.com and look at the files that we put together, and you can see for yourself. You know, I meant to start this thing off by saying Happy Father's Day to all of the men in here. All of y'all that celebrated. That's part of the reason why I'm so tired right now. If you happen to be a friend of mine on Facebook, you'll see all the amazing things that my wife had laid out for me yesterday. I mean, she went over and beyond. We started the day at Marquise Bar and Grill. Anybody been there? It's over in Edgewood. Well, I mean, Marcus Bar and Grill is absolutely amazing. With the kids, we went from there over to the Beltline, rode on scooters, walked around. My little beautiful 6-year-old daughter, you know what she said to me? She said, "Daddy, why we don't have this in College Park?" And I swear to you, strike me down if I'm lying right now. That's what she said to me. She said, "Why don't we have this in College Park?" Ms. McKenzie, please come back soon, because I got something I definitely want to talk to you about. Okay, I thought you were about to leave me. Please don't go. Oh, yes. The streets. We were going to spend money to rename the streets, weren't we?
You want anything else from me before I take it back?
I still haven't gotten into this one. So she says, "Why don't we have this in College Park?" And I said, "Baby, we were about to get close to having this in College Park. We had a really great company called Stream Realty. I've seen them do projects like this one and other projects very similar all around the city of Atlanta and all throughout the country. But instead, our city decided to go in a different direction, even after we saw a man sign a contract just a month ago." So we left from there. We went over to Chattahoochee Food Works. We did a lot of eating yesterday. We went over to Chattahoochee Food Works. There's a spot called Your Third Spot. Amazing little location, kind of like Dave and Buster's a little bit. So we're sitting there, we're throwing darts, kids are running around playing video games. Outside of it, there's like this really beautiful green space where kids can run around. They had a stage. DJ was up there. Actually want to talk about doing that at Barrett Park soon. My son then goes, "Man, this would be cool if we had this in College Park." And I said, it would be really cool if we had this in College Park. But unfortunately, what I bought into when I purchased my home out here, the idea of Sits West, I haven't seen nothing happen. That's a lie. We do have half of a bridge now. But I haven't seen much happen with that project since I bought my home, almost 8 years ago now? So then we leave there and we go over to, it's right there on, you were talking about Memorial earlier. It's right there on Memorial where the Eastern is. You know that new concert venue? That is really, there's this club out there called El Malo. I've been there 2 months. But they had like a block party happening out. We didn't take the kids to this one. And my wife and I, we're sitting there and we're just saying to ourselves, why can't this happen in College Park? There's 400 acres that could be developed and we could have all that stuff within walking distance of my home, within a golf cart ride from my home. It could be right here. But for some reason, instead, you know what we spent the last 2 months doing? Fighting for a rock wall. we spent 2 months to get right back to where we started. And I'll be honest with you, Councilman Gay, I appreciate you. I appreciate Councilwoman McKenzie, because you all helped us save the rock wall. Now, when I look back on it, it just feels like it was a really big distraction because there were so much more important things that we could have been doing. But I do appreciate the work that you put in to help us save the rock wall. Let me get to my notes because I got to buy a little bit of time until Miss McKenzie gets back, because it was all about her. Give me 1 second. I really appreciated some of the words that one of my new best friends, Mrs. Jessie, said up here. She said that silence is not consent if we have not been given any information. And that rung out to me, because there's this idea that, people must be going along with us. You know, I didn't hear you say nothing bad about the rock wall. Well, are we going to say something bad about it if we didn't know it's going to come down? Ain't nobody ever said they like Bill Evans Field. Y'all didn't let me know y'all wanted to keep Bill Evans Field. We didn't know that we had to be worried about Bill Evans Field going anywhere. There's so much said about who in College Park uses what. But then there's so much said about us being the global gateway to the world. Let me repeat that part, because I know Mr. Karn had a whole lot of friends from Korea over here the other day. Right? Are you awake? Are you watching game highlights? What are you doing? All right, I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm not living up to your ideals. I apologize for that one. There's so much being said about us being a global gateway to the world, and it seems as if other people outside of our city respect our resources more than we respect them. Countless people come up here and say, all right, you know what? Maybe you're right. For some reason, we aren't playing baseball on that field. But we go and we watch the games all the time. We see Woodward using the field all the time. We see Clark using the field all the time. We see Morehouse wanting to invest to bring even more global attention to the field. But instead, we want to rip it up. Same thing with the rock wall. I can't wait till we finally get an opportunity, because there are going to be people from all around the world that's going to take advantage of that rock wall now. And I think that the businesses in this area, they appreciate those types of things. I guess I got to wait for Miss McKenzie to get back. All right. Another thing that my new best friend, Mrs. Jessie, said. She says, it makes us wonder, do you have your own agenda? That's one thing my wife and I talk about every single day. We say, like, what is really going on? I mean, they don't want to tell us nothing. You want to go from a company like PMG, where I saw the smile on Mr. Wyatt's face from ear to ear. He was excited that we assigned this contract with this company, and we were looking at bringing residential housing from a reputable company. When you go to their websites, it's very easy to see the types of projects that they're involved in, because it's all over the internet, because they're proud of those projects. Then we rip that away, and we give it to a company called NYSA, and you find out that the leader of their company did federal time. Find out that the leader of their company was caught up in a love triangle that ended up in a murder-suicide. Like, who are we doing this for? And that was a simple Google search. I ain't even had to spend more than 5 minutes to find this stuff out. And I know, the council isn't BIDA, but I also know that the council chooses who goes on BIDA. And BIDA is full of people, I'm sure very great people, but not real estate executives. It's full of people just like me, just neighbors. So I know that the council still has a large hand in how those decisions are made. Let me see. Another statement she made. She said, you stare at us, never respond, and don't tell us any answers. I'll say that during that very first one, Bill Evans, y'all had a lot of answers today. I was really surprised. Mr. Karn, he did 3 bat flips on what he said he was going to do at first and not talk. And we spent almost an hour while Ms. Althea was up here. So you can respond. It's within you. That just has to be what you want to talk about. If it's not what you're interested in, who knows what's going to happen? Is she back? Oh, goodness. Is she coming back? Can somebody check on her? Oh, man. I guess that's it. I found this part right here to be interesting. We started talking about equitable opportunities throughout the city, and I've heard that line before as well. I was not here. I was at home watching the meeting where we were ripping away, finding the Flint. I remember I got some amazing quotables from Ms. Arnold that night where she talked about being on fire and that the kids had absolutely no resources and there was nothing for them to do and they were going to jail. And then a couple of months later, one of the resources is right there on Godby Road was being removed with no debate and no discussion. I too don't believe that we have to take something from one place in order to give it to another place. I have children. I have a 6-year-old and a 9-year-old. I do not have to take my son's bike in order to give my daughter a bike. I have to work a little bit harder to find a way to give both of them bicycles. I think this council has to work a little bit harder to figure out that, you know what can we do for Godby Road? How can we do more things to Godby Road? And I agree. I want to come over there and I support it. We do many activities at Tracy Wyatt Rec Center. We do many activities over in Phillips Park as well. So we use all of the resources throughout the city. And I think it's a tragedy that we are even considering taking things from one part of the city, especially on the idea that, well, things just ain't equitable. Like my sister said a minute ago, she wasn't even here. So now she got to pay for what you all perceive to be the sins of somebody else when she just wanted to invest in her community and invest in this thing and retire from here. It's foolish to even think that way. In my opinion, it's very simple to think that way, especially when we have a budget this year that I believe is approaching $196 million. Right back to the budget. Councilman Gay, I heard him at the last meeting. He said, people came to me and they said, what do you want for your city? They said, give us a list of what you want, and I'm going to go down that list. And my wife and I, we talk about you often, Councilman Gay. We say that he is the most honest one in the dais. We say that because you're going to tell us exactly what's going on. And I agree with the young lady who was up here earlier. You are a strong advocate for your ward. Your ward cannot, because you're going to do any and everything you can to get them what they want. The point I was making around that, though, was, excuse me, I feel like I took pills from the city manager. I'm getting a little bit loopy up here. Where was I? You're a strong advocate for your ward. You do everything you can for Ward 4. Gosh, I'm gonna have to come back to that one. All right. Well, I'm just gonna have to get into this without Ms. McKenzie. And it's all right, because the lawyer's here. And he's the one I really had a question for. So every Thursday, you can find myself and my kids and my wife, my entire family. We normally go over to Piccadilly. We sometimes go to the Piccadilly that's off Godby Road because they close a little bit later, but we really like to at Greenbrier. And we're there every Thursday. If you got kids, Piccadilly, you buy one meal, kids eat for $1.99. So it's a great deal. This past Thursday, I had to go by myself with the 2 kids, which I don't mind. I think if anybody knows, I'm a very active father. And I'm sitting there cutting up Journey's chicken tenders because it gets real hot and it burns their mouth. And I get a text message. And I look down, and she goes, Daddy, what's wrong? Because my whole emotion and everything kind of changed. I was like, it's nothing, it's nothing. And the text message was from the illustrious Councilwoman McKenzie. It was very, hadn't texted me in a while, and this is what she wrote. And you can also visit unitedcollegepark.com because it's posted there. She said, once again, your facts on the matter are incorrect. The entire council voted on the deed on February 19, 2024. However, I did not vote on May 6, 2024. That is when the deed was actually approved. I understand your passion to put me in a box of negativity, but it straight. All council members present on May 6 voted on the quit claim deed. So, you know, I looked at it, I read it over again, because I'm like, this is random. Why is she even sending it? Then she sent me like parts of the minutes so I could kind of, you know, fact check it. But, you know, I'd already seen the video 10 times at that point, so I read it again. Once again, your facts on the matter are incorrect, with a capital I, incorrect. The entire council voted on the deed on February 19, 2024. So I was like, oh man, it sounds like she's trying to blame it on everybody else. So, again, when I looked at it, I was like, the entire council voted on the deed on February 19, 2024? I don't know how that happens, because I see Ms. McKenzie in this picture. I see Mr. Karn in this picture, and I see Mr. Gay in this picture. But I don't see Ms. Arnold in this picture. So how did the entire council vote on the deed on February 19, 2024, if the entire council wasn't there on February 19, 2024? And remember, she's telling me to get my facts straight as I present things. Now, this all came up because of a post that I made on Facebook. You can go to speakupcollegepark.com if you'd like to see the post yourself. This post said, on June 12, 2024, BIDA voted to sell Bill Evans Field to H.J. Russell, doing business as Creed Acquisitions, for $1.5 million. The decision came after significant community scrutiny and with minimal explanation as to why selling this valuable property and green space would be beneficial. Councilwoman Jamil McKenzie, Councilman Joe Karn, and Councilman Roger Gay made all this possible on February 19th when they inexplicably handed the fate of Bill Evans Field to BIDA. I assume it was this post that upset her, because it was within about an hour of me posting this that she then told me, once again, your facts on the matter are incorrect. The entire council voted on the deed on February 19th. The entire council didn't, because again, Ms. Arnold wasn't there. And then she goes on to say, I did not vote on May 6th, which just makes me believe that now she's running away from that vote. We all know she was at the meeting on May 6th. Her big toe started hurting. She took some pills from the city manager. She went home, and then she didn't vote on the wall. She didn't vote on this, and there was something else I can't remember at the time. All council members present on May 6th voted on the quitclaim deed. So not her, just you guys. Then she sends me this text. Get your facts right. You are on the verge of facing legal consequences for lying and distorting truth. I don't know where I lied. I don't know where I distorted truth. If anybody wasn't totally accurate, it seems like it was Councilwoman Jamil McKenzie when she said that all of you all voted on February 19th. All of you all weren't even here to vote on February 19th. But I need to get my facts right, because I'm now on the verge of facing legal consequences for lying and distorting truth. And normally that wouldn't really bother me. But earlier this year, through a Freedom of Information request, we were able to see some of the activity that the council uses the attorney for. In August, the attorney charged $27,000 for his services. In September, our attorney, Winston Denmark, charged another $27,000 for his services. And then in October, he charged $52,384 for his services. That's almost double what he was charged in the month before. Then in November, he charged $56,605 for his services. Again, now we're about double what he charged in September. In December, he charged $63,885 for his services. Now we are over double. And if you remember, December was a very light month because a lot of people didn't show up to work. In January, he charged $78,017. Or almost 3 times what he was charging before. In February, $75,770. In March, $62,339. And in April, $58,306. Now, I'll tell you why this worries me. We were only getting charged $27,000 back in August and September. And I've seen some of these invoices unredacted. And I know how some council people use our city attorney to attack our residents. So when she tells me, get your facts right, you're on the verge of facing legal consequences for lying and distorting truth, I'm afraid. I could be next. You know what? I got more to say, but Mr. Carn already told us earlier that he was going to vote through this budget. It's as if the things that's coming out of my mouth probably don't even matter. And I really want to sit down and enjoy these Fritos. So I'm going to get away from the podium so Ms. McKenzie can come back to the meeting. And I hope you all have a really great night.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor, I have a comment as we've been talking. Mr. James Mosley, first of all, I think you have a beautiful family. Happy Father's Day.
Thank you, sir.
And I'm sure they're very proud of you. And
I'm more proud of them.
And I've just met you, this new council, but I just want you to know, from me to you, you know, your voice is just as important as everybody else's voice. And so it's not going unheard. You continue to work hard and do what you feel is the right thing to do.
Thank you, sir. And I do appreciate that. I remember the very first words that you said to me was, if we sat down and talked, we'd probably find we have a lot in common. That day I saw your brake pad. It was a beautiful exchange between the two of us. I know you work hard for your ward, and I think you can see that I work hard for my family. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Good morning. It's been a long night. So I actually do want to talk about the budget. I have some specific points, questions.
Could you restate your name? I know you spoke during public
Sorry,
comment.
Elizabeth Lester, Cambridge Avenue. I would like to say I do appreciate what you all do. I realize being in a political position is an unforgiving role. So please don't take our criticism as a lack of appreciation, because we do appreciate it. We just don't necessarily agree with how it's being done. So as to the budget, I wanted to note that I suspect what I have to say probably isn't going to matter, and that's unfortunate, because I didn't see any changes made to the budget from our comments last week. And my understanding is that you all are going to vote on the budget this morning. Although I would encourage you to think about actually tabling it and setting a special meeting after you've had a chance to reconsider some of the line items. Because it just has to be voted on this month. So I would encourage everybody to think about that. especially because it is the early morning hours. Irrespective, I also would like to point out that we don't all get everything we want. That's just a fact of life. It's reality. I don't get everything I want in my budget, especially don't do that at work. They definitely don't give me all the head count I want. I get that. I get that it's a trading game, but I think it's really important that we think about what are the things that our city government is responsible for, and what are the things that we really need to look at relying on our community, our state, our business, our nonprofit partners. Because there's a lot that they can do for us. There's a lot that a grants writer, manager, whatever that position is, can help us get money for. There's a lot that a director of airport affairs would be able to help us do if that position were still going to be funded. And so I think it's important that we do look at the 3.8 million community enhancement priorities. I'm not saying don't do some of them. I'm just saying maybe don't do all of them. And I is a controversial opinion. It's not that the programs aren't valuable. They are. I think the question is just who is the right entity to be doing the programs. So a couple of the programs specifically that I think are worth noting. An urban garden, wonderful initiative. We can go get grant money for that. Why do we need $100,000 in this year's budget for that? Why can't we take the time to go get that grant money and build that? Why can't we leverage our existing community resources and try to get people to pitch in and figure that out? We have a lot of vacant land. I'm sure that we could get people to help build it out. We got a College Park Garden Club. Everybody's welcome to join the Facebook group. We exchange plants and everything, although I might really have more of a black thumb, not a green thumb. So that's $100,000 right there. There's also $100,000 dedicated to community assistant engagement initiatives. Now I understand there's some valuable programs in there, but when you went through the list of some of those items, again, great programs, but a lot of those don't cost the city any money to do. Citywide blood drive, Red Cross, great organization. They do a lot of great work. It cost us nothing for them to come into our community. We just have to give them some space. We have to help rally some volunteers, try to get the blood donors. That cost us nothing. That's community involvement, community engagement. I'd be happy to help work with it. I know people on the board of the Georgia Atlanta Red Cross, whatever they are. So I can imagine that that can be done without us having to spend any money. Another initiative that was named, again, very valuable. I'm not saying not to do it. I'm saying don't use money in our budget for it, is a citywide voter registration program. There's so many different partner organizations that do these efforts. New Georgia Project, Rock the Vote, Black Voters Matter. They would be more than happy to come into our community. We just need to reach out and engage with them. We can invite them to come to existing College Park community events. I'm sure they would be more than happy to have a booth at different events. And I'm sure you could get, again, parts of the community to step up and help with these types of initiatives. Self-defense classes, another valuable thing. But isn't that something our police department can do, especially if they're fully staffed? What about the collection of hygiene products for low-income residents? Again, incredibly valuable, but also something that a lot of organizations can do. Let's go to Woodward. Let's ask their Girl Scout troops, their Boy Scout troops to help us with these types of initiatives. I was a Girl Scout troop leader there for years. We did these types of things. They'd be more than happy to help out. United Way. All of these different organizations are there. Another one was Small Home Repair Program. I noticed that our city is actually promoting an existing initiative that Atlanta Habitat for Humanity provides for this. So again, unless there's something I'm not aware of that requires our assistance to help fund the project, the programs already exist. We need to work on helping connect them We already have community resources, community partners like Ignite and others that can help us with these types of things. I disagree with the residential birthday program, not gonna lie. I feel like you all have discretionary funds that if that's important to you, you can send birthday cards to your constituents. I don't use the mail a lot. Probably wouldn't make it to me on time anyway, given the current state of the Postal Service. Training classes for kids while being safe alone at home. Again, incredibly valuable. But you know what? Again, police department. We have Fulton County Schools. We have Boys and Girls Club. There's a lot of organizations that do these things. I, for one, was a latchkey kid. I think pretty much everybody in Gen X was. It's just the reality. We survived. I get it's a different time and age, but there are a lot of programs that do these things. Walking clubs, again, another wonderful thing to do. But what does that actually cost the city to do? Hartsfield-Jackson employment job tracking, building a new system to help identify the new jobs. You know, I think that's a great concept, but the reality is building a system that's gonna talk and that's gonna be kept up to date is just something that's gonna break. I'm sure that the airport already has resources in place. Let's have a director of airport affairs who can help us figure out how to make sure we are getting the information into our community so that people do have jobs. That is important. I don't disagree with that. I just think we get there a different way. Community recipe book. I don't think that's something the city needs to do. Again, I think we have some neighborhood associations that can do great work with that. Neighborhood yard sale. Historic College Park Neighborhood Association has multiple yard sales every year. I'm sure they would be happy to help expand that across the whole city. I can't speak on their behalf because I'm not an officer, but something to certainly consider. So I think it's important that we look at that, right? So a director of airport affairs, $174,000, and program manager for economic development, $130,000. I think we have to look at what is the revenue that is brought in by positions like those. And right there, you can look at, maybe it doesn't make sense to get rid of some of these positions. I understand wanting to fund the resources for the community. Very important. But let's figure out how we can get the community to help each other. Tell Ward 1, tell Ward 2, tell Ward 3, tell Ward 4. Let us help each other. Tell what needs are across the community, and people are gonna step up. I see it all the time in the Facebook groups. Somebody says, oh, somebody moved into a new apartment and they need a bed. Or somebody had a house fire and they're moving into this other place and they need a couch or they need pots and pans. And everybody pitches in. People help out. Communities help each other. So let the communities help each other and foster that. And the city needs to invest in the things that the community itself.
Thank you so much.
Oh, I have a comment, Mayor. Ma'am.
Councilmember Gay?
Oh, I know it's getting late, but I appreciate you coming down and having a discussion. And you're the first speaker tonight. Well, not the first, but you were so polite and thoughtful in how you said it. Were really listening. You kind of scared me, but let me tell you about mine. So, when I added my list, we getting a playground, but it's not on there. So just so you know, the playground at Phillips Park has not been replaced in about 20 years. So $450,000 will go towards a new playground, and $150 will come from the community development block grant. So that's one of them. And then I'm backing out of my dog park because I had this conversation today. We got streets that ain't been paid. Ward 4 only had 25 streets, only 8 been paid since 1998. And it's really a shame I gotta use a community development line item to pay streets. That, to me, ought to be a mandated service. So there it is. We fighting the same fight. And then that leaves 200,000 into the lady's husband. Maybe we just get some chips and a fence. So I just want to put that on the record for Ward 4.
Elizabeth, I do want to say something to you as well. Thank you so much. I don't have that list broken down like that, but my question is, where, because, or even the beginning of this year, because all the things that you are saying could be done, I think what this just situation right now is we are in a budget, we're moving into the budget, and a lot of those things that you mentioned, that you saw we could do other ways, it's almost a 911 for many of the residents in our community. My initiatives are a little bit different than the ones that you mentioned. A lot of mine are working already with department heads for helping them get some of the things that they couldn't get. But we need more people like you that will step up and help and get us there. I will say one thing about this 2024-25, but these are just one time, and I said it last time as well. These are not going to be residual in the budget. We won't do it every year. We just we're looking at some of these things. I can't speak for all of them because we have 5 people here that put in those enhancements for the community. But it's a means to get us going, and the city is not going to do these programs ourselves. This is just funding so that we could have those organizations come in. And like I said, I don't know about every single one because they're not what I put in there. But I just want to say again, I appreciate you, and I'm really hoping that this upcoming year that we can get a group of people together, get the positions that we need, and I hear what you're saying, I hear you loud and clear, so that we can become more sufficient within the community and not rely on the government dollars. But I just wanted to say thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Tom Coleman, Cambridge Avenue. You'll be happy to know I didn't bring any visual aids with me here. It's too late for this year, but I'd like to speak towards the budget process. So you go through a series of, I think it was 5 or 6 or 7 meetings where you go through line by line what you see in there. I sat through a good number of them. I looked heavily at the bogey budget, I call it, the first thing that the city manager puts out, along with the department heads. There was a lot of ads, not too many cuts in that. Now, the city manager asked for all the department heads to cut their budget 6% going into it. You know, that's probably not a bad idea, you know. The hour's late. Some of us are nodding off. That's not a bad idea to look at cutting some money out of a budget, because there's usually something in there, fluff, that you can do, get rid of. Okay, then at the end of that, they came out with a revised budget that had this $3.8 million community enhancement in it, and that was paid for. The budget jumped from, backing up a little bit, it was $180 million this current year. The bogey budget, I think, was $184 million or something. I'm talking off the top of my head. And now we're at $196 million. Okay, we jumped way up. That was paid for, if you will, by a number of cuts. There was freezes to vacant positions that we've gone through before that were about $1.4 million. Okay, those vacant positions were primarily police and fire and the airport manager and a couple of other folks. Okay, that's the core stuff that the city does. Okay, there was also a $625,000 round number further cuts to the department budget. Now, I fault the process for not being transparent in that. That information was not available until later on. It was not available in that first set of slides that was given. Here's my question, okay? When you cut the 6%, you're probably cutting fluff there. When you cut another $625,000 out of that, you're starting to cut some muscle, all right? Now, that information was not readily available initially, but it is now. It was given in Ed Wall's presentation 10 days ago. So there's stuff in there that I think you want to look hard at. Well, the whole thing you need to look hard at, but police department, you're cutting $4,500. Okay, problems in policing frequently run down to training, lack of training. Okay, we're blessed with a wonderful police department. We have very few problems. All right, but if you cut the training, you're more than likely to generate some of those problems that we don't want to get. Police vehicles. Okay, we're buying a bunch of police cars, but we're not going to maintain them. We're cut $30,000 out of maintaining those cars. Okay, what's going to happen to your car when you don't maintain it? It breaks. 911. We're cutting $14,000 out of telephone expenses. I'm sorry, isn't that 911's job, answering the telephone? I seem to think that that's a core thing that they're going into here. You're cutting the core ability of that department to do their job. Fire department, again, we're cutting another $21,000 worth of training out of our fire department. And this one, I'm not sure, I didn't recognize it until I look at it. One of the biggest problems that we have in this city is poor maintenance on the rental units. Okay, 10 days ago we had a woman come in here and told a heart-rending story about she was in an unlivable condition in her apartment complex. Okay, who handles that? Inspections department. We've cut $14,000 out of a $146,000 inspection budget. That's one of the core things that the city does. Nobody else can go in there and inspect for us. We got to do it. It's right in there with police and fire. We've got to do it, but we just cut essentially the inspection budget by that much. I'll get through. Please listen to me. So that's just a few of the things that were cut out of that budget in the further cuts to get down to what we can do. This is going to sound like I'm echoing what Elizabeth Lessiter just said, but I think we can do a little bit of both. Okay, on the cutting of the police and the fire and the inspection, I too talked with the police department folks and talked with the fire department chief just recently, Chief Elmore. Okay, what we have to recognize is you can't just pull a cop or a firefighter or an inspector off the shelf and throw them on in there. There is a long lead time to get somebody to do those jobs. Okay, to be a firefighter takes pretty much a year before you get online. I'm sure it's similar with the police department. Okay, the police department folks that I talked to said, don't worry, we will continue the service we can, but how are they doing it? Through overtime, okay? So we're burning our people out by working them too hard, all right? When we cut 6 positions, that means everybody else has to work that much harder. Okay, now, if it takes a year to train somebody, and you bring them in here and you say, I'd like you to go work for College Park and be a police or firefighter, they're gonna say, well, wait a second, you don't have a job for me. Why am I gonna sit here and train for a year and then you don't have a job when I get out? And this pie in the sky about, yeah, there'll be a job there. Well, I don't know, you know, it's not what your budget says. So that, again, I echo that $3.8 million of community enhancement stuff is good stuff. All right, it needs to get done. Yes, it can get done by other people other than College Park, but I'm not saying that those aren't good things. But it's kind of like, I used a food analogy last time I was up here. I'll use another one here. If your kid comes to you and says, I want to eat my dessert first, and then I'll get to the vegetables and the protein later, you'd sit there and say, oh, no, wait a second, that's not a good idea. You're getting the stuff that you really want, but you're not helping your body grow, and you're not doing good things. Okay, what happens when you don't eat your vegetables? Your body deteriorates and bad things happen to it. You know, maybe you got your insurance rates go up, and you got to self-insure. Maybe we've added on to the bad things of years past, and people sit there and look at stuff. Maybe we start losing key employees, maybe 14 of them. That's the kind of stuff that happens when you don't feed your body right, the city body. Okay, I think we can do both, all right? So I would like to see, now, back to the process here. Okay, so we've gone through that process of looking at stuff. You've had public meetings. Okay, I'd like that a skeptical person might sit there and say, you've got no intention in the world of changing what that budget is. All right, was there a change between the last public session and us? No. Is there going to be a change between now and when you vote here in another 10 minutes? I don't know. You have no mechanism to sit down there and say, you know, a couple of those people that stood up had pretty good ideas. Maybe you ought to sit down and scratch your head and relook at what it's done. What's the mechanism for that? You don't have a work session at the end of the public sessions. Did anything come up? We're always talking about the people want this, the people want this, the people want this. But now you've got a process, and this year's too late, but in future years, next year, maybe you can change it to where you sit down and actually look at what was brought up and say, yeah, those are some good ideas. Here's what I'd like to see, all right? So you could sit there and say, we will approve the budget as put in there with these changes. I'd like you to put back in those freezes of personnel. That's $1.4 million. Okay, I'd like you to put back in those department cuts that was roughly $625,000. Okay? I'd like you to proportionately cut the $3.8 million of the community enhancements across the board by that $2.025,000, which is cutting them down to about 47% of what they were, basically half. Okay, we've just heard that we can get a lot of that stuff done by outside money. Okay, I think we can keep our police and fire, we can keep our inspections, we can keep those other core things that we cut out with the $625,000, and we can reduce the enhancements and either get them in two bites this year and next year, or get outside people come in to do stuff, and I think we can keep things going a whole lot better. This is your decision to make, and I would encourage you to do just that. Any questions? It's a two-way thing.
I don't have a question, Tom, but Althea, can you come down for a minute to help with some of these answers for Tom? Tom, so you were basically saying your suggestion is that we cut the $2 million from the community enhancement?
Well, reduce them proportionally across, yeah.
But you said $2 million. I wrote two. I mean, I was taking notes when you were writing. I mean, when you were talking, I was taking notes. So I just want you to know that's what's
So
going.
yeah, I mean, that basically, and then we already heard that you can get a lot of that stuff done from outside money. And you yourself said, hey, this is a one-time shot. Well, maybe we make it a two-time shot. recognizing that we can't get a cop, we can't sit there and just get a cop off the shelf, or a firefighter. It's a long lead time, and if we cut those positions, freeze them, you just can't snap your fingers and have them come back in there, particularly when they get the reputation out there in the public safety community that maybe this isn't a really good city to work for. They're liable to cut your position.
Okay, thanks. I wanted to ask, so Althea, basically, I was trying to find the email from when I was asking you, because I realized that some of the $3.8 million that we are looking at are monies that can only be used for certain things.
That is correct.
And about how much is that can only be, was it 2-something million, or?
No, it was closer to $3 million. I think only 534,000 of those community enhancement priorities were recurring operating expenses. The other $3+ million are for one-time expenses. For instance, car rental tax can only be used for parks and recreation, public safety, capital items. So as far as the recurring salaries, those funds could not be used to support the additions you want back in the budget. There would have to be other cuts to add those positions back.
Yeah, and the reason I wanted to ask.
This is the reason why you can't hear stuff and then immediately go to a vote. You gotta hash that stuff over.
Well, no, Tom, what I wanted you to hear is that you were talking about the 3.8 million, and you were saying that we could take 2 million of it and use it for some of those other things that you were mentioning. However, the funds that are being used, I wanted Althea to clarify that over $3 million of that are monies that could not, so it's not like you can, now what could happen is that there's $1.2 million that is going towards, but I don't want to even entertain that. There's over $1 million that in the budget, you talked about going from 180 something to where we are 196. Well, what we did is we included, this was not in that first dump budget that you mentioned, but later when we went through all the budget meetings, I'm just saying we, but Althea is the brains behind all this. We was able to find out how to do that cost of living increase for our employees. So that is money. So when you start talking about budgets, even though we're looking at the 3.8, what Althea is saying is only about $500,000 of that could probably go towards something else. And in order for us to get the 2 million, we would have to take, the addition that we did was actually employee increases. So, and, you know, even with the police, as, and I believe it is true in terms of, but anyway, I don't want to get into too much of the woods, but I want to explain to you that the money, you're saying take money, but that money can only be used for certain things.
I hear what you're saying. I'd have to look hard. I hear what you're saying. I'd have to look hard at those numbers. But when last public hearing, when we sat there and said, please tell us what this $3.8 million was, you folks had a hard time telling us what you're going to spend it for. You were pulling things about, you heard the whole list there. And so I got to think things can get jiggered around. Again, this is why I think we need to sit down in between public hearings and actually taking the vote and figuring out the best way of doing it.
Well, again, you know, at that point in the meeting, we were not responding. Today, we've done a lot more responding. We were really trying to hear. For myself, I mean, I could have answered the questions, but I was listening. I was having a hearing. So, and then I have constituents. No one has reached out to me in these last few days since we had the June 7th meeting to say, Jamel, this is what I'd like to do. So I'm just hearing again about budget today. And you're right, today is a little late because we have to pass a balanced budget and to make a lot of changes, meaning nothing is, Althea, have we changed anything since June 7th? Okay, so everything we've had 10 days now.
I'm telling you, you've got a bad process.
And I hear what you're saying. I do hear what you're saying on that, but I want you to understand that we have had 10 days. And the key is the budget must be balanced. And so if we change something over these 10 days, it has to still balance out. And I'm not even a budget person, but is that correct, Althea, what I'm saying? So that's where, so what also we want to change is that whatever gap of time that we have in the future to make these changes, and I'm not saying that those changes would have been made, because I'm not even sure what people are asking for, because now today you're giving us something different than you gave us the last time we met. You're coming out with a different strategy than what you said 10 days ago.
You talking about me?
Yeah, you mentioned public safety in your last, some of the
That's
same.
exactly what I said 10 days ago.
I mean, but no, you brought out, I don't remember you saying anything about taking $2 million from the priorities, this discussion.
No,
That's what
I
I'm
was
saying.
trying to offer a way that you could fulfill the needs of not cutting the public safety aspects, and now I discover the inspections as well. I was trying to help you with a little bit of guessing.
Well, thank you, Tom.
Please.
Thank you.
Councilmember Carn?
Tom, thanks for all the help. Thanks for all the opinions. Your opinions are very valued. I heard a lot. I heard all of what you said, and I hope you hear me out.
I could tell you were mulling it over as I was saying it.
You could tell that? Well, I'm
Yeah.
glad to hear that. I could tell you were mulling it over as you were speaking as well. That's a good deal. It's mutual. All right. So I hope you're going to listen to me now. First thing, well, to address some of your concerns, you mentioned about we can't have a workshop and then vote on something at the same time or whatever have you. Of course we can do that. Councils do that. County commissions do that. School boards do that. We can hear stuff in a workshop and we can move to a decision in the regular session. Because before we even have a council meeting, we all thoroughly review our agenda packets to look at the material and make a decision on it. The other reason why there's no issue whatsoever, and this is just my opinion from doing this for a minute, is because the workshop session and discussion is the hashing out of the issues. That's why we talk through it thoroughly after we've studied it and generally come to a decision, a lot of the times before the council meeting as well. As far as the other young lady, all of the items, every item that we mentioned to help those that needed help, that were not able to get those services, they were completely shot down and said, none of them are necessary because someone else can do them. I heard you, and I did not say one word. So I would appreciate that you hear me out. Now, we are responding, and that's fine, because council, we can just suspend the rules when we see fit, or see that it's necessary. So apparently that's what we're doing. We cannot get all the stuff done with outside organizations. You mentioned voter registration, for instance. Well, I know a little something about that. You can't bring in Black Lives Matter or the NAACP or Fair Fight to conduct the type of voter registration that we need done in the city of College Park. And the reasons are a multitude of reasons why that cannot work. So I could go through it for an hour with you and explain to you. Know the facts of governance and the things that this community needs. Last thing I say, here's what I hear from some of our residents. And I'm not criticizing what I'm hearing, but this is what I'm hearing. Do not, at all costs, help any poor or downtrodden people with my money. let them get help elsewhere from organizations. And here's my response to that. Not only am I going to help the residents who are doing okay, like yourself and with solid businesses and whatever have you, we're going to help the residents that are all right, that are doing better financially or socially. And we're going to help them with solid services in this budget, new equipment in this balanced budget. We're going to help them with solid new programming in this balanced budget. While at the same time, we are also going to help the vast majority of the residents that are not doing so well with taxpayer dollars from the majority of our residents in this city. And we're going to balance this budget. And again, Tom, this is the best budget that directs the resources to the people that I have ever seen in this city. And I am 1,000% proud of this budget and the results and the overall benefit for all residents that are going to receive this budget. But I've heard that call before. Not with my money. That's for charity. There's a famous Christmas movie that touts that that's well known. It's a Charles Dickens classic. Helping the poor, not with my money. Aren't the charity houses still open? And the soup line still open? What you need my money for? I can understand it, and I'm not criticizing. I can understand where you're coming from. And I've heard it many, many times. But I believe the consensus is up here that we're going to help all of our residents that need help. And we're going to do our best to do that.
Can I respond?
And I listened to every word you said.
May I
Please respect
respond?
me the same. Sir, I listened to you, and I hope you can finish listening to me. So, again, that's just my opinion, and I hope you respect my opinion, because I truly respect your opinion. But this is my opinion, and at the end of the day, my obligation are to the residents of the city, and I have to make my best decision on where funds are needed the most, where funds are needed the least. Can you do both with a situation, or can you do both and? No, not all the time. Not with city budgets, not with county budgets, not with school budgets. You have to make trade-offs all of the time. Just about every item in this budget is practically a trade-off. You have to do one or the other. And there's some different needs for different folks. I have 3 daughters. They're all grown now. And when they were little, one of them would generally eat a little bit more than the other at breakfast. You know? She would. And there was one that would eat a little less. And over a couple of months, we would notice that Mimi was leaving food on her plate. So you know what we did? Well, we started to give her a little less food so she wouldn't waste the food. And whereas Jean was more, and she would finish her plate. But we would give Mimi a little less because she was eating a little less and it was going to waste. Now, did we love Mimi less? Of course not. But the needs were different, which means as parents, the allocation was a bit different. That's all. This is why you have council members from different genres and different socioeconomic situations and from different neighborhoods and communities, because you come up with the best happy medium. As city manager, this is the best integrated budget that gives needs directly to all. Now, let's talk public safety for a minute, since you brought it up and a few other residents did. So I want to clear the air with that and I'll be done. Let's look at these public safety numbers here. We talk about you're endangering lives by reducing police and fire. That's what I heard. All right. Well, let's look at the numbers here. According to GovTech's Center for Public Policy, Now, that's a subsidiary of the National Governing Magazine, statistical data tools that all governments use from every level. In terms of police departments, as of 2023, the average per capita number of police officers per 10,000 residents is 16.8 officers. That's across the board, across the country. And that's a median average. Fire, nationwide, fire number average per capita, about 17 firefighters per 10,000 residents. So they're about roughly the same, they're about. Now, where do we fall in that? Well, going by College Park's numbers, the number of officers we have per capita is a little over 50 per capita. Yeah. Apples to apples, oranges to oranges. Fire department somewhat the same. Now, going by that logic, we're far overstaffed in terms of police ratio and fire ratio to residents. Now, I like that cushion. Now, let's talk about the elimination of the jobs and the cuts. So, we were cutting some vacant positions, freezing some positions. Well, according to the police and the fire department, on average, every year, it was said that when you cut these positions, that means everyone will be forced to do overtime, work harder, and exhaust the officers. That's not true. That does not mean that. Here's why. Those 6 positions, and far more than that number, have been vacant for over 10 years of annual budgets. On average, 10 to 12, up to 15 positions are vacant in this city for years, going into decades. And that's common in all cities. Police officers are hard to recruit for all cities with the highest pay, and they're difficult positions to fill. So we've always had, at the end of every single budget, 10 to 12 vacant officer positions. Usually it was higher than that every single year. So cutting 6 positions out of 12, 15 positions that are vacant annually, will not affect any overtime whatsoever, because those positions, for all practical purposes, have never been filled in nearly half a generation. Half of 20 years, minimum. The same with the fire department with a smaller number, on average 6 or 7 or so. They're left on the table every single year. This is par for the course in all cities, in every city. So I just wanted to give you a little perspective on some of the numbers that we look at, that I look at when I determine and make a decision on what needs to be cut. It's not going to endanger any lives here. And we want to fill every position we can. And I told the chief and I told the city manager, I said, well, I'll tell you what, we're going to cut these positions. Now, if you can freeze these positions. Now, if we're able to fill these positions and do what the other cities aren't able to do, and I believe it can be done, and we're going to work to try to do that. Once we fill those positions up that we have, when the chief comes to me, fire chief, police chief, council member, we have filled these positions. We're at 100% capacity. I need more women than men. Guess what? They're going to get them from me. But until that day comes, we've got to manage this budget responsibly and in a way that covers all of our bases that need covering. There's some bases that can't be covered because the recruitment is not there nationwide, from rural towns to 500,000 populations. So I understand what we're talking about here, but there are trade-offs. So I'm not so worried about the numbers because I know the interior of the numbers. And I'm going to make the best decision I can on these numbers in terms of public safety and measuring what we need. Let's talk about the new public safety initiatives. this officer report system is unlike any other level of patrolling that this city's gonna have and no other city's gonna have. I think residents are gonna be thrilled with the kind of coverage that they're gonna be seeing in this city with over 300 points of data to make sure we're covering all of the high crime areas, the neighborhoods, the corners. You know, when we see patrol cars out, we say to ourselves, well, I saw a patrol car, but I don't know what's really happening. They're 12-hour shifts. Maybe they're parked in a parking lot somewhere for a couple of hours on their phone or taking a nap. You never know. I'm not accusing our officers of doing that, but you never know. I had 9 cities as commissioner, and it was happening. But with what we're doing now, you're going to have 300 points of contact, and an officer on a 12-hour shift are going to have to make some serious rounds to cover some bases in some of the high crime areas and all areas where we know the exact patrolling that's going on. So we're going to know if there was an officer at Cox Court at 2:30 a.m. behind the telephone pole of the 8-yard dumpster over by the basketball courts. You know why that's important? For my residents, they're gonna sleep better at night, knowing that that area was covered, and we know it was covered for a fact. So are there trade-offs? Yes. Are we gonna use better technology in light of low recruitment numbers all over the country, in cities, in counties, at MARTA police and everywhere else? Yes. We're opening up the door to new alternatives and other ways of making sure we're covering with the staff that we have, with the police force we've got, and we'll be the only city that's doing that full citywide comprehensive level. There are no other cities doing these things. We're doing some new things, and it's to protect the community. It's to protect your business. We may have a scan behind your building to make sure you're covered. So I understand what you're saying. Do not think we haven't comprehensively really reviewed this budget and got a fully before we put this out of what we really need in this city. We are doing the work. And as far as I'm concerned, my obligation are to the residents of this city first and foremost. And when I make a decision on spending their tax money, you can believe it's gonna be my best bet to make sure we get as much bang for our buck as possible. So I respectfully understand your point of view. I hope you respectfully understand mine.
You don't understand my point of view. I'll say it's the late hour, but I did not get, I left you with a misperception, and I'll blame myself if that's it. I said the procedure, the process is flawed in doing the budget. I said that I suggested that next year you come up with a workshop session after the public sessions so that you may hash over how that's done before you vote, okay? And then I'd let you had a misperception of what I was trying to get at. I absolutely did not shoot down all those things. And I absolutely did not say, don't spend my money on that kind of stuff and don't use my tax dollars for that, okay? So if you got that impression, it's a misperception from me, okay? As far as your numbers there on manning of police and fire, I think you've pointed out many times that we're a hospitality city and we bring in thousands upon thousands upon thousands of people every day. Hartsfield Jackson, et cetera, et cetera.
That's why
okay?
we're so high.
So we need a higher percentage of police and fire than normally.
Exactly.
But, well, that's not what your numbers.
No, that's what we're
Wait, hold on. Please
And
let
that's
Mr.
why we need that triple.
Councilmember Karn, he let you finish. Please let him finish,
I mean,
and then we'll go back and forth.
You gave the impression that we're overmanned because we have a higher ratio, and I would submit to you that, yes, based upon the 14,000 citizens we have, that would be the case, but not on the daytime population and the nighttime population due to transits coming through for those things. So I would caution you to to analyze those figures a little further.
That's why the 50 per 10,000 covers that. Triple the average. Exactly. I've analyzed too. I understand what you're saying. That's why we're so
Okay,
high.
and what I was trying to do was to, just what you said, you can't do everything, and I was trying to give you my perspective, and I think many others, on how you can best get the bang for the buck and continue to do the core services that nobody else can, and these other things that are very good, we could stretch it out by getting some outside money in. I didn't say none of them are good, and I didn't say I didn't want to spend my money on that.
I didn't say you said that. This is what I was hearing.
Well, you directed those comments to me.
Yes, I did.
Then I
You directed
apologize
yours
for
at me.
being oversensitive
It's okay.
at this
That's all
late
right.
hour.
I understand, understandable. No problem. And city manager, we're gonna have city manager look at that with the workshop for next year. Absolutely.
Any other questions for,
Well, actually, something Mr. Coleman, you talked a little bit about in terms of public safety, and Councilmember Carn expounded upon it. This new program, and I've had some questions about it, and we didn't get a chance to ask during, or I didn't ask the question to Chief Rogers is here. Mr. Hicks is not. But in regard to this new program that will have check-in points across the city, what are we doing from a cyber technology perspective to prevent this from being something that could be?
no cops in this corner of the city, let's head over there.
Because, from what I understand of the program, this is a check-in program with QR codes. What stops someone from replacing one of those QR codes and getting into our system? Because sometimes IT codes can be switched up and open up things that we don't want them to. So if we've got 300 around the city, what prevents that?
I think it's an IT question, like you said. That's what we have an IT department for, to figure that one out.
Okay, so could you get an answer to that and send that back to us? Thank you. Anyone
Thank you,
else?
folks.
Thank you, Mr. Coleman.
Thanks, Tom.
Have a good morning, Tom.
Happy Father's Day.
Thanks, Tom. I'll say thanks as well, because it's getting late for all of us. So I don't have a lot of prepared comments, so please bear with me. Council and Mayor, thank you for being here this late. I would appreciate your attention as I've been giving you your attention. And then we'll probably be wrapping it up soon. I wanted to ask a few questions, and just so I can understand. My understanding is that, first of all, there was a budget that had been thoroughly analyzed by the group, the council that we had here, and that it wasn't voted on in December. Am I right about that? We had a budget, but we didn't vote on it in December.
There was a mid-season, I'm sorry, not a mid-season, a mid-year budget adjustment that was proposed.
Okay.
But it was not voted upon.
Okay, and so clearly, it's really important for the citizens to be well-informed about how these things go. So that didn't happen, and that's because two of our councilmen, Councilman Carn and Councilman Gay, chose to not come to the city council meetings. And just for the record, I want to remind everybody of that history of how we come to our budget decisions recently with two of our current representatives. I was here for all of those meetings in December. I was here looking at employees who were here for those meetings, who were told they had to be here for those meetings. There were important questions that needed to be answered in December regarding budget. So I just think that that was a problem in the process, and that I ask that Representative Karn and Representative Gay, in the future, that you please attend meetings like that, council meetings. You asked to be elected. But at any rate, and also, so here we are tonight, and we are getting a lot of different data, and we're getting a lot of different information. I feel that, first of all, I want to be very, I was sitting in the audience. I did not hear Tom or Elizabeth suggest that blood drives, teaching kids about safety, self-defense classes were not helpful things in communities. I sat here very clearly listening because I was really marveled at their articulation. And Representative Karn, I'm going to call you out because you twisted Tom's words, and you did that on purpose. I think you thought very clearly about what you were going to say. And I think you very purposely tried to make another a member of this community look as if he is an uncaring individual. And I would bet that if you spent the time to get to know Tom, you would know that he is everything but. Elizabeth Lester spent clearly a lot of time looking through those notes from 2 weeks ago, understanding why we needed to have so much money allocated to some areas, but we were not going to be able to allocate that money to getting your Godby Road station or precinct properly staffed. That was one of the things, Representative Arnold, that you campaigned on. You were very upset. And so I hope, I'm not sure, how are you planning on getting that done?
Are you speaking of the positions?
Yeah, Godby Road.
So Councilman Karn spoke earlier about the positions, about there being several positions that were vacant for several years. And out of those positions, and if I recall correctly, it was 20-something positions that have been vacant for several years.
That's right. That's right.
And so out of those 20 positions, there were 6 that we froze to free up some resources. So there's still 12 or so positions that are still available to hire resources for Godby Road.
And who's going to be doing the hiring?
HR.
Yeah.
And who's head of HR right now, please? Right.
All of that falls up under the city manager's purview,
Okay.
right?
Who's our interim city manager who has not been able to answer our mayor's questions in the last 2 council meetings, said that he was going to go up to his office and get numbers that would answer the questions that our mayor asked for, and then he wasn't able to find them.
Well,
Please
no,
let her
wait.
finish.
I'm
Please let her
speaking.
finish.
I understand that. When somebody says that they're going to go to their office and they come back and they say, "Oh, I'll give that to you next time. I'll get that to you next time." I haven't seen them yet, but I'm hoping that we'll see them eventually. I think that that's really clear to the people that were watching, that you're relying on HR to hire for that Godby Road precinct and station is relying on a system that is so dysfunctional because y'all have lost so many employees, you're not even going to get to the point to where you can find somebody that wants to take a job in College Park working with HR so that you can make the promises, keep the promises that you made to the people when you were running. So we're talking about Godby Road and about safety on Godby Road. And you voted against the wall. And you guys trying to pretend that the budget isn't related at all to what's going on the field and making Althea Morse look foolish. It wasn't that she was set up to come here. You just twisted her words and tried to make her look foolish. It is related to the budget because when anything is involved with buying and selling and trying to plan for building new fields and taking, then this is a budget-related issue. But you seized on that to try to make her look foolish and to try to undermine her confidence in herself. I know what I was seeing. It was called gaslighting. So we're all sitting here pretending that you guys want to serve this city. Ms. Arnold, you voted against the wall when you talked about wanting recreation for kids on Godby Road. You voted, or you have been giving the, you weren't here for the deed, but Councilman McKenzie, I guess, threw you under the bus. That's what happened with that to Mose. But anyway, because she was trying to make it look like you also voted to switch the deed over. But at any rate, so when it came to BIDA, did you speak out against losing green space for the kids in Ward 1?
You do realize that I don't sit on BIDA, right?
I realize that, but did you speak to your representative beforehand? Did you speak out in any way against having the deed passed over to BIDA for a green space, when clearly their job is to sell?
My representative understood what my wishes were on BIDA.
Okay, what were your wishes, please?
I think we're supposed to be here talking about the budget, right?
So
Not
there
about,
you are.
not about, no, wait, no. I listened to you. You made accusations about what it is that I ran on. And you're right, I did run on expanding recreational programs. I also asked for an investigation about the wall because we were getting contradictory information based on what went to the media and information that we received here on the dais. So yes, I asked for an investigation, and yes, I voted against it because that did not get completed. So you've made accusations of what you think I wanted and what I wished. Again, my representative knew exactly what I wanted for BIDA, and they voted in favor of those wishes.
Okay,
All
what
right.
did your first of all, we saw the
However,
email.
however my representative voted.
You interrupted me. We saw the email where you said that the wall needs to come down. It's in the public records. So first of all, so please let's not try to change the truth where that's concerned. But please tell me, how did you direct your representative to vote on
Ask
the
my
BIDA
represent-
question
you can
about
ask my
selling
Hold on,
green
representative.
hold on,
space?
wait, just let one person talk at a time.
About selling the green space, how did you direct your representative to vote on BIDA, please?
Not budget related.
So you don't want me to know.
You can ask my representative.
So will you ask that your representative come to the meeting in 2 weeks and she can tell us? Because what is she, can you do that? Can you somehow be transparent and tell us what your stance was on the green space? Okay, so you're not going to tell us what your position was on the green space or how you directed your representative to speak for you. So we're losing, I want to make a point, this is very budget related. And whether you agree with me or not, or whether you agree that money that that will be having to be spent on building another field, which by the way, is not going to be as accessible to those kids. And when you take green space and you move it further and further from a child's house, from a teen's house, they are less and less likely to use it. And Representative Karn, you told us about the significance and the importance of green space in communities. Yet 1 moment later, you told us that it was okay that this community right down the street lose their green space or have it decreased. Yet you told us very clearly how public safety, a child's health, a child's development, their education is all related to their ability to access green space safely and easily. It is one of the main reasons why we are seeing a rise in obesity in the children in this country, decrease in the ability to problem solve, decrease in an ability to negotiate with their peers, decrease in an ability to feel confidence and develop the ability to think for themselves. You increase green space, you increase children's ability to develop healthy and thrive. These kids down the street do not deserve to have you all, Representative Arnold, Representative Gay, Representative Carn, and Representative McKenzie, vote or ask your representatives to vote to sell that space. There is absolutely no reason why in a community you should demand that these kids and their parents find a way to get them further from their homes, or that these parents or these caretakers or that these kids find a way to get to someplace further. And green space enhances the life of every person in the community. They get to interact with people who are using the fields. We get the opportunity to have people come into this community and find interest in our kids, share with us their skills, save that field, just walk away from this deal. Do it legally. But look at yourself. None of you are looking at me. This is an unconscionable decision that you have guided your representatives on BIDA to make, or you have voted yourself. It's unconscionable. The community in the country is starving for green space and talking about taking out buildings. And down the street on Main Street, they put a makeshift soccer field in between buildings so that we can create spaces for kids to play. People breathe better. The finances behind this building, et cetera, I don't want to talk about that until you can tell me. Actually, you can't, because all the data is there. And you're not going to be able to twist the data to support replacing that green space with a building. I'm not afraid of more people moving into that space. I'm not afraid of how I moved into this community very aware of how I am not like the majority of the people in this community. I'm not afraid, but I am afraid of what it's like to tell those kids, or what we are doing to those kids and this community permanently when we take away green space. And the money and all those finances, that's all just a distraction, really. It doesn't make any sense financially. That's clear as day, but it doesn't make sense for the kids, and it's absolutely unconscionable. And Representative Arnold, you have not looked at me in the last 5 minutes, and I think that means that you're embarrassed. I want to go on.
Ingrid, can I just comment to you?
Actually, no.
Okay, well then when you finish.
Okay, and the reason I'm going to say that is because I have heard you tonight specifically.
Mm-hmm.
You texted people, and then you twisted the words of, you twisted your conversation with Althea. So I don't trust you to respond to me, because I know what I'm going to hear.
Okay,
I'm going to
I
hear
won't
more of the
respond to you.
nature
Ingrid,
of
I'm
what
gonna
Joe
grant you
Carn
your
has
wish.
said.
I will
You're
grant you your
interrupting
wish.
me.
Because it wouldn't make.
And
a
I
difference.
have heard
Hold on,
you-
It
please
wouldn't
let,
make a
please let
difference
Ms.
what I
Van Orden
say.
finish.
You're
Please let her
right.
finish.
Because green space can't be taken back. And there is no way that you can justify moving that space further away from these kids. And even if you do that, even if you gave them transport, there's no justification in our missing the opportunity to see green space, to have some more of an appreciation of being out in a place where we can breathe and see in the distance and do those things that really make a difference in people's lives. And you're right, Representative McKenzie. I've heard so many times you twist the truth. And yes, I'm calling her out because you do it all the time. You got up here in July, oh, we're not going to be needing any money from the budget for the organization Ignite. We're not going to need any money from that budget. We've seen the tape. We're not going to need any money. But now, wow, you're on city council, and guess what happened? $50,000. Budget got increased. So there's so many other things, and I will not stand here and have you guys lecture to me. I'll sit down. You can lecture to me there. But Representative Karn also telling me that you're going to take away something from this community, which is absolutely necessary for the health of children. There is just no justification for that. There's not any. And the logic of people talking to the fire department, et cetera, they haven't had any more fires in at least 15 to 20 years, and you guys just keep watching the population increase, and now you're talking about putting another big building in. There's just no logic. I could go on. I'm going to sit down and listen to the lectures, but you're right. I really don't care what you have to say, Representative McKenzie, because you twist the truth all the time. Ingrid Van Orden, I live on Cambridge Avenue, and I'm in Ward 3.
Well, I have a
Thank
couple comments.
Councilmember Gay?
Ms. Ingram, I have a couple comments. I'm like you, when we wasn't able to attend the budget and they didn't have a quorum, I'm not sure that has anything to do with this budget. That was a budget amendment, and this is our annual budget. So I don't know if those two cycles are compensable. And for the record, I had a doctor's excuse, 2 of them. The second thing I want to say is, you know, I love how passionate you are about green space. I mean, you say green space, and we're taking it away like there's no impunity. I absolutely love your passion, but as my daughters say, I wish you would keep that same passion when I sit up here and fought for Camp Truett since 2015. So I went down to University of Georgia. I argued with the secretary at UGA Cooperative Extension. Me and her got into a back and forth. She was kind of touched by me coming all the way down there. I brought a group of people, went to late Emma Donnell office. Me and Michael Hart, we just argued. And it just goes on and on, but right now, you keep talking about green space, but in 19 acres over there, I went to Woodward Academy. I talked to them about creating a life science called Boy Scout of Americas. Had lunch with former Speaker of the House, Longhorn, talk about him lobbying the Boys and Girls Club. So I don't want you to feel that you are alone in your plight to connect our youth with green space. You're not alone. And with that kind of passion, you are welcome to continue to fight for green space beyond that Bill Evans. Second thing I want to tell you is that I taught at College Park Elementary. Yes, I did. And they got green space. 'Cause I take them out there to play. And you are absolutely right. They can stay out there and not even go in class. But you talk as if, you know, we're taking the only little private piece of green space away from these kids. But they, you know, 1 hour a day, Fulton County School put our children outside on green space. So you just need to know that. The next thing I want to tell you is that I have yet to see a child or a mom's or her kids or her baby daddy or a group walking at Brady Trail. I have yet to see that. But there's a trail that this previous council spent money on. Somebody had the forthright to pave it, clear it. I don't see no advocate group advocating for more use of amenities that we have already invested in. So keep that passion going. Continue to fight for, but channel that passion as well. And then the last thing I want to tell you is that I'm gonna close by telling you something. I set up here for 2015. Couldn't get hardly any votes. Had to use all kind of psychology, mindset, all kind of stuff to get anything done, right? But I learned a couple things from sitting up here. One thing I tell you is that one budget cycle, they wanted to build Road Street across from the racetrack. And we spent $1,800,000 because our special project manager said that we had to lower the petroleum pipeline, right? He says, so you came down here, that we need to lower the petroleum pipeline. Now the petroleum pipeline got what we call a centrifugal flow. And what that means is, okay, watch this. We're talking about the budget, right? And what that means is, however you dig it, it's got a fluid of gas in there, and it can go any way the pipe turn. But this gentleman represented to this last council that we needed to spend 1.8 million. Well, first he said 900,000, and nobody questioned. No Tom wasn't here, you weren't here, nobody was down here. So we spent that money. And then he came back a month later and said, well, the other pipeline company saying, well, you lowered theirs, now I want mine lowered. And nobody came down here. We wasn't here till 2:30 tomorrow. I done got a new, I'm woke now. I'm ready to start tomorrow. But nobody came down here now. Now watch this. Right? Then the man came and said, the street gonna cost $1.75 million. Okay, now watch this. None of y'all were down here. Nobody challenged them. Nobody created a website. No Speak Up College Park. No Unite College Park. Right? But money gone, money spent. Beautiful road, by the way. Ain't no car on it today. Beautiful, beautiful. And to your point, you really can let the children walk on the street because it look like it's pretty safe right now. You can take them up there and walk. A beautiful street. But my point is this, ma'am. That, what I just said, is approximately almost $5 million. That I sit over here in this chair mad as ever. Just like you. I mean, I'm mad because even in this budget, I still can't get my streets paid. The lady on Winter told me, Councilman Gay, I don't care about all that y'all talking about. We want our street paid. So I feel your passion. And then the last thing I want to tell you is, during the election, since you bring up the campaigns, while we were campaigning, while they were campaigning, it was streets getting paid. Streets got paid in Ward 1, street got paid in Ward 2, streets just getting paid. But did you ever see and think that Councilman Roderick Gay, the one that you feel is part of the demise of this great city, is the reason why your streets got paid? You know why? Because I told him, if you're gonna spend almost $4 million on 6 West, that's not been a development since 1998, that you spent over $50 million on 6 West. Ma'am, over $30 million has been spent on 6 West. I ain't seen no Speak Up College Park. I ain't seen no Moses. I ain't seen no Walker. I just met you. $30 million on 6 West, ma'am. Ma'am, let me just say it one more time. $30 million was spent. And not one time was that mayor, those council members, ever one time, not one time ever chastised. And to this day, this guy sitting over here that you think is part of the demise of this great city, just, drum roll, got the first development. Wait, we go ahead.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So we just got the first development. Now here's like another thing you may not realize. We didn't have no biter. We didn't have no budget. We didn't have no mayor to control how we talk. But this is something that you really should know. Myself, Salisa Jefferson, Derek Taylor, Tangi Warrior, and Whitney Flemston, Ward 4. Ma'am, we personally worked about 2 years to bring 150, almost $200 million development called Hawthorne Station, right? Hawthorne Station, and watch this. The Folger Group during COVID went bankrupt, and they wanted to do it in 4 phases, so it's gonna take them about 10 years. And man called me one day and said, Council Gay, I don't know what's going on with your council. We didn't have no permanent city manager. Jackson Myers was the city manager. The Jackson Myers was the city manager, right? See, we had, William Moore was about to retire. So I'm thinking he just stamped the drawings in the break room. I'm thinking, because I ain't never seen him read them. But I'm not throwing them on the bus, but here's what I'm trying to tell you, man. At the end of the day, if you go over there and meet me over there tomorrow, that's almost a $200 million development that has been brought to this great city we call College Park. And I bet you, I bet you not nobody from there came down here for the last 2 weeks. It's not that they don't care. It's that you care about what you care about, and they care about what they care about. They care about their careers. They care about traveling. So we got different cares. So just to wrap this up, passion about green space, because we need that for things like Camp Truett. Use your passion to introduce the community to the amenities we already have, like the trail system, beautiful system. 3, that's green space at College Park Elementary. Every day, children go outside and enjoy the fresh air in the green space, okay? And I just wish and hope and pray that we could come to a place that where we need your energy. If we didn't have how y'all feel, we wouldn't have power. You see, power has a positive and a negative charge. Without positive and negative, we wouldn't have power. So we need you. Continue to be that passion. Continue to write. Create more web pages.
Well, Representative Gay, I have been at several of these meetings. I appreciate your comments. Particularly, I do know, and I have been here and listened when you have fought for many initiatives that I thought had value, particularly sidewalks. I've many times been very sad to see trails in the dirt, especially along Camp Creek, for people to get to the various places rather than there being sidewalks. I don't know if that's one of the areas that you've spoken to, but I have heard you speak to some of these things. Unfortunately, I don't associate you with, it may have come across as I was associating you with the demise of this great city. But I do, which sounds very dramatic, but the fact is that you did not go to those city council meetings in December, which were related to budget. And I think that if that had been properly handled at that time, maybe we wouldn't be in the fix we're in now. I'm not sure. But it was admitted tonight that it is too late. That's what Representative McKenzie said. It is too late. And so I do think that I hope that you can, I know that you do some wonderful things for your ward. I would ask that you consider that rather than asking, I'd be happy to continue my passion. I've been pretty passionate in several times in the past and also professionally. But that instead of my having to direct my passion to creating spaces or making sure that the Brady Trail gets properly developed, that we continue to have the access to the kids to watch, the people who come to the field, and also use the practice field. That's what I'd ask of you. But I do appreciate the civil way that you spoke with me. I appreciate that. May I, and I do, and I appreciate the fact that you voted to get the wall to be maintained. And sometime when you talk about climbing and the particular benefits it has for children, it's a unique physical and mental exercise, actually. So I appreciate that. I do want to ask Mayor Broom.
Motley Broom.
Motley Broom. Thank you, Mayor Motley Broom. Your perspective on the safety questions that we've had tonight about the staffing of or the holding of the freezing. I'm so tired. I know everybody else is too, but about the police officers and the firefighters and the funds in that area. If you could just comment there so I can understand your perspective. And then I have another question for you.
I think there are opportunities within the budget to achieve some of those savings elsewhere. And that we haven't really had an opportunity to fully explore those. So that, I just don't think that public safety is a place, even with some of the conversations that we've had tonight, to make those cuts. And I do have concerns about some of the things that Ms. Lester brought up, because we have an ability, and I said this 10 days ago, to work with partners to achieve some of the goals that we're trying to achieve in this budget, and I don't think that we have fully explored that to the best of our potential. So I don't think, again, I don't think it's an either or. I think it's both and. But as Mr. James said, I think that takes extra work.
Okay, so you're talking, it takes extra work as far as if you change the budget from, and if you table it tonight, you say, look, I know you've got a deadline. It's not, but if you decide that you're going to look at some of the options that Tom presented, that's work. But what kind of extra work are you talking about? Can I help me to understand?
I think the extra work is examining some of the priorities that we've established thus far in the budget. Really digging down into some of, I know as Councilmember McKenzie pointed out, not all of, I mean, Mr. Coleman's, excuse me, I'm starting 3 sentences there.
Yeah,
Mr. Coleman's suggestion of essentially making proportionate cuts in relation to the additions that we would make that would come out of that $3.8 million, to Councilmember McKenzie's point, is not entirely feasible due to some of the revenue sources, those being car rental, hotel motel tax. One of them is, I think some of it is stormwater as well. So those do have, there are restricted uses, and typically we're looking, especially car rental and hotel motel, at capital expenses, not continuing expenses, that would be part of our operations. However, we have, I think, made assessments in terms of other sources of revenue that could get us where we need to be, in regard to, I think, in our trends in terms of business licenses and the like, that could probably yield more results that would allow us to not have to make some of those trade-offs that are currently in the budget. Also, I'm a little bit skeptical that we're looking at some of these as one-time expenses,
Yeah.
and that concerns me, because I do think that there are real opportunities for us. The immediate past president of the National League of Cities, Victoria Woodard's the mayor of Tacoma. Her tagline throughout her year of leadership was partnerships plus people equal possibilities. And I think that we need to embrace that on every level, that we are looking at the partnerships that we can make with the people in this community, outside of this community, to basically be a value add, to help leverage the resources that we have to turn $1 into $6 and really start moving the needle in a way that we haven't been able to in the past. But I think that takes us being in a space to really dive down on some of those issues and figure out how we think creatively about some of the problems that we have.
Okay, so what I'm hearing, do we have the time to do that? I mean, do y'all have the time to look at the budget, or do you have to vote on it tonight?
We don't have to vote on it tonight. We could call a special called meeting before the end of June. But it has to be passed in time for July 1st.
Okay. One of my concerns is that, I think what I was hearing you say, something I was thinking, I heard a lot of, with all due respect, recreating the wheel. And I think that there are organizations that have experience in many of the areas that are proposed that College Park take care of it on its own. And I think that's another advantage. There's not only cost savings for the city so that we can use those budget dollars either for things that are actually we cannot get other partners to do for us. And we're not talking about saying that we're not willing to put energy or resources into community areas that would help people who have less money than I do. I'm not talking about that at all. What I'm talking about, though, is using the money so that we can provide the resources to those people who have less money than I do, that nobody else can provide those resources to them. I mean, does that make sense? Like, so what I'm saying is if we've got $10 in the budget and we're going to spend it, let's spend it on those $10 on helping those people in the community in areas that only the city can do and do well.
Ms. Van Orden, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay, okay, please, go ahead, Mayor Motley Brent.
One of my other concerns is I think this list is really ambitious. I don't know who's going to do the work right now. I don't know who's going to do the work if we've allocated the funds for it to happen within the city. I also don't want to be in a space where we are not meeting the goals that we've outlined to the community. So that is another one of my concerns.
Yeah, I mean, because we have an interim city manager. I mean, I don't have an HR person right now. I don't know how many positions were absent right now. So, I mean, there is just a limited amount of resources. And I certainly none of y'all were elected with the hopes that you would be managing these types of programs. And the city is organized so that we have people who have resumes and experience and education that's geared towards doing the type of work that needs to be done in the day-to-day of the city. And so is that what you're talking about, that sort of thing? I mean, I also think that there's a lot of things that aren't getting done already that we basically need, so to take on more. I think that is pretty ambitious. I'm going to put words in your mouth there. I was curious about so basically I'm reading from what you're saying that you do think that the focus on the firefighters and the police positions should be there, and we shouldn't be having budget cuts, in your opinion?
I don't think the position should be frozen.
Yeah, okay. And I think everybody can agree that that is the one thing that we can't farm out or ask other people to do for us. And farm out is kind of a derogatory term, because I certainly don't think that asking blood donations to be run by other organizations would be called farming out. It would be asking people who are much more experienced than we are to provide that sort of service to the community. So it's late. We're all very tired. I do ask that you do table us. I think that you've heard that people, once we've been, and Representative Gay, I will say this. I questioned the arena. I've heard your concerns over the years. I've often wondered, when I moved in this community, the thing that bothered me was that people who had less than me were clearly not getting what they needed. That bothered me. And then when I needed those things for my daughter, I really saw it. I saw that I didn't feel comfortable with her walking in some of the areas where there wasn't a sidewalk, because she can't drive a car. Maybe she could take a bus. So I ended up experiencing some of the things because of my daughter's disabilities, and got a small window into what it's like to be somebody who doesn't have the privileges that I have. So I do recognize that, and I'm going to get off my soapbox. Thank you.
Well,
Is there any other questions?
I had a question.
Yeah.
The gentleman said that he would be, I'm just making a statement, he recommended that we cut our community budget by 46%. Is that what he said? Huh?
2 million.
Mr. Coleman, you recommend we cut our community budget by 46%? Was that your compromise?
I said that you could, forget whether it was cut by 46, 50%, or keep 47%.
I
Keep
think you said
46?
cut. I thought he said,
So what would be cut?
$2 million, cut 3.8 by 2 million.
And what you want us to do with the 2 million?
That leaves 47%.
So what do you want? I'm just asking. So what would you want with those savings? You want them to put in the budget to unfreeze the positions, or you want us to just put it in the reserves?
No, unfreeze those positions.
Mr. Coleman, Mr. Coleman, can you come down? Can you come down?
There was the grouping to save money by freezing positions was about, I've lost my place here, was about $1.4 million. Okay, the frozen positions and the canceling of the airport affairs officer. And then there was $625,000 of the mayor's second tranche of cuts by all the department heads.
It wasn't my tranche.
Excuse me, I was looking there and saying something else. The interim city manager's second tranche of cuts after the 6%, there was a second batch that was in about 4 pages of.
So primarily, the one that sounds like there's consensus from everybody is the public safety cuts. My question is, how much is the cost of freezing the jobs?
Well,
Ms. Upstill, Bradley? 1.4 million. So let me ask you a question. I'm just asking. Would you feel that we've made concessions if we took 1.4 million out of our community grants budget and allotted it for those positions? Would you feel?
Sure, that'd be moving in the right direction.
Well, I have,
Hold on, wait, hold on, everybody. Hold on. Councilmember Gay still has the floor.
What I'm saying is, look, life's all about compromise. You and y'all been down here all morning. You ain't down here for your health. And, you're forced to be reckoned with on those social media sites. So my point is, I'm just asking, do you feel like you speak for the community that feel like this council made some reasonable concessions tonight by taking 1.4 million out of our community grants budget and allocated it towards those positions?
Well, I certainly don't speak for the community. I speak for myself. That would be a move in the right direction. I understand the allocations of funds from certain sources you can only use in certain ways. I understand that. I also understand that there's a number of those community enhancement things that could be paid from other outside sources. And that would be the first place I would move, keep them, but have them paid by somebody other than the city.
Councilman Coleman.
well, I do speak for the residents. And to be honest, now that since you brought it up, I think the community enhancement budget needs to be increased. I don't think it is enough. And I said that at the last council meeting. Someone said this is
Cut some more cops. That's a great idea.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you.
Sorry,
Now,
that was
If I could
that was an
finish, I'm
Mr.
unfortunate
Coleman,
comment.
Mr. Coleman,
I appreciate
Councilman Ricard is
you
speaking.
afford
He
me
has
the
the
same
floor.
respect I gave you. Thank you, sir. At the last meeting, someone said that this was a steak and lobster type of pork barrel buffet kind of a deal. I said, it's more like Franks and beans. It's really bare bones to me. Honestly, I think at minimum, the community enhancement budget should be north of $5 million. considering the size of the budget that we have, and also considering the amount of socioeconomic issues and challenges that we have. There are a whole lot of other things that should go in this community enhancement budget to fulfill the needs of what I see in terms of the imbalance, in terms of services we need to provide, positioned against the needs of the residents. There are lots of initiatives we weren't able to do that I would like to do. I'm thankful for what we are able to do, but it's not enough. 3.8 is not enough by a long shot. We left out a whole lot of things that I'd like to see. Homeless initiatives. We have nothing for that. That is a serious, serious issue that every city has swept under the rug. I believe it's going to get to a point where cities are going to have to realize something about homelessness. And thank goodness we haven't gotten to the level of the problem of homelessness that other cities have. But eventually there's going to be homeless departments in cities, just like there's a public works department and economic development if things continue to go in the wrong direction. Getting help to residents is important to prevent us having to open up those type of departments. There are plenty of initiatives we didn't put in here that I think are needed. Proven drug and alcohol programming and services. This city, East Point, Hateville, Southwest Atlanta, they're flooded with tobacco, alcohol, lottery tickets, and a whole lot of stuff that's not doing a lot of people any good. And some of those things are beyond our scope of control or authority. A lot of it's state. A lot of it's federal. Well, I'm local. And I'm covering my residents block for block based on what I see the needs are. So, yeah, I think it should be closer to 5.86.2 million if it were up to me.
Are there any other questions for me?
I think it could be higher too, but I also think that we have mandated duties, and I don't know if my only issue is this. We could use more money for community services, but at the same time, I just feel like it's all about compromise. And if $1 million were taken out of our community budget, 200 from each one of us, put back in the reserve, because first off, we may not even ever get a full complement of police officers, but that money would be there. In other words, we may not even get to where we have to fill them until we. So I'm just saying, not to try and make myself look good, but to the people's point, you probably could very well get $1 million in grants from this night forward. You probably could. I mean, you just might.
I'll make a deal with you, Councilmember Gay. I hear where you're coming from. What do we have in here now, $3.84 million? We get $4 million worth of grants, we can claw that back and replace it. How about that?
Well, here's what I would be willing to do.
Until then,
I would be willing to do
this needs
this.
to be in this budget, and I'm not willing to remove a dime.
Now, I think you need to stand firm on your position, but I would be willing to take $200,000 out of my community budget and put it towards the public safety positions.
City manager, you hear that?
I was gonna ask you for 100,000 because I thought that the money for resurfacing Badgett Stadium was in mine, and then Michelle doesn't have it in hers, and we really need to resurface. So would you give me the money for mine?
My streets.
Okay, but I mean, if you want to give the money away, we
I don't
can
want to
push
give
it
it
over.
away, but
Because I really need to have the track resurfaced.
Okay, wait, hold on,
So
hold
I
on, hold on, wait, hold on,
I do
hold on,
have a
hold on, hold
comment.
on. Everyone's talking across each other, and.
So I have a
we can-
comment.
Councilmember Arnold, and then Mr. Willis.
We're talking about a $196 million budget and a little less, somewhere around a little less than 2%.
That's right.
And you tell me we can't spend 2% on investing in our communities and our people? I'm not willing to budge on less than 2%. And that, I mean, it's a travesty to say that we don't want to spend less than 2% on investing in our communities.
My dilemma is this. Here's my dilemma. I don't even think, for me, it's an issue about what I don't want to spend for my community. I think my track record is pretty clear. I am the fighter. But at the same time, I'm sitting up here and they ain't got my streets paid.
Well, then let's get your streets paid.
Well, because you telling me, let me finish.
Hold on, Councilmember Gase.
My point is,
And then I'm going to go to Mr.
my point
Willis.
is, I'm fighting for services that are mandated for the city to do. So if we gonna, because they were taken out. They were taken out. And then today I was told that it will make the budget not balanced. So if you just want to be true to the counting of this, I'm still fighting for what I need for my ward. And ma'am, to your point, had I did get them a quorum, Stanley Hawthorne was going to spend $7 million. So these people got $7 million that was going to be spent. To your point, that calling out sick did, you just want to be transparent, that calling out sick did put $7 million that was going to be spent by Stanley Hawthorne. So there, I would like to have my streets. I would. I would like to have a $1 million street like everybody else. And because I don't. And you know I don't. So you want to add those? Y'all gonna give me consensus to add my streets?
I stated in the email, if we add anything else to that budget, we have to go in the reserves. And, you're the governing bodies. But when your credit ratings drop, don't look at it.
Okay, so here's my point, sir. These people down here since 3 in the morning talking about us, me included, with community projects. I'm sitting up here saying, I'm on council, I'm senior council and mayor pro tem, and I'm up here fighting for $200,000 for streets. So do you want to add my streets to the budget?
No, in the reserves.
Okay, wait, hold on. Gentlemen, I want to make sure Mr. Willis is here. He's here for the public hearing. Mr. Willis.
Ma'am, we was not through talking, and you cannot just stop us from talking. You're not a school teacher. We were talking.
I understand.
And you just interrupted us from talking. You don't do that.
Councilmember.
No, ma'am, you don't do that. Podium and go down there, but don't interrupt. What were you saying?
That extra $200,000, the only way that can be, put back into the budget right now would be go in the reserves. General fund reserves.
Wait, hold on, wait. I just want to make sure that everybody's got an opportunity to comment. I know this is a more budget-specific conversation about, and we can come back to it, but I just want to make sure that Mr. Willis has the opportunity to speak.
First off, we've done read a disclaimer before we even prayed that technically and legally, you should not even be talking. And not only are you talking, but you disrupting us. We're having a conversation. I'm over here fighting for some streets. And now you want to hear Rex. So I'm going to leave it alone. But I want to clear for the record, it's not just their community projects. They're things that I'm not even getting in my budget. And if you really want to be fair about it, the things that we are getting are coming from the general fund, right?
No.
Y'all's not coming from the general fund?
Some of them are, and some of them are not.
They're not?
It's
Some
coming
of them
from
are,
the
and some of them are
DMO.
I asked today how much total was coming from the general fund. I asked that question today. But how much of our community grant budget
Over 2
300
million.
is coming from the general fund?
$354,416.
That's all?
Yeah.
All right.
Councilmember Gay, there are a lot of things I wanted in this budget too, that I wanted to really, that will be a significant increase. And city manager, I want my things in there too. However, I am not willing to go into fund reserves for that. Now, unless there's consensus up here to raise the millage rate, then we can go up. But I don't know if there's consensus up here
Yeah,
for that.
well, I wasn't suggesting you go in fund reserve or raise the
Can't
millage
argue what
rate.
we want.
I was just trying to argue, the point is, I'm like the other people. Yeah, I'm the fighter for the community, but not at the state of mandated services.
I got the rest of my list that I want to. I could go down the rest of it, but I don't think I'm gonna get it.
All right, Mr.
All right.
Willis,
I'd
you have the
like to
floor.
have it too.
Yeah, I tried.
Well, I was in bed. I had something got me up. I guess I'm gonna start with what Councilman Gay was just saying. I need my street. I've been in there, well, in Victoria and John Cabin over 40-some years. Never got our street paved. Not that it's not important for you to get your street paved, Councilman Gay. I know you ain't gonna like it, but I'm gonna tell you what I feel. It is important to get yours just like anyone else, and myself. But that's not, to me, that's not one of the most important things right now. It's not gonna, your constituent, you are a fighter. I always said that. But that can hold off if it causes a problem with the budget. You getting them just extra, something to go on. Here's Ingham right here. Y'all can do whatever the heck you want. She's not gonna support what you're doing. You can placate that all you want. And Tracy, what got me up, because she said Sabrina, you didn't do, Sabrina was at large. Your person was Tracy White.
Yeah.
Not Sabrina, but she said she, because it's in her so much. When Bianca, a while back, when Sabrina was on board, when she first got on, she had Ingram and her people, the Van Orden, called down to Fulton County over 500 times complaining about homestead on taxes. Sabrina made a mistake on one of them, that she had 2 homesteads. It was a senior homestead that we never touched, didn't even know that it was on there. But once we found out, we paid every cent that we owed and then the interest that we owed. We got a multitude of properties here in the city of College Park. But Bianca did an exerted effort to have her people, say, I'm gonna come back down here and use her as a pawn and her people kept calling down there and raising hell with Fulton County. Start off, it's not she, Sabrina's at large, her person is Tracy White. Correct that. Then, you said
No,
she.
wait, nope, Ms. Van Orden,
She
nope,
said she.
nope. Please have a seat.
And then, that's what I'm telling you, when people's are biased. For Sabrina, she even got in with artists, she made an concerted effort to get rid of Sabrina. Well, you out. She didn't even, then, how Slichter got Councilman Gay and Ken to vote for her. Then she tried to use someone to go back and backdoor to get out. That didn't work. She gave Winston hell to try to help get Sabrina out. Then, so y'all talking about your mayor, respecting your mayor. That's who she is. She did some other things I'm not gonna bring it publicly, but I said I wasn't gonna talk about it no more, so I'm gonna leave that there. But one thing, Bianca gave Terrence more hell. She lived in this house. Someone asked me today, she lived in this house. I worked in that house. So I know every inch in that house where you bar, the kitchen, everything. It's a beautiful house inside. Till you ran them out. Till you ran all, Mike Mason out, Oscar Hudson, told lies on him with the FBI, which wasn't true, because you wanted Tracy. I sat there and watched you, 'cause I came in with my white fur coat, so they figured I was Tracy Wide when we went to the Black History, so they came up, so you Tracy Wide? Because you told him he was coming in. I said, no, I'm not Tracy Wide. We was at the Black History. Then you bushwhacked Jack with the media. I saw you at the door. I watched you moving, doing all this dirty, low-down stuff. Because Jack ran against you. Jack never did. Jack dead and gone. But God knows, Jack never did low-rate you. Jack had the lexicon. So when he read something, and like he was dumb, he couldn't read. You're a very elegant speaker. A lot of people, oh, she's so smart. She did, she did. But I saw what you did to him, to my wife. Then, when it was time to get, I had to push, I was one of them, push Ambrose, put Jack's name on this building. You did everything you could to not get that man's name put on this building. The election was over. That's what you did. That wasn't right. And I watched you about the police. I support the police department 100%. You all should do everything you can to take care of the police department. Mayor, you came to one of our meetings when the College Park with you and the city manager. That was one of our main topics. I asked you, well, why can't they get, y'all want to give them 3%. They should at least have 10 to 15%. You said, no, we're not going to compete with other cities. I said, I was public safety, fire, and police department is the most important thing. You said you wasn't going to compete. So you and the city manager, it's on recording. You said y'all wasn't going to compete and worry about what the other cities are doing. That was, y'all just, budget, I think, was going to come up. I came here, public comment several times, saying, please, take care of the fire department, take care of the police department. None of these people came down out crying. Trace White, myself, I remember when the police department, about 12, 15 of them came up, where David Block stood up. At the time, Mackenzie, councilwoman now, came in. You wasn't driven. None of these people, and I heard somebody come up tonight to say, I wasn't living here then. No, but I'm going to give you a little history. That's what happened with the mayor. Ingram here, she did everything she could to stop Trey Songz from getting in that seat. When Jamel, we had to go down to voting, down to Fulton County, she was taking pictures and videoing, tried to get the police on her inside the building, said we was attacking her, making threats to her, telling lies, as she always do. But let's go back a little further. When Jack was running, when Tracy White ran this very thing, got into it because she threatened him right there. And so this ain't nothing new. It was a concerted effort. I've been here 45 years. It is racism in this city. I seen it in 1980. But I'm not racist because I supported Jack, I supported Ambrose, and Ken Allen. I busted my butt, especially for Ken and Jack. And for three of you all that's up there now. But that make it crooked or something wrong? When the president or anyone runs office, what they do? The people who run, they put them in their cabinet or do y'all complain about it? And what kills me, like I think Brother Muhammad said, I said the same thing. Mayor, you standing right here. Young lady with short hair, I don't know her name. It's a friend of yours. She was calling Joe names and really couldn't. You didn't even say, no, don't do that. You didn't show him decorum and said, let's not go that route. You let it went on. I remember when you gave Joe so much cane, and I talked to Joe, please, don't let her bait you. Don't argue with him. When Joe and Stanley were giving pushback, he had the same seat right there. Joe tried to say, don't you disrespect him. He's talking. Don't do this. The way you done, reason people ask why I own thing, there's no way in the heck I would let you do me that way. Either I wouldn't answer you or go another route. But you would not talk to me, and they talk about disrespect. The way you have did this man, badgering him. Just on and on and on and grilling him. Then when you wanted Winston to do what you wanted or felt he was going the way you wanted, you was great with him. But now you feel that he ain't doing what you want. So you want to put him in a lawsuit. That's who Bianca is. Those are the things that I know you have done. Not just behind closed doors. And your group that you have following you. So there ain't nobody gonna come and say, oh, Rex racist, so he come up here. I know about racism. But I supported whites, supported Calvin Wilson. So it ain't about black and white for me. It ain't about being divided. Is Michelle Johnson doing a great job dealing with all the stuff that goes on? Heck yeah. And I want to be very clear. I can come in and put $100,000 right here if I wanted to. I didn't start doing any work for this city till 2015. 2015, they can go back and check it, try to tag me. I didn't do any work. You know why? Because they had the same old good old boys that was doing the work, who they would just get the same people. And it's very rich. And I say Althea and Willis. They don't even know. I had some people that I would get to go do some jobs, $2,000 and $3,000. They don't want to go on and get no worry about no bid. They went running into Bianca saying, "Oh, Rex, oh, no." But that's the kind of thing that hurts me. I had to get up. In the way this man been, I don't know how in the heck he stays here. With all the stuff been going on, it's been something else. Some of it y'all brought on yourself. Unfortunate. But most of it is because of they don't want to let go of the power. I'm not even going to say it's about racism so much, but they don't want to let go of the power. And when Bianca came in, she was the CEO. Ken Ambrose told me, I hate to say this, but I'm going to say it. They were so happy when Joe came in and gave them some kind of backbone. Because Bianca was doing it the way she wanted to do it, how she wanted to do it. Didn't have to answer to anybody. All she do, tell Gay to be quiet. He didn't have no backup, so he had to shut up. He would get loud sometimes. He would. But he was disrespected. So when people keep talking about the police department, yes, absolutely. The police department should be taken care of. They keep us all safe. And the people we bring in the city, we need to want them to feel safe. So I hope you all do. I know it said 12 and 6 on freeze, but if it come down to it, take care of the police department. I'm asking all of you all to do that. It's very important. My son was with the fire department for a number of years. He's no longer with the fire department. I fought for the fire department because I believe in public safety. But please, I ask people who don't know, the other previous city manager wasn't disrespected, talked about, and treated and badgered. Even when Council Cohen, like I said, tried to say something, she would cut him off and stop him. And we talking about fair and equity. I don't even want to come back down here anymore. I'm going to say something very brief. I know everybody's tired. There's no one more affected than Sabrina and I with them putting apartments up. In my hand to God, in Jesus' name, ain't nobody offered me one penny on my grandkids' life. Not one penny. Is that my favorite thing I want to see? No. But that's what they're going to want to put there, and that's what's going. All right. Sabrina voted for it because it's going to bring in economic value and taxes. That's the only reason she said that she will even go for it. And she was hesitant, but she did. Nobody made her do it. Nobody forced her to do it. It was her decision. And I told her that. And when Ing was asking you, who did you assist, I didn't know that y'all assist or tell people how to vote at the Biden. At least you ain't supposed to. And no one told Sabrina. I didn't even tell her. So I want to get that clear. But, so when you're dealing with, you can go give her what you want and think that's going to satisfy her. Heck no. They'll find something else. Jump from Flint, jump to something else. When they couldn't attack that, they went to something else. But what I do say, do the right thing. Move forward for the city, for these employees. That's what I said. Do right by the employees that you have. Treat them right. Don't threaten them. Don't intimidate them. I'm not saying you are. I'm just saying. I always said that about the employees. When they was during the Christmas time, I said I'd give gift cards out. I said I would. No one called me. I offered for kids. And I want to say this, ain't knocking no one for what they're doing. There's no one in this room doing more for the kids than Sabrina and I. No one. We got boots on the ground, been doing it. We help people when they get put out. Have to pay their electric bill. So I know how it's important when people need something, need help and assistance. We've been doing it. I don't need to call nobody out. The good Lord knows what we're doing. But we're doing it and been doing it. And by the grace of the good Lord, he knows what we've been doing. But we cannot be divisive. If we want to bring the city together, we cannot. So, we cannot be divisive up there. I didn't bust my butt for you all to be divided. But Joe, they can say what they want, call you a blowhard. I even said it, Joe, sometimes talk. But the fact is, you did start shutting up and not arguing with the mayor. But then when Shavela did her act, she lost herself. She started acting all out of the corner. Anybody could see it, but nobody called on it. I didn't come down here. I wasn't going to come down here. Mayor. That's right, because she said she's going to do the way she wants to do. I don't like to see anyone lose their job, and I don't think it's right, unless it's necessary. So I'm asking you, anyone, please, when you're considering, it's very important. Yeah, everybody got families. but I'm getting ready to end this. But when people come down here, when they say they don't know, a lot of people don't know the history. But for so many years, these people like the Van Ordens had the power. Even my friend O'Jack, they used to make just a phone call. Both cars, I hate to see his wife die. I worked on their house, in their kitchen. I have built their kitchen, sister's house. So personally, I had a relationship with them. But when Bo got the mayor here to run, someone to take Jack out, he felt. Inserted effort ever since. But it's about power. That's all it is. They want to be able to control. They want. From Ambrose said it, you better watch what they put on. And I said it right there when you were sitting there. You never said that before, Ambrose. He couldn't say anything because he knew the truth. And all these people coming down now, which they are taxpayers, they have a right and be passionate and be what their feelings are. But as Councilman Gay said this, Jesus, where were they a while back? Plump House, one person bid on it, $1.6 million. Not one person complained about it, except me. That wasn't no 20 years ago. That was about, what, 10 years ago, 8 years ago. $1.6 million for 3 pump houses. Then ended up taking one out. None of her group came up, or they didn't form a group, complaining about it. But just when you all got in, y'all gave them some news to go, and they took it, and it's been taken ever since. But Dr. Manuel, I just want to say to you personally, I pray you stay with the city. I don't kiss nobody's boots. The good Lord can bless me to do what I've been doing. So anybody can't say, oh, Rex bought, he bought. I sent all my kids to private school. All of them. And my sister. It wasn't College Park money. It was my hard work during money. So, we're talking about integrity. You can try to go and, like they did before, you ain't gonna find me stealing or taking nothing from anybody. And that's so we can have a disagreement to disagree. But Dr. May, I would not take it anymore. Period. I would not take it. Because she never did it to Terrence or Stanley. And none of her cohorts didn't do it either. They may come up and have a question. I did it to Winston, like them treated him, but that's because she that way. Those are the facts. So Jamel, some things ain't been looking good, as you know, in this ward. I'm in this ward. But you ain't nothing you can do at this point right now except turn it around, go forward, do the best you can for this community and the citizens. But you ain't gonna change not one of those people's mind. You're not.
I know. I realize that now.
You're not gonna change their mind.
They dead set on what they do.
They are. But it's a tall order to recall. So they can get 100 votes. That ain't nothing. And you gotta have a legal cause. You know that. I ain't no lawyer. Joe, I know how hard you work for your community and city. I'm just saying in 1 minute. But I know what you do. So many people, black and white. Oh, he don't take but 100 votes. We work like I don't know what to get those 100 votes. But you earn to be sitting there because that's who voted for you. They had other people to vote for. Tracy, Same thing. You earned that. They can say this, say that, but you worked your tail off to get where you are. So do right. Stay. You know it's need over there. My wife done grandkids work was out in the rain, giving food out. Council Gray, you know, I tried to help your wife, didn't turn out the way I wanted. But I do want us to come together, all of us. So I'm just in, and I'm just go home and go to bed. But Mayor, I do hope, and like I said, I pray. Your mom came up. I almost insert your mom, but I'm gonna say this because
Mr. Willis,
your mom came up.
Mr. Willis, I would ask, I asked Mr. Muhammad the same thing.
I know it, but just totally different way he did it.
Sir, it has nothing to do with the budget. I would ask that you do not mention my mother, because it has nothing to do with the budget.
I'm still fit said.
No,
your mom
Mr.
came
Willis,
up, said to
Mr.
my
Willis,
son.
Mr. Willis.
She said to my son.
Mr.
I'm
Willis,
still gonna say it.
Mr. Willis, Mr. Willis.
She said to my
Mr.
son.
Willis, I'm just asking you.
And I said to her.
Mr. Willis, Mr. Willis.
Thank you.
Mr. Willis.
I'm finished.
Mr. Willis,
I said I'm finished with
Mr.
that.
Willis, I'm totally fine with you talking about all the other things. I'm asking respectfully. I don't care what anybody has to say about my mother. Leave her out of it.
Okay.
Period.
I already finished. I finished with that.
Respectfully, Mayor, your mother was knocking on a lot of doors asking for your votes. So
My mother has
Let's
nothing
cut-
to do with the budget.
knocked on a
My
lot of
mother has
doors.
nothing to do with the budget.
You're right.
This is a
You're right.
budget hearing.
Well, we're
You're
just
right.
talking about a lot of things that don't have
Yeah,
anything to do with
but you know
budget.
what? My mother has nothing to do with any of it.
Mayor,
I mean, these 5 hours have had only about 1 hour spent on the budget.
Look, all I'm asking is just leave my
I-
mother
I
out of
said
it
okay.
altogether.
No, I said okay.
Wait, let me see.
I said what I had to say. I said what she said to my son. I finished.
Well, thank
But
you,
I'm
Mr.
done.
Willis. Are you
Thank
finished?
Yeah, I am.
All right.
Thank
So
you.
I wanted to talk a little bit about some of the things that Mr. Willis brought up. And
Mayor,
I
I'd like to make a
understand-
motion that we really,
Yes.
like,
It's-
end
hold on,
this
we're
hearing
still-
and
we're
move
still in
on.
the public hearing.
It's 3:40, almost 3:35 in the morning.
3:40
And-
in the morning.
3:40, and we,
I'd like to make a motion that we go
I
ahead and
still wish
close
to
the
speak.
hearing.
yeah,
the
and
public
I'd second
hearing.
that motion then, Councilwoman Arnold.
It's out of order because there's still people who wish to speak.
No,
No, I'm making a motion that we close the
motion is
hearing
that-
at this
the mo-
time
the
and
public
move
hearing is
on.
out of-
it's
Point of order,
closed.
City Manager, there's been a motion, City Attorney, there's been a motion and seconded.
That's
Yes, sir.
what I'm saying. I'm making a
And
motion to
just,
close the
just
public
as a point of reference, the chair is entitled as the presiding officer to make certain rulings, but the governing body or any member can always
Can
appeal
override the
the
decision.
ruling to the full body, and the full body can overrule the chair. So if it is the desire of any particular member of the governing body to make a motion and the mayor rules that motion out of order, the person whose motion was ruled out of order can appeal to the full body, and the full body can decide whether to overrule the mayor or not.
Okay, I made the motion first. I made the motion that we end the public hearing and move on with the rest of this meeting. We still have other things. And the chair, so now I make a motion to override the decision of the chair and to go forward with closing the public hearing.
I second.
All right, Councilmember Arnold has made the motion to, I'm sorry, Councilmember McKenzie made the motion to override the ruling of the chair and proceed with closing the public hearing. Councilmember Arnold has seconded. Any discussion? I have some. So, first of all, in response to Councilmember.
Yeah, point of order, point of order.
I- look,
Mayor, we are in the legislative portion of this.
I recognize where we
agenda,
are, and,
Mayor,
and.
please call for the vote.
And I-
Winston,
and
can you,
we're in
can you please
discussion, and-
advise
and
us
here's the
at this
thing.
point, because we're in the middle of a
Like,
motion,
I,
and discussion is only
I,
supposed
as a
to.
member of the
mayor's
public,
comments are
wanted
in
to speak
violation
at the,
of order
okay.
2024-1.
We haven't followed Robert's rules all night long, but
Yes, yes,
I
we
get,
have.
Yes, we have.
we absolutely have
We-
not.
we
But
have.
here's the thing.
So I'd like
the
to,
police-
uh,
I'd
like for
wanna
us
say
to
what I'm
move
gonna say,
forward
and
with
I
this
get it.
meeting
I
and
get
the
it that if
vote.
people are gonna talk over me, but as a member of this public,
Mayor, we took a
I,
vote, Mayor.
the
Please
vote has
call
not
for
been
the
taken.
vote.
It has not, I'm not calling for it yet.
Is there anything we
we
can do?
have-
Can the mayor pro tem, the mayor is out of order.
Mayor's
Is there,
out
can
of
the
order.
mayor
The
pro
mayor's
tem
out of
take
order.
over?
The
And I
governing
get
body
it,
can
you're gonna
rule the
take
mayor
decisive
out of
action.
order.
I move that the mayor is out of order, and I'm going to ask that
Here's
the,
the thing. Now, the people in the audience have been told by law enforcement that they have to be respectful. Now, you have to follow the rules.
Are you going to have me escorted out by
No,
law
I'm not.
enforcement?
I'm not, but you gotta follow the rules, Mayor.
Well, I wanted to speak at the public hearing, and it got shut down.
Can someone
And
make a
so-
motion for the call the,
I've already called for the vote.
the next?
And so,
Okay,
is there
so
any
if
other
you-
discussion?
No.
okay, you
All right. All those in favor of closing the public hearing?
Aye.
All right, that is unanimous. So, at this time,
City Clerk, what do we have next on the agenda, please?
I think we have to approve the budget. Is there a motion to approve the budget?
So moved.
Thank you, Councilmember Arnold. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Carn. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
That is unanimous. City Manager's report?
I'm sorry, the clerk sounds the agenda.
Thank you. Thank you, City Attorney.
City-
Attorney report,
God, no.
city managers,
No.
report of mayor and council. Are you guys doing the 5 minutes? Are you guys following that rule?
I don't have any.
I don't
report
have
tonight
anything.
At this hour.
I don't have anything.
All right,
do have
so
something,
I
so-
had some questions about the issues that I have not gotten answered. I sent an email.
Excuse me,
I
City
sent an
Manager.
email.
Point of
I
order.
did have
Point of
closing
order.
remarks.
Point of order.
I have
do
closing
too,
remarks.
Councilwoman Arnold, are these closing remarks? now?
Council,
I
we
have
gotta go in
closing
order
remarks.
because-
Well, I think we need to define what closing remarks are, because it seems like these are closing questions, and closing remarks should really just
No.
be about what you've
No,
been doing.
the point we're making is.
I had closing
I
remarks.
have closing remarks too.
Councilwoman
I have
Arnold.
closing remarks. I get to go first. We've got 5 minutes. Let me know when my 5 minutes begin. All right. So on June 3rd, I sent some questions about the bid for the 24/7 security at the arena. I recognize that no one wants me to speak about these items because there are questions about this bid process. I have sent an email starting June 3rd. It's now June 18th. I've asked repeatedly on at least 4 different occasions about getting my questions answered on this particular issue. It's an important one as we have 24/7 security at the arena and the GICC because we need to protect those assets. So the bid for 24/7 security has now gone out twice. Dr. Adediran, I would ask that tomorrow morning I get the answers to my questions. I know you're not responding to me. I know you're not even looking at me. And I recognize that that level of insubordination that is happening between you and me is just not really working very well for our relationship. However, I'm going to continue to ask the questions because I think that we need to get them answered. And so the first question I had was how putting this bid out for a 3rd time was in the best interest of the city. I also asked what was problematic about the second bid process. I also asked what we were hoping to achieve by putting it out again. I also asked about, given the fact that we do not have a professional procurement person in place who will be handling the process. I also asked about the anticipated timeline. And I also asked that since Forthwith Protection Agency had violated our process in the second round, would they be eligible for consideration again? As we send out these bids for a 3rd time, I think it is vital for all of our stakeholders to understand why we are here. And I am unclear. I have asked these questions multiple times over email and not gotten a response. I tried to get my questions answered before we came to the meeting. I'm still not getting the answers. I would ask that the questions be answered. Last week, I had the opportunity to attend the White House Juneteenth concert last Monday, which was a great honor, and had the opportunity to connect with a number of our stakeholders there, with the Department of Transportation and the like. And so it was a great opportunity, and I appreciate the invitation from both the President and Dr. Biden. It was a great, great event. And then traveled to California, Rancho Cordova, the home of NLC's president, Dr. David Sander, who hosted the board of directors and those of us on the board and also on the councils for NLC, and had our summer leadership conference where we had the opportunity to tour small cities in the area. And I want to send a special thank you to the folks in Loomis, California, for hosting the Small Cities Council leadership amongst the four of us who were there, the Small Cities Council leadership, because it was a great opportunity to see what can happen in small towns and cities across America. Ms. Brown, how much time do I have left? 1 minute? All right. So, looking forward to talking with some folks tomorrow for my one-on-ones. If you have not signed up for a one-on-one, well, actually in a few hours. If you haven't signed up, we have a July date, and just call 404-669-3755 to set up a time. And also, we will be doing a walk with the mayor next Saturday, June 29th at 8 a.m. at Zupp Park. So I would encourage everyone to come out. It's part of the Healthy Looks Better on You initiative, and we'll get it done early so we don't have to get too hot. All right, that's all I've got.
Okay, I might need more than 5 minutes because I do want to clarify a few things that happened in this meeting tonight. And I know that, and I guess the first one, I do want to clarify again with the, to make it clear that I did not necessarily have a problem with persons' names being signed in, though that may not be legal, and I think we need to check that out in terms of our comments. My issue was that people's names were listed without addresses and without topics, and that is a part of the sign-in sheet. So we had 18 people today who were signed up for public comment. With some did not even have last names. There were no addresses for those 18 people, and there were no topics. And why is that important? Because also, with public comment, we do not give more than 15 minutes to a topic or a subject. So there were no topics, no subjects listed. So I want to clarify that because I think Ms. Phillips mentioned that she had somebody to sign. I don't have a problem at this point unless the attorney says there's something illegal. I don't have a problem with somebody signing in for you. But put the person's address, fill out the form, because that's a part of signing in. Second thing, James Walker mentioned that I told people to go and sign people's names. During the election, I told him that he could get there early to sign in, or the beginning of this year, which is different than saying, show up at City Hall and sign in for people. And the third piece, I only spoke to one person from College View Hills today, and that was Miss Althea Morris. Miss Morris spoke to me, and I asked her, I told her that because what happened is, and I'll say the story again because it is what it is. One of our residents came to sign in for public comment. They saw 18 names or more signed up, and they wanted to make a comment, and they didn't think they were going to have the time. So they took a picture of the form, showed it to me in my office, and I called Miss Althea because I knew her name and several people to ask her if she had signed up, not to intimidate her, because we had a citizen that wanted to sign up. I even later asked Miss Althea, because Miss Althea said to me she was not going to come. She had other things to do. I know I'm going to keep on talking through the 5 minutes, so I'm going to need more time. So I just want to clarify that there were no persons in College View that I called. And if there is a message that I have been, Miss Morris made it very clear that she was not intimidated by me. So I would like to know the names of the persons who live in College View Hills who have supposedly, allegedly received a phone call from me today or yesterday that made them feel intimidated. And I invite those persons to show up at the next meeting or make your presence known, because that is a bald-faced lie. So, now, for my report. On Saturday, I had the privilege of being able to join the South Korean delegation under the leadership, pretty much I would believe that was the mayor from I don't want to say it wrong. Songdong. And we had the delegation come here to this area because they're looking at how they can bring some more high-tech and industry jobs into this area. And I'm very grateful to Councilman Joe Karn, who set the whole entire thing up. And we had legislators from throughout this metropolitan area, Fulton County. I think we had some Clayton County folks here. We had other cities, other mayors from different cities. And it was a wonderful opportunity. Our police department was there. And of course, and Mercedes Miller did what they always do, which is show out. I also want to acknowledge the fact that we had our second ward a giveaway that we participated in this year with Favor House, as well as Legacy of Glory Church. And it was very, very nice, lots of food. And, you know, the majority of the people that came through, Brother Muhammad, were seniors. And I know that, you know, our seniors are really struggling right now. I had a whole group of seniors that wanted to come down here and speak, but it's better for them to not have come for these meetings. So that will be coming, who are very, very upset because the homestead exemption was not passed for them, meaning they make a little bit over $40,000 and they don't qualify for the homestead exemption. So we do have a group of seniors in Ward 1 that are very, very upset, and they're struggling to pay their bills because they know that they have this tax bill and they don't want to have a tax lien put on their homes. So also on yesterday, well, 2 days ago now, on Sunday night, which was Father's Day, happy Father's Day to all those men who are mentors to all, whether you have biological children or not. But on Sunday, we sent our June newsletter from Ward 1. And also in that newsletter, we gave several announcements. And one of them is that I've been having in-person meetings. I will begin our virtual meetings on July 2nd. And so you can sign up now at our One Ward 1 website. And as it was said today, I've made several opportunities over the past 6 months to be available for the persons that live in my ward. We've had over 5 different community meetings. We have had, I can't tell you how many, I guess those persons who have done the FOIA can tell me how many meetings I set up with persons to one-on-one. Those who have asked for my calendar and those that have asked for all of my emails can find out that I've had quite a bit of interaction with our neighbors, and I am open to all. Okay, the Juneteenth parade will be held at 10 o'clock this Wednesday, and we want to invite everybody in the community to come out. And not only will there be a parade at 10 o'clock, but then we will have events going on throughout the day. Also, on Thursday, many of the members of the governing body, we will be traveling on to the GMA meeting, which will be in Savannah, and that meeting lasts for us from the 20th of this month through the 25th. I'm looking forward to meeting with other municipal leaders and even with some of the organizations that we participate with as a city. So we are looking forward to that. And finally, I would like to invite everyone to our Senior Springo Fest. And this is an event that is open to all seniors 55 and above throughout the city of College Park. We're hosting it in Ward 1, and it will be held on June 29th, and it will be from 12 to 3. We will be having bingo, hours of bingo, prizes. Every senior, every attendee will receive a gift. We have local organizations that have donated funds to us, gift cards, food, and we're looking forward to it. Michelle and I and Lance and, oh my gosh, Mr. Cook. I was going to say Mr. Tim. Mr. Cook and our planning team had a really good meeting today. And I do want to say that while we were it's going to be at the City Auditorium. And back to homelessness. While we were at the City Auditorium today, there was a person laid out at the front door of the auditorium. And I've been told in the times that I'm in the library that the library is constantly being barraged with folks who are homeless that need to use a restroom. We have a serious homeless problem in the city of College Park that needs to be addressed. And I know it has not been addressed in this budget, but perhaps some of the people who have come down that had some advice or words for us about what we can do in this up year, I'm inviting you to help us in those areas where we did not provide funding. And if there's anything that can be done to help our homeless population, if you have grants, any funds, somebody that wants to give a hotel away or whatever it may be, let us know, because when we take care of the least of us, we're blessed. It's not a blessing to be able to take care of yourself. It's a blessing to be able to take care of someone who is in need. So that's all I have.
I do actually have some comments.
Councilmember Carn?
Since we're here at 4 o'clock, I'll be brief. Mercedes, I want to thank you for, I know she's not here, but I want to thank Mercedes Miller for a wonderful event at the GICC with the delegation. We're looking at some potential business opportunities from Seoul, Korea. The day after that, I took them on a tour here, took them to City Hall, and we toured the 6 West development site. We looked at some plats and parcels that they expressed some interest in. We went to the arena where the WNBA was playing their game and met with the mayor down on the court and took some great pictures, and they were very pleased with their visit. They said they had never experienced the level of hospitality that they did in College Park anywhere in the U.S. So again, City Manager, thank you for the support. It was a wonderful event. Lieutenant Marcus Denard, who's still hanging with us. I want to thank you for your service as an officer, but I want to thank you for your talents that I had no idea about. He served as our musical entertainment, and this brother was spectacular. I could not believe my eyes or my ears. City Manager, it's amazing how much untapped talent we have in our staff and the hundreds of folks, and you never know. So thank you, Brother Denard. You might have opened up a can of worms that you can't close back up. So thank you so much. City Manager, public information requests by state law are due within 3 business days after the request, I believe. Now, City Clerk, what exactly is preventing, or what is preventing you from providing residents the info from department heads within those 3 days?
Emails.
You said emails?
Yes.
Emails are preventing you from getting the information to the resident?
Yes.
What does that mean, emails?
They're requesting emails in their FOIA requests. That emails can only be pulled by one person in the city, and that's Mr. Hicks.
Okay. Well, at the end of the day, we got to figure out got something for that. I wanna try to, I want us to try our best to, you know, what are our options?
We're not obligated to supply the information within 3 days. We're obligated to respond to the request within 3 days. Could say we do in fact have responsive documents. However, it's going to take us 10 days, 20 days to provide those responsive documents. So we just need to make sure that we respond within 3 days, stating whether we do or do not have responsive documents, and if we do have responsive documents, how long it's going to take us to give those to the citizen.
Okay, understood. Thank you for clearing that up. Public comments deal with the sign-in list. Like I said, I've seen that before. Look, you know, for me, it's pretty simple. If your name is on the list and you should be able to speak. If your name is on the list and somebody put it on there and you're not here, you know, that's going to be, you know, difficult to accept and roll call a list for public comments with residents who did not sign up to speak. And we can't compile a list of folks, you know, who aren't even here. So let's just make sure we tighten that up a bit so that we won't have those issues. You know, we may have names on there. If they're not here, they're not here, and we move forward. The Bill Evans Field situation. You know, here's my thing. We got a property that we get 0 property taxes from for the last 60+ years. We're talking about a ball field that no residents use, none. And now we're looking at some much needed housing, quality development. I don't know about y'all, but in any other city, that's what we would call progress. So I'm delighted that we're getting something going over there because we certainly had not been using that space. So I think that's a better and higher use. And again, green space is important. So if we are reallocating and relocating some green space where there's a greater need, so be it. And that's all I got on that. I'll be hosting my community meeting tomorrow at 6:30 p.m. where residents have already been noticed, and we're looking forward to a good turnout. And I'm looking forward to good information that I'm going to be disseminating to my residents and good news about the best budget that we've passed up here in at least in the past 15 years. I'm excited about that, and I'm going to keep moving forward, doing the best I can for my residents and delivering specifically and exactly what they're asking for. All right, that's all I got.
Councilmember Arnold?
Okay, thank you. So where there is no vision, the people perish. And let us think about that word vision for a moment. Webster defines vision as the ability to think about or plan the future with imagination or wisdom. A vision can also be defined as a clear mental image of a preferable future. So with that those definitions in mind, is my recommendation to my colleagues that we think about the vision that we see for our city, and we bring our collective thoughts together in a holistic vision for our city. This way, when we embark on our future working retreat, we can focus on the expectations of operational engagement, processes, and procedures so that we can move our city forward with a clear vision and common goals, lest we perish. over the past 2 weeks, I've had the opportunity to get out into the community and listen to some of your great ideas and future plans. I had a chance to participate in some fun and exciting community activities, and I want to thank Fire Chief Elmore, Deputy Chief Jones, and the entire team at Fire Station Number 3 for the Healthy Looks Good on You pop-up event, along with Ms. Cameron Preston and Mr. Warren Bond for the communication support, and Mr. Andre Joseph of Rap-A-Lot for the food platter that he brought for the team there. I also would like to thank Reverend Black and the entire St. John's Episcopal Church congregation for the block party this weekend, and the tour, and the opportunity to see the completion of the first phase of the organ pipe project there at the church. That was very exciting. I want to send out a special thank you to all of my appointees and the city administrative staff for planning and supporting the planning, the support, the updates, everything that they do to help keep me organized and informed on all of the critical items that I need to know, the issues that I need to know regarding the city, and making sure that I have the information so I can make the best decisions. Thank you to Chairman Rob Pitts and our own Councilman Joe Karn for their leadership on the successful Korean delegation reception held on July 15th. The event was a great opportunity for us to showcase our city and our commitment to bringing economic growth to the city of College Park and to South Fulton County cities. And so we're excited about that continued engagement. Thank you to all who helped wish my mother a happy birthday, which was also Father's Day. And even though she is homesick, I hope that this uplifts her spirits a little bit. There are a few upcoming activities and events that are happening in support of Ward 3. Of course, we have the Juneteenth parade and celebration on Wednesday, and I personally want to thank the planning team and the staff for all of their hard work and efforts in advance for this celebration. There is the upcoming Ward 3 Town Hall, which will be held on June 26 at 7 p.m., and it will be at the police precinct on Godby Road, and food will be provided. And several business owners at 2051 Godby Road will be holding a block party on June 29th. And you can find out more about that block party on my Instagram page at Tracy4CP, and that is at Tracy, TRACIE, 4CP. I'm looking forward to the training sessions that we have that are coming up at the GMA Annual Conference in Savannah. And I believe that for me personally, I'll be equipped with some additional tools and resources to help in my continued efforts and advocacy for Ward 3 and also for the city as a whole. Finally, I would like to wish everyone a happy Independence Day, because that is coming up. So may your 4th of July be filled with joyous celebrations and additional family memories. And I hope that you enjoy the 4th, because I don't think that we're going to see each other again until the 15th. And those are all of my comments for this evening. Thank you.
Councilman Brigade?
I just have a few comments, Mayor, and a couple things. I just want to defend the record on our seniors in Ward 4. My mother's 91, and I sure hope she ain't in somebody's council meeting trying to talk down on people who work hard for her quality of life. And I say that respectfully because I just want to say this for the record. I'm just kind of talking to You know, when I first ran for office, it took me 4 times to get elected, 3 lawsuits. My own colleagues sued me for $60,000. The city attorney, his firm defended me having to pay legal fees. And Lee Schaefer represented me pro bono. She took me up to the judge's office early one morning, 8 o'clock. He said, Lee, do I need to help you with marketing dollars? Because he was representing me. But the point I'm making is, you know, every time I run for office, Ms. Phillips, for some reason, has to find a candidate to run against me. First it was Ron Fears. They even let Ron Fears retire early with a pension just to run against the gays. That's how animate.
Okay.
Do I need to sign something?
Oh,
No, you don't.
Oh. That's how animate they were. And then, second time I ran, they had Steve Alexander run against me. Same Miss Phillips. Wyatt, all of them. Whole little clan. God meant it for us to stay in office. Third time I ran, Miss Phillips got Eleanor Cornelius. They had things at their home. It's crazy. And Rex talk about how hard it is to get 45 votes. Try getting 700 with 2 people running against you. And God meant it for us to stay in office. And then, reason why I'm saying that is, seniors have been what I have cared about the most. I inherited the oldest ward in Ward 4. The oldest ward in the city I inherited. God put me in the terms of people's lives that may have been, they could have hated you. I seen 2 white people, 100 years old, on Lakeshore Drive, put soup on towel. 100 years old, 100, man had a Confederate flag in his house. Him and his wife, 100 years old, on Lakeshore Drive, walked across the street to catch the vote for the gays. I seen Dr. Tatras, 103, told me when I used to knock on his door, he thought I was advocating being gay. So he used to give me these tracts about being gay. And finally, he figured that I was running, my name was gay. And believe it or not, he was Miss Phillips' best friend. And one thing you all may not know, and I'm just freestyling, one thing you may not know is, I have been to more funerals in my ward. We gone to so many funerals till my executive assistant one that said, Councilman Gay, I'm not gonna write another condolence letter. It's the last letter I'm gonna write. And why I'm telling you that is, I have looked over more people who have come down here and criticized, but God had allowed me to look over at them. And I don't want y'all to copy me, but if you got to copy me, that's fine. You may not realize this, but if you die, when you die in Ward 4, when you, Ms. Phillips, I'm talking about what we do for seniors. When you die in Ward 4 and you've been living there 30 or 40 years, y'all may not know this. So we get a car. We get one of the parked cop cars. And we go to the GICC and we get this black table thing. We wrap it on the car. And we park it in front of your house to pay tribute to your family for having served our community. That's what we do, right? I'm the one that called the police department. I'm the one that makes sure it get washed. I'm the one that makes sure it get parked right. I'm the one that makes sure it get moved when the family say they don't want it for the color. That's Roderick Gay. When y'all get y'all fruit at Camp Truett, I'm the reason, and I ain't trying to get no ego, I'm the reason why y'all getting them old people getting that fruit. When Camp Truett got the Fulton Fresh, when you see that, we advocated that they do something for Camp Truett. Mostly seniors over there. I know they're there because they make them come and talk about programs during COVID. During COVID. We gave out 40 tons of food from that community house. 40 tons. Rex, you ain't gave out no food. We gave out food. You ain't seen no food. And we gave out meat, Rex.
What is it with the meat?
It wasn't no eggplants. We gave out crates of meat. One night a lady called me and said, Councilman Gay, you must have favorites. You people telling me y'all giving out meat and you got your favorites. I said, man, it's nothing. I'm talking about what we've done for seniors. And it wasn't no rhythm around. Me and my wife just got in her truck and we just drove around and knocked on people's door and gave out cases because the meat was going to spoil. And then when the lady called, I got up out of my bed 1, 2 in the morning and took meat over this lady's house to show her that we care. During Easter, I go to the farmer's market. I buy baskets. I buy bowls. I buy fruit. I solicit people to come and put baskets. Then guess what I used to do? Used to drive around in the van and pass the Rex. Used to drive around in the van and pass the baskets out until the mayor told Miss Johnson that we shouldn't be driving the van. That's right. We used to have kids in the van. But under that previous administration, she says, well, I'll drive you. I said, that's all right. I drive my own car. But, miss, that's what we done for seniors. Yard of the month. Who got yards? Seniors. They love their yards. Who go out their way to go get people from Lowe's, get judges to show you that we care about your yard? And we give one winner on East Street, and we've been doing this in 2015. For somebody who ain't never seen nothing for seniors. I ain't never seen nothing for seniors. I done been to y'all's house when y'all children died and hug you. I started Are You Okay? We had Terrence. Terrence is out there. Terrence was my code inspector. He wasn't a cop. And Shavala was and under the previous mayor and Mercedes, they cut it out. They did. We used to, literally, I had a code inspector and a community officer. And every week, we get in the car and we drive this ward. Are you okay? The poor girl got fired because they wouldn't give her COVID. She sued us. And then we don't even have that no more. The little girl told me, said, Councilman Gay, it was so political, we didn't even want to do it. The 8th annual festival. For the first 4 years, I didn't get a dime, Rex. My own colleagues would not even give a motion to give us money for the festival. Y'all don't know nothing about loan suffering. Y'all just up here thinking that you just got no. You standing on shoulders of people. You standing on shoulders of people whose families had to make a sacrifice. That this is the lifestyle we gonna live for a better College Park, for a better ward folk. I asked my daughter, I said, city manager, what's more important, for your dad to have power or money? My daughter said, money. But what I'm trying to make humor, I'm about finished. But at that 8th annual festival, we used to go out and raise money. And then when we raise money, we get open records requests and get investigated. After we raised the money, then we got to deal with the investigation. And then they used to send Willis Moody, and the finance director will go around and interview people that I done raised money from. I done had previous colleagues go in the finance office and direct finance that every invoice for his festivals, I want to see them. Yeah, this is real. But yet, we're going to be celebrating our 8th, and thank you to this body for allowing us to have a fund. We also recognize breast cancer. And we feed every senior. And we ain't talking about, I'm talking good food. My wife personally makes sure that every senior, with Shavela and Belinda and Sabrina, that every senior be treated with love for their whole. So don't say, don't criticize me about what I don't do for seniors, because you've never been to one of them. That park that's named after Chuck Phillips is kept immaculate by me. I'm over there every day. Joe seen me on Skyline decorating their street. I don't get paid for this. I named the street after a senior called Jesse A. Dent. Sure did. A senior. Don't say I don't do nothing for seniors now. Because at 91, you really want to be trying to get with the Lord. Next thing I did was I named Rose Street Lottie Miller. That's a senior that I ain't never even met. And the only reason why I sponsored that legislation was to pay homage to a community. They talking about a rock wall and a Bill Evans. Hell, they took the whole, half the city. Half the city was taken. So don't act like, it's all you all up and on because you taking Bill Evans Field. They took the whole city. Drive over there and look at them streets, them foundations. People city gone. Them people city were gone. Eminent domain. So I said, well, just name the street after the lady. So we do a town hall. We inform everybody. We help seniors with delinquent utility bill. You wouldn't believe how many times I've been there crying to William M. to help these seniors keep their lights on. You don't even want to know. And before, in the last administration, we didn't have this problem. You could just go to the mayor and he had so much power, but he used his power to make a difference with people. That's how he used his power. Jack would actually say, keep the lights on, he didn't brag about it, but that's what he used to do. I'm about done. You wouldn't believe how many referrals I done had to make to help seniors. You wouldn't believe how many seniors' house I've been in their living room to tell this vendor to get out their house because they not going to put a lien so you can do their roof. You ain't getting ready to take her house because a neighbor done call, Councilman, I need you to come onto her house. You don't believe when they call me and say, come get dead squirrels out their garage or light their hot water tanks. I don't get paid for this. So don't say you ain't seen me do nothing for no seniors. And finally, we fought for, and this is the most important one. This is the most important one. I mean, this is talking about a legacy. I probably could not even have to be here. But the legacy was that we stopped letting people get their houses taken. And I'm right down here. And so we fought for a senior tax where seniors age 65 didn't have to pay it. So let me just say this and bring the point home, since I don't do nothing for seniors. So Shirley Robinson, Ms. Clerk, Shirley Robinson lives on Lakeshore Drive, and she said, Councilman Gay, she says, can you sponsor a legislation that if you exempt from property tax in Fulton County, we don't pay city tax? I said, it makes sense to me. It makes sense to me. I sponsor it. Ambrose spent about 2 months wrangling with it. We used to have Zoom calls. And so the governor was trying to get reelected, Brother Muhammad. So the governor was signing everything on his desk. If he got on his desk, he signed. So the governor signed the tax thing. But city manager told me that when he gave the ordinances to us, it goes into a black hole. We told me. So we don't know what happened to the ordinance. But all I know is the ordinance didn't have no income there. It didn't have no income. So the governor signed it. Our mayor, right? And Ambrose. Because I made a mistake and went on Facebook bragging. Don't never go on Facebook and brag if you get some legislation through. I took a picture by that statue with what looked like an ordinance and put it on Facebook. This is before Speak Up College Park was born. Man, that man spent his next council meeting making sure that that didn't get through. He went all out. And no mayor didn't fight us. She didn't fight for us. You didn't say not one time. So the governor, Matt that died, Matt gave me the governor's cell number. So I called Brian Kemp. I called him. I said, Governor. He said, look, you got to hire an attorney. I can't do nothing about that. I signed it, but that's on y'all to figure it out. I'm not making this up. Got this number right in the phone. I called the governor. And so Winston defended, and we lost that case. But the point I'm trying to say is that don't say that we don't care about our seniors because, Jamel, seniors wouldn't even be paying that property. It ain't but a few $100s. But they wouldn't even be paying it. And then during the campaign, people were taking credit for the little bit of tax relief they do get. So I'm done. Now, Bill Evansfield, she talked about vision. In 1998, Brother Muhammad, I came down here with my son and my wife, right there, and I spoke eloquently about vision. I said that 18 acres could conceivably be a place where people could have large gatherings. It could be passive recreation. It could have a community center on there, things of that nature. It's 2025, right? 24. I'm still literally kind of fighting now. I'm kind of still fighting now for a vision. Some of them get it and some of them getting around to it. But my point is, the Bill Evansfield, and this is for the record, Biden the other night passed a motion that 6.5 acres shall be dedicated on the 18 acres for the Bill Evansfield. And this council put in an ordinance. So it's a done deal. Soon as they close, put out an RFP, find somebody to come over there and start bringing that field over there. And when you say seniors don't play baseball, well, I gotta just say this. Ward 4 is 55% transit. We probably got the most transit ward in all y'all. And not bad transit, good transit, but they transit. You knock on somebody's door now, you don't even know who coming to the door. So it ain't a whole bunch of seniors like you think it is. It is just not. So my point in saying that is, Ward play soccer, y'all. I see them over there. They come and play basketball because I seen them over there. They bring the children from all everywhere on the splash pad. And now you got people coming from all over the country talking about come have their little gatherings over there. So what's my point? The vision, Councilwoman Arnold, is starting to come into reality. That vision, and I asked my colleagues to let's make that a reality because we're getting there. So yes, seniors don't play baseball, but cause it ain't that many seniors no more. Them people gone. Them children done sold them houses. They're gone. And so I'm the senior now. And so people go to Family Dollar, they see me in Family Dollar. Councilman Gay, I love what you're doing, man. Councilman Gay, you doing such a good job. Councilman Gay, what y'all were doing over there at the field the other day? Councilman Gay, with so many people over there. Councilman Gay, I can't even go to Family Dollar without people telling me about how they feel over there. So I think, for the record, that's nice. And I think, for the record, I covered my bases on how the Gays, Councilman Gay, Pamela Stoner Gay, how we love our ward and our seniors. Brother Muhammad, did I get it all in? And you and I are the seniors now. Thank you, that's all I have, Mayor.
Is there a motion to enter into executive session for discussion of personnel?
So moved.
Thank you, Councilmember Arnold. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Carn.
Just one item. All right, let's make it quick.
We have to vote.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, that's unanimous. We'll go into executive session.
I'll be right there.
We are back. It is 4:55 a.m. We have a full quorum present with council members Mackenzie, Carn, Arnold, and Gay. At this time, I'll take a motion to exit executive session.
Motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Carn. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Arnold. All those in favor?
Aye.
Is there a motion to approve the executive session minutes?
Motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Carn. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Arnold. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, we're adjourned at 4:56 a.m.